Yeah, that's some good frame rate right there. Seems about right. So what's the... Yeah. Good job.
Alacidra. Welcome to
Insanely
my
huge
channel.
spoiler warning. I'm
I'm
going to be
facially
covering
42.
key plot events
Welcome to
from
my
Resident
channel.
Evil 4 Remake in
Free
this video,
Kaibob
so
Ev.
if you haven't watched,
Welcome
played,
to my
ingested
channel.
the RE4 Remake,
Aerovera.
go away, play the game, and
Welcome
then
to
come
my
back to
channel.
this video to avoid being spoiled.
Yehodemun.
So with that out of the way, let's get into
Welcome
what
to
we're
my
going to be talking
channel.
about now. So,
Discord
the RE4 remake
_for
has a
_
post-credit
streamers
scene
_
that does
_
not tease, does
Welcome
not
to
tickle,
my channel.
does not hint at, it
Nightbot.
outright confirms
Welcome
that
to
we are
my
going
channel.
to be getting a Resident Evil
Another
5 remake.
viewer.
The end of the game
Welcome
has
to
a
my
post-credit
channel.
scene in which you see Big
Violets
Man Wesker
_TV.
looking at a big screen of details
Welcome to my
that
channel.
include such key parts
Stream
of
elements.
RE5 like Excella
Welcome to my
and
channel.
the big flower
Kata.
pot place underground
Welcome to my
scary
channel.
lab where the progenitor
Zero
virus
X2.
flowers were originally discovered
Welcome
and
to my
cultivated.
channel.
We also get to hear
Alien
Wesker
Gathering.
talking about a big
Welcome
hint
to my
towards the
channel.
Ouroboros virus,
Network
his idea
_
of
streamer
saving the
_
world
Discord.
by killing off the population
Welcome
and
to my
replacing it
channel.
with the next stage of human
Drapsnat.
evolution, yada yada yada, right?
Welcome
That's
to
the
my
basic
channel.
plot detail. We know
Decisive
they're
Real
remaking
Law.
RE5 now, but the
Welcome
big
to
thing
my
that I
channel.
think is more interesting to talk
Discord
about
streamer
is the
community.
concept of
Welcome
how
to my channel.
they are going to remake
Restream
RE5.
it.
Now, for those of you
Welcome
that have
to
been
my
under
channel.
a rock for the last 14 years, RE5 is somewhat of a controversial game. Not because of its lack of quality, but because of its lack of horror elements. You will find video essays and think pieces and opinion writers and articles and this and that talking about how RE5 is a terrible Resident Evil game, how it ruined the series, how it was the precursor to the legendary curse on the franchise that was Resident Evil 6, this and that. But I tend to find most of these articles don't actually talk about the gameplay. They just do the usual Resident Evil fan base take, which is it isn't scary, therefore it's bad. But for most of the rest of the gaming industry, RE5 is looked at as this excellently well-designed action co-op game, which it is. 100%, they are correct. It is not a horror game. It doesn't try to be a horror game. It's not scary in the slightest. But what it is one of the best designed arcade co-op action shooters on the market that even 14, 15 years later still hasn't been topped by anything else. Even other co-op Resident Evil games like Revelations 2 live in the shadows of Resident Evil 5 because RE5 is just that much of an excellent game. But it's by no means a perfect game. There is quite a lot that does get legitimate criticism for it. The big things that they mention are things like Sheva's AI, the third act kinda shitting itself by turning into a pretty terrible third-person cover shooter with mechanics that don't complement the main gameplay system. So much like RE4, despite having a reputation as one of the best games on the market, there's a lot to fix. So the question becomes, how? How do you fix that? Now, the obvious stuff is make Sheva's AI better, which if you look at Luis in the RE4 remake or you look at Ashley, they've seemingly done that. They're no longer running into walls, firing shots into the floor, and pissing ammo into the wind like they do. I know they don't have limited ammo in the RE4 remake, but they're much more intelligent, right? The tech is there now. Secondly, the next big thing would be, again, fix the third act. But then you start running into the harder question, which is how do you balance Resident Evil 5 as a horror game, but also balance it as an action game? And now people said, well, it's obviously going to be that easy because they did it with RE4, right? RE4 was a very goofy action game that also managed to balance horror with the remake of it. And I say yes, no, and maybe so, right? Because RE4, no matter how goofy it was in the original game, no matter how silly, no matter how stupid it got, there were always the elements of horror in RE4. There was the desolate atmosphere, there was the spookier music, there was the creeping dread, the more disturbing enemy types, the segments with the regenerators in the lab, or the opening village with that creeping, horrific ambience of droning near silence around you. RE4 had a lot more horror elements in it, which led to them being heightened and refined and built on for the 4 remake. But 5 has no horror elements. The only time you could ever make an argument that RE5 tries to be scary is one singular corridor in the labs where it's full of liquors that they expect you to creep past. And I say expect you to creep past, I mean they expect you to shoot them in the fucking face because it's RE5 and it's an action shooter game with no horror elements. So just go in there and kill everything because you and your AI partner or your co-op partner are an unstoppable whirling dance of death. Now, this is what brings us to the main problem of a possible RE5 remake, or at least what will be the biggest challenge of an RE5 remake that will be way more difficult than it was with RE4. How do you make RE5 a horror game? Because that's what the RE fan base wants, especially with the rejuvenation of horror from RE7. You've got 2/3 of the fan base are horror guys. You've got classic PS1 dudes who love the horror focus. You've got the new fans that came in with 7, 2 remake, 3 remake. They want horror as well. But then you have the action fans who came in around RE4, 5, and 6, who are like, well, I don't really care about horror, right? Because, you know, horror, that's not what I play the game for. I play the game because I want to play as big man Chris Redfield with my giant fucking 36-inch biceps who spends his time Devil May Cry air juggling boulders, right? That's what I'm playing Resident Evil for. And it's going to be very, very hard to meet that distance between all 2/3 and the other third of guys who want it to be scary, but guys who also want RE5 to be what RE5 is, which is a game about you and your partner euthanizing half of Africa. Like, that's what it's the most action-heavy Resident Evil game in the series prior to 6. And even 6 had more horror elements in it than 5 does. So, how exactly do you manage to keep an action shooter, a co-op shooter especially? Because remember, that's one of the big things that kills co-op for a lot of people, is you're playing with a buddy at all times. And whether a game's trying to be dramatic, trying to be serious, trying to be scary, trying to be whatever, most times you stop paying attention to that and just start go-waffing with your buddies because you're having fun getting shot, getting stabbed, blowing people up, doing all the cool shit that you're super excited to do in a co-op game. There have been more than a few suggestions and videos and think pieces that have put forward ideas. They talk about go with the prototype version of RE5 where it was set during the night and there were actual zombies and Jill was in a tri-cell cage instead of underground in the facility Wesker's had her working at where she's mind controlled. Do X, do Y. One thing we've noticed with the remakes is a crazy dedication to maintaining the original gameplay formula and feel of the original game. This is what we saw with the Resident Evil 2 remake. Resident Evil 2 remake, as much as they turned that into RE4 in terms of control schemes and knife sub-weapons and all that sort of shit, right? It was still like the original Resident Evil 2 gameplay-wise. Combat took a back seat. It was all about avoidance of combat, ammo and resource management, recovering items, progressing via those methods. 3 remake stepped more into RE3's more action-focused gameplay, but it still kept that horror tone to it. 4 remake kept in place the massive action elements. They upped the ante, more melee, more attacks, more enemies, more explosions, more everything, right? But it still felt like a horror game that kept RE4's mechanics in place. So is the team going to get to RE5, which is a game all about action with no horror elements, and are they going to go, yeah, no, we're just going to make an action game again? Like, because they've mentioned that they keep the tone of the game, they keep the feel, they don't want to dumb down the mechanics. And I personally don't see how you could manage to do an RE5 remake that keeps in all of RE5's balls to the walls, batshit action insanity while trying to make it scary. Like, what are you going to do? People have said, oh, put the zombies back in. What are zombies going to do? The Magini, much like the Ganados from RE4, are super dangerous. What is a zombie going to do to RE5 Chris Redfield? This is a man that, again, can air juggle boulders with his biceps. Like, a zombie's going to walk over, bruh, and then just get punched in 3 million pieces. Like, the idea of adding in these lip service horror elements from the previous games in the series, I personally don't think it's gonna work. They say, oh, well, put in more hordes. You saw the gameplay footage of RE5 when it was first announced at, like, E3 2007 or 2008, and there was this massive horde segment, and it's like, that's great. Chris Redfield can punch people through time. Putting in more enemies isn't gonna make the game fucking scarier, because Chris can atomize people by looking at them, right? He's Dr. Manhattan, but if all of his fucking power was put into his right hand, like, there is no way you were going to be able to put in these lip service horror elements of zombies and darkness and Jill and Wesker and blah 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 while still maintaining RE5's gameplay. And again, the team has mentioned, the remake guys have mentioned, they always want to keep the gameplay intact. So I think we're either going to get a remake that has to dumb down the action elements, at which point, why even bother making a remake of RE5 if you're not going to remake the best action co-op shooter of all time with all of its mechanics in place, or they're just going to say, well, sod it, and not even try to make it a horror game, and just do RE5 again in the RE engine and clean up its mechanics and game design, which I'm perfectly in support of. Again, I'm one of these Resident Evil fans that's always been more of an action guy than a survival horror guy, which is why I'm more in support of just do RE5 again, but do it in the RE engine, clean up a lot of the game's problems, fix the third act, change the AI, fix a lot of the game's more atrocious bosses. But as it stands, we know we're getting an RE5 remake. I'm expecting it to be really, really good, because the last handful of remakes, especially 4, have been excellent. And I want to turn it over to you guys in the comment section now and ask you what you think about the game. Are you excited for an RE5 remake? How do you think they're going to handle it? Do you think they're going to go with the more traditional horror focus and sort of axe back a couple of the action elements to try and make it more attainable? Do you think they're going to go whole hog with the action elements and just not even try to make it scary, because RE5 original never tried to be scary? Let me know in the comments down below. Let's get that discussion going, same as always. I want to thank you for coming. Up on screen, I want to thank the patrons for their generous support, patrons and members. Thank you guys. I love you all. And with that out of the way, I want to thank
Let's talk about e-girls. What began as an aesthetic created by female Tumblr users has evolved into an entire industry, the e-girl space, consisting of YouTubers, Twitch streamers, TikTokers, and more, in what I like to call the e-girl industrial complex. Their respective channels and platforms set to be a safe space where people can engage with others online, which makes it all the more shocking when one of these supposedly wholesome creators gets involved in criminal activity. From a cosplay content creator killing her fiance, to an OnlyFans model accused of murder, to a deranged YouTuber turned attempted mass shooter, these are the criminally accused e-girls. Today's video is sponsored by Keeps, and to begin the ad, let's look at my hair from videos back in 2020. Yeah, your boy was losing hair and losing it fast. I didn't feel like going bald, so I decided to get hair loss treatments through Keeps, and the results have been pretty insane. Here's me at 6 months after starting Keeps, a year after starting, 2 years after starting, and then there's me right now, over 2 years later, and your boy is looking pretty good, not losing any more hair. Keeps offers generic versions of the 2 FDA-approved hair loss products at a can't-beat price, and best of all, you skip the trip to the doctor's office and pharmacy. Keeps will set you up with the provider online and ship your prescription right to your front door. And in 4 to 6 months, you should start seeing results. Look, I stand by Keeps, the stuff works, and if you're a guy that's having some anxiety about hair loss, there's no better time than now to start Keeps. Hair loss stops with Keeps. To get a special offer, go to keeps.com/wavy or use the link in the description box. That's keeps.com/wavy. Our next story involves an ongoing and highly controversial case in which an OnlyFans model is accused of killing her boyfriend. This is the story of Courtney Clinny. Courtney Clinny was born in Midland, Texas on April 21st of 1996. The girl was said to have had a relatively normal upbringing. She was popular in school and participated in sports like volleyball, soccer, and gymnastics. Courtney eventually found herself becoming enthralled with the Instagram modeling world, or the prospects of being an influencer.
So when I was 18 to almost 19, I followed all of these like OG Instagram models, and first of all, I just had girl crushes on them. Like I followed them and checked out their why are they posting about hunting? I was like, that's a great way to make a living. So I did my research, and I was like, wow, I could do that too.
While following these accounts, she started noticing the business aspects of Instagram and the promotions that models would post to their pages. Seeing this as a compelling method of making money compared to traditional means, she decides to go for it and makes her own modeling page on Instagram. Courtney delved into the modeling world of Instagram at the age of 18 and found immediate success on the platform. After posting for just a handful of months, she gained over 30,000 followers. The popularity of her page got the attention of Playboy, and the company would frequently repost Courtney's photos on Instagram. With her Instagram metrics rising, she decides to go all in on this modeling career and moves to Los Angeles. And the move apparently paid off, with Courtney being featured in a high-profile G-Eazy music video not long after. Her popularity on the platform continued to snowball, brand promotional deals came in, and she was making some good money. Courtney would eventually extend her modeling prospects over to the newly burgeoning site of OnlyFans, and it's there where she made the big bucks. Leveraging her nearly 2 million followers on Instagram, Courtney managed to rake in $1.8 million in 2021 from her OnlyFans content. Needless to say, the woman was in the midst of an incredibly successful career. But unfortunately, what we find is that while Courtney's status as an influencer rose, so did her instability. Which brings us to her boyfriend, Christian. In November of 2020, Courtney began a relationship with a man named Christian Toby Obumseli. Christian was said to have been an amateur day trader of cryptocurrency and stocks. While their relationship would begin amicably, things start falling apart in the long run. In July of 2021, Clinty was arrested on suspicion of domestic battery against Christian in Las Vegas, Nevada. Apparently, the two had gotten in an altercation, resulting in Courtney throwing various objects at him, including glass.
The investigation showed that you threw a glass at him, and that in this case is considered a battery. You guys are in a relationship, she threw a glass at you, the glass is there, she admitted throwing the glass. When that happens, I have to make an arrest. I can't tell the judge. Let me finish. Let me finish. The state takes over, okay? I'm gonna explain to you how it works so you can get her out, okay?
However, the district attorney would drop these charges the following month. Despite the concerning quarrel, the two stuck together and actually moved to Miami, Florida, and it's here where more problems would emerge. In Miami, Florida, Courtney and Christian lived at the One Paraso Residences, a luxury apartment building in the city. The OnlyFans model used her significant wealth to get one of the best views in the complex. A 3-bedroom unit on the 22nd floor with a breathtaking view of Biscayne Bay. But despite living in the lap of luxury, the two still found reason to fight. Around this time, neighbors reportedly stated that the couple's relationship was extremely combative. The building manager even documented multiple incidents of loud arguments coming from the room. Some neighbors even recorded footage of the two arguing. And more documented arguments between the two just kept surfacing. A fight between Courtney and Christian would be recorded on February 21st of 2022 in an elevator. This CCTV camera showcases Courtney slapping Christian around. Another recording discovered later on Christian's phone displays the true emotional instability and abuse going on in this relationship.
Yes, thank you. Come.
Get off of me! You literally talked to her without telling me!
Courtney, I was on a bike ride. She asked me and I said hi. You and Courtney are having a live chat. My bad, I forgot to tell you that. That doesn't make you to act and call me a.
In the midst of these heated altercations, Obumseli would send a concerning text message to Courtney that read, quote, "Is love going to kill me?" Also adding, "February was the worst month I had so far. I got cheated on, I got called that word again, I got slapped in my stitches that has reopened multiple times, and it's not healing fast enough." Sometime after these messages were sent, an argument broke out that resulted in Christian being kicked out of the apartment by Courtney. The two would take a break from each other, and Courtney's mom would travel to Miami to stay with her for a short period. Christian was left to fend for himself. However, with time, the two cool off. Courtney and Christian would reconcile their differences in the short term, and Christian would move back in after Courtney's mother left. But unfortunately, as things typically go in these dysfunctional romantic relationships, this peace was short-lived. Arguments between the two began almost immediately. Around this time, a dispute would break out between the couple that ended with Courtney calling police and requesting a restraining order against Christian.
And I want him, okay, the police are here. I want a restraining order against Christian Gonzalez.
Christian?
Please, just like don't get me kicked out of my own apartment.
We just want him to get him. We just don't want
I'm scared of him.
With this in mind, you might imagine Christian to be the real threat in this story, but the events that follow this incident draw that notion into question. Which brings us to the twisted series of events that allegedly took place on April 3rd of 2022. On this day, security footage showed that Christian left the apartment building at 1:15 p.m. and returned at 4:32 p.m. with sandwiches from Subway. Courtney had been wrapping up an Instagram live stream as her boyfriend arrived back into the apartment. In the live stream, she talked about her summer plans and how she was going to work on, quote, building her butt back up.
Summer plans are... So, I've been out of the gym for like months. My booty is kaput, okay? It's gone. My butt just like disappeared. So, summer plans, building my butt back up so that I can be myself again.
She also said she was blessed. Shortly after Christian arrived, neighbors began calling security to report a disturbance from their room. Security guards called the police at 4:46 p.m. In that time frame, Courtney Quinney would make 2 phone calls, one to her mother and then another to 911 after. In the 911 call, Christian Obumseli can be heard saying, quote, "I don't feel my arm," while Courtney screamed, "I'm so sorry."
My boyfriend is dying of a stab. Ma'am, what is the address? Is he has a stab wound to his shoulder? Get him sit down. What do you mean he has a stab wound on his shoulder, ma'am? Yes, he's bleeding from his shoulder. God, can't feel my arm. 3101. I can't feel my arm. Baby, I'm so sorry.
The man had been stabbed just inches above a tattoo of Courtney's name that was on the left side of his chest. When police arrived, the OnlyFans model maintained that she acted in self-defense, telling police that the two had an argument, resulting in Christian grabbing her by her throat and shoving her against the wall. According to Courtney, she then grabbed a knife in an effort to defend herself. After procuring this knife, she claims she threw it across the room and it landed in Christian's chest.
So I grab my knife and I said, "Don't come anywhere closer." I had absolutely no intention of coming here. I'm on the phone with my mom, and he's coming at me like he's gonna grab either the phone or like the knife or something. And so I was just like, I was like, "Don't come closer."
When detectives later informed Courtney that her boyfriend had died from his injuries, she began hyperventilating and asking for a hug.
We have to inform you that Christian did not make it. Okay. Unfortunately, the doctors did what they could.
Christian is dead. Oh my God. Can I please have a hug? Am I allowed to do that anymore? No.
Despite the woman not having any obvious physical injuries from this alleged self-defense situation, she was let go. The police just didn't arrest her. You're good. Go ahead. And just days after the alleged killing, Courtney was filmed comfortably hanging out at a bar with her father in Miami. At this bar, she would be confronted by patrons of the establishment. These patrons, furious that she wasn't arrested, forced her to leave. And that would be a theme echoed around the country. See, this story went viral due to the high-profile nature of Courtney being a massive OnlyFans model and everything, and also the fact that she didn't get arrested when it was pretty clear something fucky was afoot, and investigators needed to, call this a murder case. Christian's family was infuriated by the police releasing Courtney and claimed that the authorities were giving her special treatment because she was white. The deceased man's older brother, Jeffrey Obumseli, spoke out against the matter on Instagram and wrote, "Within 24 hours following my brother's death, the detective on the case prematurely concluded this was not a crime of violence, but the information provided is deficient, and the lack of transparency strongly suggests foul play is involved. Courtney Taylor Clinty's callous actions have not been met with an ounce of remorse. We've seen videos of Courtney kissing her dogs while covered in what we believe to be my brother's blood and casually getting drinks at a hotel bar days later while my brother lays in the morgue. Courtney is being treated differently because of her privileges as a wealthy white woman. The Obumseli family would appear on Dr. Phil and talk about Christian's death, demanding justice for Christian while pointing out perceived mistakes detectives had made in their investigation.
And she thinks that she threw a knife at him, and that knife hit his clavicle, puncturing the artery, and that's how he died. That doesn't make sense to me. Is she a professional knife thrower? How does someone throw a knife 10 to 20 feet away and that fatally stabs him?
In the wake of the heat she was facing, Courtney would hire an attorney to represent her legally, and this attorney said that all of the backlash she was facing was outrageous. Quote, "There is competent and substantial evidence that Courtney is the victim of domestic violence. There is no doubt the two of them had a tumultuous relationship. Moreover, there is evidence that Courtney was a victim of physical, emotional, and mental abuse at the hands of Obumseli. That night was no different, and Courtney had the right to defend herself out of fear for her life." But then the medical examiner's report comes in and really draws Courtney's story into question. The examiner's report detailed that Obumseli's death was resulting from a stab wound caused by a forceful downward thrust that had fatally punctured an artery in Christian's chest. The examiner noting that such a stab wound couldn't come from Courtney throwing the knife as she indicated in her initial report. As a result of this discovery, on August 10th of 2022, the OnlyFans model was arrested while in Hawaii and charged with committing second-degree murder with a deadly weapon. The woman would be extradited to Florida to face trial. During Courtney's bail hearing, one of the city prosecutors indicated that she was a flight risk due to her income level. They also claimed that Courtney had been up to some financial shenanigans, apparently trying to move money around in anticipation for this trial, claiming that the woman
Successfully
had moved
lost.
more than $1 million
Welcome
from
to
her
my
father
channel.
sometime after the
Hello,
stabbing had occurred.
What's up?
With the aforementioned in mind, her
Sorry, I
bond
didn't
was
notice
revoked. As of the date
earlier.
of me recording this video, Courtney has not yet begun
My
trial
bot
and
kind
is
of
only in
lags.
the pre-trial phase. The OnlyFans model is facing a mountain of evidence.
It kind of
but
lags
will
for a
remain
couple of
innocent until
minutes, to
proven
be
guilty.
honest.
But that is the ongoing story of Courtney
Oh my
Clinty,
lord.
the alleged OnlyFans killer. Easily one of the most disturbing e-girl criminal stories is that of Nassim Agdam. Nassim was a YouTube content creator with a deep-seated hatred for the very platform that she produced videos on. Frustrated with her lack of growth on the site, she goes
Strike
to
my
YouTube
minions.
directly to enact revenge. Nassim Agdam was born April 15th of 1979 in the country of Iran. In 1996, Nassim immigrated to the United States with her family as refugees. Once in America, Nassim would eventually move to San Diego, California. And Nassim would make headlines before her YouTube venture. At the age of 29, Nassim was featured in a San Diego Tribune article that was covering a protest held by animal rights activists. One of these activists was Nassim herself. Nassim was quoted in this article as saying, "For me, animal rights equal human rights." As years passed and the popularity of YouTube grew, Nassim saw the platform as a compelling way to get out her message and also to entertain folks with her dances and songs, which resulted in Nassim creating a channel featuring quite the bizarre plethora of content. She posted many videos on a multitude of subjects. Her channel showcased her performing art, discussing veganism, exercising, dancing, and more. Nassim, in her About section on YouTube, described herself as a vegan bodybuilder and animal rights activist, and an individual that promoted a healthy and humane lifestyle. While Nassim's channel wasn't very popular in the United States, she did actually find some success overseas in Iran. In fact, the woman was well known in Iranian social media circles under the username Nassim Sabs, which translates into Green Nassim. thanks to her Iranian popularity, she garnered thousands of subscribers over numerous accounts. One of her YouTube channels had more than 11,000 subscribers and 4 million views collectively. An Instagram account created by Nassim boasted over 54,000 followers. However, despite all of these viewers, followers, and subscribers, Nassim was disgruntled at the fact that YouTube wasn't paying her out any ad revenue. Apparently, the company deeming her videos not suitable for advertisers. Posts from the time show Nassim complaining about what she perceived as YouTube filtering and shadow banning her content. One post from the woman says, "Be aware, dictatorship exists in all countries, but with different tactics. They only care for personal short-term profit and do anything to reach their goals, even by fooling simple-minded people, hiding the truth, manipulating science and everything, putting public, mental, and physical health at risk, abusing non-human animals, polluting environments, destroying family values, promoting materialism and sexual degeneration in the name of freedom, and turning people into programmed robots. Make the lie big, make it simple, keep saying it, and eventually they will believe it." Adolf Hitler. There is no free speech in real world, and you will be suppressed for telling the truth that is not supported by the system. Videos of targeted users are filtered and merely relegated so that people can hardly see their videos. There is no equal growth opportunity on YouTube or any other video sharing site. Your channel will grow if they want it to. YouTube filtered my channels to keep them from getting views. Another post from Nassim shows the woman venting about a video she thought was unfairly age restricted. This video got age restricted after new closed-minded YouTube employees got control of my Farsi YouTube channel last year in 2016 and began filtering my videos to reduce views and suppress and discourage me from making videos. Here she can be seen complaining about how a video with 360,000 views only netted her 10 cents in ad revenue. Eventually, Nassim's protest against YouTube would take shape in the real world, with Nassim actually protesting in the streets against what she saw as YouTube's secret agenda to censor the internet. YouTube dictatorship, hidden policy, promotes stupidity, discrimination, and suppression of truth. Now, I'm sure many of you watching have seen a content creator or two complain about YouTube's policies. I mean, I've done it in the past myself. But it doesn't take a rocket scientist here to sort of come to the conclusion that something was off with Nassim. And future videos and posts created by Nassim would help exemplify this even further. In one video where Nassim discusses her history and experience with YouTube, she reveals that she didn't like living in America. Quote, "In Iran, they kill you with an axe, but in America, they kill you with cotton." Which is essentially her referring to an Iranian expression saying that she's dying a slow death. Nassim had become so obsessed over what she thought was YouTube conspiring to censor her that her family started taking note of her disturbed nature. And it would only be a matter of time before this deranged woman took up her frustrations with YouTube directly. It all begins on April 2nd of 2018 when Nassim had been reported missing by her family after not answering her phone for close to 2 days. Curiously, police would later find the woman in Mountain View, an area just 15 miles south of YouTube's offices in San Bruno.
Hi, are you Nassim? Hey, so you were reported as missing. Yeah, as
The
missing
nomads
from
told
San
me what
Diego.
you did, and I must say, excellent. Your next step is to
Okay.
enter the Temple of Herot. From there, you will find Farwood, along with Grail, our tribe's champion. He will be Grail wanted to use the lance, but Herot forbade it. Grail made his way on his own, eager to uncover the lance. With luck, what is it? I see. Now I understand why Herot trusts you. Whatever his reason, and I appreciate you telling me, I will need some time to process. If you excuse me.
Yes?
Oh, no, I can try.
Alicidra.
It's called.
Welcome to my channel.
On of discovery. Chance to chill, chance to freeze, void. That's fine. Okay.
I see.
I like it. That's the way. I like it. Looks bricked.
Yes? I see.
It is the end of the world as we know it.
You feeling lucky?
Yes, maybe, I don't know. No. No. I don't need weapon, I want armor. Ice wolf, garb. Okay. No. Oak. You're right. No. Fuck off. Let's see. Diviner.
You don't live with them anymore? Okay. Can I just ask, if you don't mind, why you left?
It appeared that Nassim had been living out of her car for those 48 hours. After discovering the missing woman, officers questioned her, asking the woman if she was suicidal or was on any sort of drugs. Questions to which Nassim responded no to.
Are you taking any type of medication at all? Are you supposed to take medication? Okay. You don't want to hurt yourself, do you? Or you don't want to hurt anybody else? You don't want to commit suicide or anything like that, right? Okay.
When police asked her if she had any plans on going home, she said no, and in fact stated that she ran away because she wanted to start her life anew away from her family.
Why Mountain View? I mean, I know it's a great city and everything, but... Oh, okay. I gotcha.
Okay.
New.
Start fresh? Okay.
Ah, very good.
Since the woman was a grown adult, there was really nothing the police could do, and they just let her go on her way. After finding and talking to Nassim, police would call the family and tell them that she didn't want to come home, and this was not the answer the family wanted to hear. They were concerned that Nassim was about to do something rash, but police said that there was nothing they could do. Nassim wanted to be on her own, and that was that. But what we find is that police really should have taken heed of what Nassim's family had to say, because the next day, she went AWOL. The day following her being investigated by police, Nassim reportedly visited a gun range and practiced shooting firearms for a number of hours. And later in the afternoon of this day, at approximately 12:46 p.m., Nassim traveled to the nearby YouTube headquarters and entered the premises through an exterior parking garage. And she didn't come to YouTube to talk to higher-ups about monetization policy. She came to YouTube for revenge. From the garage, Nassim would walk to an outdoor patio that was filled with employees eating lunch. It's at this point where she pulls out a 9mm Smith & Wesson pistol and begins unloading rounds on these employees. Nassim's initial attack wounded 3 people. These individuals would be quickly escorted away to safety by others, and the facility was locked up in a matter of minutes, with Nassim having no way inside. And it's at this point that the woman turns the gun on herself and takes her own life. Thankfully, no one died in this attack. The victims that were injured included a 36-year-old man, a 32-year-old man, and a 27-year-old woman. All would make full recovery. Within a matter of minutes of the shooting taking place, there were police helicopters on the scene, and it was a breaking news event. President Donald Trump would issue a tweet about the situation, was just briefed on the shooting at YouTube's HQ in San Bruno. Our thoughts and prayers are with everybody involved. Thank you to our phenomenal law enforcement officers and first responders that are currently on the scene. Google CEO Sundar Pichai would tweet this out. There are no words to describe the tragedy that occurred today. Susan Wojcicki and I are focused on supporting our employees and the YouTube community through this difficult time together. Thank you to the police and first responders for their efforts, and to all the messages of support. Susan says, there are no words to describe how horrible it was to have an active shooter at YouTube today. Our deepest gratitude to law enforcement and first responders for their rapid response. Our hearts go out to all those injured and impacted today. We will come together to heal as a family. The family of the deranged shooter would also speak out. Her father says, quote, our family is in absolute shock and can't make sense of what happened yesterday. Although no words can describe our deep pain for this tragedy, our family would like to express their utmost regret and sorrow for what happened to innocent victims. An autopsy report for Nassim indicated that she had no drugs or alcohol in her system. It was an act committed out of pure hatred for YouTube. In the wake of this attempted murder spree, YouTube would terminate all of Nassim's channels. Her Instagram and Facebook accounts have also been removed since. To begin this chapter, let's break down a Japanese word that you'll likely be hearing again throughout the rest of this video. That word being yandere. What the hell does this mean? I'm sure you've seen it before. Well, the yan in yandere comes from the Japanese verb yanderu, which means to be mentally ill or to be mentally sick. Yanderu is combined with another Japanese word, dere, a word meaning love struck. So the two words together, yandere, basically being a mentally sick, love-struck person. Yandere is an anime archetype where a character's love is so devoted that they become obsessed and possessive of their loved one to the point of behaving irrationally in an effort to hold on to their crush or love interest. Basically simping to the max, to the point where it could literally result in someone's death. Now, yandere killing someone in an anime or a video game, we've seen that before, but could something like this happen in real life? Well, the answer might surprise you. I'd like to introduce you all to Japanese woman Yuka Takeoka. Yuka was born January 28th of 1998 in Tokyo and was an only child. Not much is known about the woman's early life, other than that she dropped out of university, opting to pursue a career in the Japanese bar and service industry. Yuka would eventually land a lucrative management position at a hostess club in Tokyo. A Japanese hostess club is essentially a nightlife spot where all of the staff are women. This serves as a counterpart to a host club where all the staff are men. You know, naturally you got men going to the hostess club and women going to the host club for a night of fun and drinks, this, that, and the other. It would be through this Japanese nightlife industry that Yuka would meet her boyfriend that would become the victim of the story. That individual being a man named Phoenix Luna. Luna worked at the Fusion by Youth nightclub, which was a host club located in the red light district. Phoenix was said to have been an attractive man and was popular within the host industry, and was highly ranked amongst other hosts at various clubs. Common practice at the time was when hosts and hostess got off of work, they would all intermingle and just sort of go to a random club and hang out, and that's how Phoenix would meet Yuka. After initially meeting, Phoenix had sent Yuka messages on Twitter inviting her out for a further meetup. In March of 2019, the two would go on a date to a cat cafe and watch movies together. Yuka was said to have been enraptured by Phoenix and spent an exuberant amount of money on her. And why was she spending all this money on Phoenix? Well, what you'll find in this story is that the relationship was somewhat one-sided. Yuka liked Phoenix a lot more than Phoenix liked Yuka. And in a desperate effort to maintain his favor, Yuka would go to Phoenix's host club as a customer and literally pay Phoenix to spend time with her. Yuka believed that if she wanted to be with Phoenix, she would have to continue her financial simping, and even picked up additional work as an escort to do so. In April of 2019, Yuka and Phoenix began a sexual relationship. This intimacy reportedly beginning after she presented Phoenix with a bottle of champagne and confessed her love to the man. To promote her lover, Yuka would continue to go to the host club and support Phoenix with the money that she spent. Phoenix was able to become one of the top hosts at the bar. She wanted to help him get the #1 spot, which allowed for extra privileges and major bonuses. She also rented out an apartment close to Phoenix in hopes that he would stay with her. On May 20th of 2019, Phoenix stayed the night with her, but to Yuka's disappointment, he spent most of his time uninterested and on his phone or sleeping. On May 23rd of 2019, Phoenix planned to assist Yuka with cleaning at her residence around noon, but his obligations caused a delay. Yuka called Phoenix on the phone, and his explanation for not being there was that he had made plans to meet with a female work client. This sent Yuka into a tailspin. She journaled the following around the time. Quote, "I want to be a tragic heroine. How is it possible for him to look at a woman other than me? I know killing him is for the best. If I kill him, it will be eternal, and there will be no pain. I don't need anything other than you." 3 hours later, Phoenix arrived and helped her tidy up. After cleaning, the two ended up getting intimate with each other. Phoenix then takes a bath and goes to bed. Yuka, however, stayed awake and had other plans she wanted to execute. Apparently, after coming to the conclusion that Phoenix's affection for her was merely surface level, Yuka's psyche essentially shatters. After confirming that Phoenix had fallen asleep, at around 3:50 p.m., she goes to the kitchen, procures a knife, returns to the bed, gets on top of Phoenix, and plunges the blade into his stomach. After being stabbed, Phoenix awoke, feeling uncomfortable, looked down, and noticed that he had a knife in his stomach. He pulls it out.
Who are you? No one's supposed to know I'm in Farwood. How do you know my name? The Lance. I apologize for my rudeness. I haven't seen a face that wasn't furry, wooden, or trying. What changed his mind about the Lance? No, damn it. I'll avenge him. His lance will be struck straight into Raye's. And to think I was wasting time on Yeroon. Morditas, you not know? Yeroon was a champion, and was there when Morditas rebelled, until Yeroon was seduced into becoming his champion. I wanted to learn more. Legends say, but who cares about that? I must deal with Raye. The lance is just up ahead.
But Yuka was on top of it. After pulling out the knife, Phoenix was said to have fearfully looked up at Yuka and uttered the phrase, "Please, I love you," in an effort to avoid another thrust from his blade. After hearing this, Yuka seemed placated for the moment and put the blade down. After this, it said that Phoenix pushed Yuka off of him, gets to his feet, and initiates an escape of the apartment with blood dripping out of him. Yuka got a hold of him, but he was able to shake loose and run out of the door into the elevator. But when the elevator had descended to the lobby, Phoenix had already lost consciousness. Officers arrived at the scene around 4 p.m. and found Phoenix with 2 stab wounds in the abdomen. The man had nothing but a pair of shorts on and was covered in blood. Yuka sat next to her wounded lover, drenched in his blood, calmly puffing away on a cigarette, her phone to her ear and ignoring the bewildered officers. A tenant living in the building would report that the entire elevator was essentially covered wall to wall with blood. Footage would later be obtained of the officers arresting Yuka and escorting her to the police station. While in the back of the squad car, Yuka flashed a sinister grin beneath her large glasses and a photograph that would go viral online. When later questioned by authorities, Yuka said, quote, "I too wanted to die. Since I loved him so much, I couldn't help it. After killing him, I wanted to die. I did not want to go anywhere, so I sat down at the outside staircase. I did not call emergency services because I intended to die after watching him die from the stabbing." Authorities allegedly also found a journal written in blood that read, "I like you so much, I wanted to kill you." This bloody journal allegedly being authored by Yuka. Yuka's motive for the stabbing seems to come from a place of jealousy and despair surrounding the thought of Phoenix being in love with another woman. Yuka's stabbing of Phoenix fit very well into the yandere archetype, and she became a viral phenomena online when the photos went up. People online saw her as a real-life yandere character. Instagram fan accounts began popping up, praising Yuka, some even calling her too beautiful to be a murderer. Some of Yuka's online fans even started a GoFundMe and raised close to $4,000 in an attempt to keep her out of jail. Needless to say, this didn't work. But fortunately for all involved, Phoenix actually survived the stabbing. According to reports, Phoenix was unconscious and in critical condition for close to 5 days. But thanks to intensive medical intervention, he would make a miraculous full recovery. Phoenix would later return to his job as a host, and what has become of him in recent years isn't publicly known. Eventually, Yuka would face trial for her attempted murder. She pled guilty, and on December 5th of 2019, the presiding judge for Yuka's case handed her a 3-year and 6-month sentence. Yuka could be possibly released as early as late 2023, but that was the case of the yandere stabbing. Next up, the case of Melissa Turner, the cosplay killer. Melissa Turner was born November 25th of 1992. She grew up in North Carolina, as well as Florida, and reports say she had a troubled childhood, claiming to have suffered abuse from a family member that left her traumatized to the point where she began to find solace in compulsive eating, leading to a struggle with childhood and teenage obesity. Because of this, Melissa was said to have been harassed and bullied at school. It wouldn't be until adulthood that Melissa would gain confidence and lose the weight. She worked hard, losing over 100 pounds. And not only did she physically improve herself, she got educated as well, attaining an associate's degree around the time. After losing the weight, Melissa decided she wanted to chase her dreams of becoming an actress and entered many cosplaying competitions to achieve this goal. And she was popular at conventions that she attended. This cosplaying success eventually evolves into Melissa becoming an amateur model. The woman operated numerous online blogs, with these blogs reportedly featuring explicit content.
If you don't know who I am, if you never heard of me or anything like that before, I am Suzanne Rose. You can call me Rose. I'm a cam model, I'm an artist, I love fitness, I've lost 100 pounds. I like making videos about that and about my art and just about my daily life.
By 2017, Melissa had found herself a hot online commodity with simps all around wanting to throw money at her. In April of 2017, Melissa would meet a man named Matthew Trussler on Tinder. Matthew and Melissa found chemistry on the dating app and met in person, and it wouldn't be long before they fell in love. By 2019, the two had become engaged and were living in a 2-story, 4-bedroom home together, a home that was purchased thanks to some extra income that Melissa had been earning of late. As Melissa's popularity as a cosplay influencer grew, so did the woman's affinity for creating lucrative, not safe for work content. And it's been reported that Matthew assisted her in the production of said material. While everything described thus far sounds nice, albeit a bit of an unconventional relationship, but fine enough, behind the scenes, the couple's relationship was tumultuous to say the least. It's been said that the two fought frequently, and alcohol was commonly abused by the pair, only worsening their disputes. Which brings us to the date of tragedy in this story, October 17th of 2019. And this is what happens next from the perspective of Melissa. At around 11 p.m., buzzed off of shots of vodka, Melissa claims to have gotten tired and told Matthew that she wanted to go to sleep. She went to bed, but Matthew stays up. Melissa claims she awoke hours later and noted Matthew had yet to go to bed. She got up to see what he was doing, and it's at this point where she claims to have discovered Matthew outside on the patio covered in blood, and he wasn't breathing. She would contact the police, later telling officers that she was performing CPR.
I woke up on my boyfriend. He was outside this morning. He's cold. He's gone.
When authorities arrived, her fiancé was pronounced dead at the scene. The narrative of events provided by Melissa seemed to suggest that perhaps Matthew had died from alcohol poisoning or had injured himself while intoxicated. But a later autopsy performed on the man indicated that he died from a stab wound. After this discovery, authorities immediately detained Melissa and took her in for questioning. She would initially stick to her story of waking up to find her fiancé dead, but unfortunately for her, a security camera caught audio and visual of what really took place.
What did you hear? What kind of phrases?
So I heard, get up. I heard so, and then there was an explicit die.
You heard so.
And then I heard, it sounded like a female voice was crying, saying, what did I do?
What this footage made clear was that Matthew's death resulted from some sort of domestic dispute gone wrong, not him dying outside by himself from alcohol poisoning. When Melissa was made aware of this footage, she changed her story and tried to spin it as it was a self-defense situation, and she stabbed the man to save her own life. Needless to say,
it's so cold.
All that's left is locating the lance.
This is my punishment.
We have the lance, which means... Would you come with me? It's a large request, but I need all that. But why? Ha! Immortal. I'll give you one better. After we're standing over Raya's corpse, we'll take the battle with Irun. Tell me more of this immortal emperor on our journey. We have the lance, which means I must return to Heoboria.
I know things are grave, but I can't help but feel relieved that Grail's back. Yes, if what you say is true, if I am to become a revenant serving some master, I will refuse, to be honest. I can't imagine it. But I will take your warning. Of course, he is Herot's champion, and all that is left is to take the lance and bless it. Yes, if what you... To be honest, I can't imagine it. But I will... Of course, all that is left is to take the lance and bless it.
Yes?
No. No. Nope. Nope. That's fine.
I see. Yes? I see.
Yeah, that's fine.
Impossible.
To say the cops weren't buying the excuse and she was arrested. On Valentine's Day of 2022, Melissa stood trial for the murder of her fiance. During this trial, she would actually take the stand and described Matthew as an alcoholic who had demonstrated unsettling and abusive behaviors in the past. Quote, "There were times where he would push me and punch walls beside my head. I had seen him cut himself, burn himself, stab himself. He would stare off at some corner and he would tell me that there's a demon standing right there." It's clear that Turner was attempting to portray herself as a battered victim and her fiance as an abusive monster. But when the facts are presented in this case, it's clear who the monster really was. It was later determined that after stabbing her fiance, Melissa waited close to 4 hours before calling 911. Even after being stabbed, the man's life could very likely have been saved, but her intentional delay in contacting first responders ensured that it wouldn't be. The conclusion of this trial resulted in the jury finding Melissa guilty of murder, and she was sentenced to 20.5 years in Florida State Prison.
The jury cannot believe her claims of self-defense. Nor does this court.
Melissa will be 50 years old before she's eligible for release. And well, you've made it to the end. Those were the criminally accused e-girls. Let me know what you guys thought about this video down below in the comments section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace. In the last decade, competitive gaming has exploded in popularity. It's undeniable. The now lucrative esport industry success has immensely influenced the online world, with many of today's most popular content creators starting off as pro gamers. A definitive trait of the esport community is all the interpersonal drama that comes along with it. After all, it's competition. Emotions run high, winners boast, and losers seethe. And generally, this beef ends in nothing more than a Twitter squabble. But unfortunately, in a handful of instances, a player's insatiable drive to win has ended in tragedy. And it's these disturbing cases that we'll be looking at today. From a Call of Duty player turned sword-wielding killer to a PlayStation.
I see you have returned with the lance. Now it shall bear my final blessing. Even the gods cannot observe what fate intends for us. Do not let it bind you. Farewell.
We have Herod's blessing. We must move on. There are other matters, other gods we must tend to. Our only... You're right. We'll travel west towards the sea. Lagon is there, the god of sea and storms. From what little Herods
Loaded
told
Squawk.
me, but we should get to the
Welcome
coast.
to my channel.
There's a settlement south.
Hi.
Deep harbor.
I want to offer
It has
promotion
underground
of your
rivers that
channel,
might take us there.
viewers, followers, views,
No,
chatbots.
thank you.
The price is lower than any competitor, the quality is guaranteed to be the best. Auto on. Incredibly flexible and convenient order management panel, everything is in your hands, turn it on /off /customize.
Forgive me.
Go to dogehype.com.
We have Herod's blood. We must move on. We'll travel west towards the sea. Lagon is there.
Gods
the
be
god of
with you.
sea and storms.
Stay safe.
Thanks for that. I have no need for your services. Well, you know, thanks anyway. Travel to Deep Harbor. The fuck is that? Yeah.
For robbery turning deadly. From a professional Madden player committing a mass shooting, these are the esport murders. Today's video is sponsored by Rocket Money. Look, with everything being subscription-based these days, it's easy to lose track of exactly where your money is going and why. Rocket Money helps wrangle in your subscriptions and makes it easy to get rid of the stuff you don't need. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that allows you to manage subscriptions, lower bills, build budgets, and grow savings all in one place. Personally, I use Rocket Money to nix out old subscriptions that I don't need anymore. When I do research for these videos, oftentimes I have to subscribe to a paywalled news publication simply to get one article, and after you subscribe to a dozen or so, it gets difficult to keep track of these things. Thanks to Rocket, what was once a damn near impossible task has become extremely manageable. Rocket has helped me identify the publications that were needlessly draining my pocketbook, and I've canceled them. Rocket's app also allows you to get a better visual of your net worth, with assets, personal debts, retirement funds, and savings showcased in a legible dashboard setting. And not only are you getting a premier budgeting app, you're also getting robust credit monitoring as well. Rocket keeps you up to date on your score and notifies you of any changes and why that change occurred. So guys, it's time to join the other 3.4 million Rocket Money users and start saving. You guys can go to rocketmoney.com/wavy or click the link in the description to get started for free or unlock even more features with premium. That's rocketmoney.com/wavy to get started for free. A pro gamer could be described as a mental athlete of sorts, and whoever outplays the competition and wins on the big stage takes home not only the cash prize, but all of the pride and bragging rights that comes along with that. And the losers leave dejected and humiliated. Beef is common in esports, with heated exchanges between rivals seen both online and offline. It's extremely uncommon for a gaming feud to turn violent, and even more rare for one to turn deadly. Which brings us to the story of Madden player David Katz. At the time of this story taking place, David Katz was a 24-year-old man from Baltimore, Maryland. Katz could be described as a troubled individual from a well-off family. David's father was a career engineer for NASA, and his mother was a state toxicologist. This family was said to have had a drawn-out and traumatic divorce that deeply affected David. As a young adult and adolescent, David had been hospitalized on numerous occasions related to mental illness. The young man apparently suffering from frequent psychotic bouts. David was prescribed the medication Risperdal at a young age that helped curb some of his symptoms, but lapses would still occur. Documents from the Katz family divorce also speak on the young man's mental health struggles. These papers claim that David was being treated for schizophrenia and that David would, quote, go days without bathing, play games until 4 a.m. on school nights, and would walk around the house in circles. Documentation also says that David Katz once punched a hole in his mother's door when his game controller was taken by her. He also frequently threw tantrums that ended in him curling up into a ball and crying. David struggled with mental health throughout his formative years, and only one thing really brought the young man joy, that being Madden. As a child and teenager, David found refuge in the Madden video game franchise, playing these games religiously hours upon hours a day. In the Madden community, David would become a feared competitor and was known throughout the community by his various gamer tags, including Ravens Champ, Bread, and Texas Have a Heart Attack. David would eventually begin entering Madden tournaments and found success in 2017 when he won the Madden 2017 championship. An excerpt written about this event describes David's apparently clutch victory in what some are calling the most exciting moment in all of the 2017 NFL Club Series.
Impossible.
Deep Harbor has never been close with the other tribes, but they're Heoborian all the same. Raye preys on this. He will pay for the dishonor.
We have a problem. Reaching Thetima will prove more complicated than we thought. It is too dangerous to take the river. But are you insane? You would be fighting alone. You did well with the Wengari. Then, they're holed up in the pier. If you think you stand a chance, show no mercy.
All I want. And I'm insane. Insane in my brain.
Welcome, traveler. Welcome, traveler.
Hello.
Etera's grace be with you.
What a shit show.
Goodbye.
Impossible.
Yes?
Greetings.
Farewell.
Take care of yourself.
Muchas gracias.
Impossible.
Impossible. What is impossible? Nothing is impossible.
What I would give to fight, they were not prepared. Yulia urged me to show Deep Harbor how to fight back. I trust you'll show them the same fury you had at the tomb. Ha! Glad to hear it.
Can I help you? Don't lose your way. Farewell.
Greetings. Safe travels.
Be well.
Yeah. Quite unfortunate. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, my lord.
Yes. Don't lose your way.
Aż. Wiesz. Oh.
Championships, David Bread Katz won with a walk-off victory by completing an unbelievable pass as time expired to be crowned Buffalo Bills champion. The crowd at 716 Food and Sports in Buffalo, New York was amazed with the clutch execution in the fourth quarter. And while many competitive gamers celebrate their victories with a
Gleda sam bio, ma 18.
Da vidim taj, idem za pol sata,
Ovo je...
da vidim onaj God of War. Imaš i onak?
No, izvoli, probaj. Prvi ti preporučio ovo da igraš. Jeste da je early access, ali se sviđa mi se. Nemaš ono trilijardu helta, dobijaš 10-15 helta po levelu dobijaš i pasive neke stekuješ, resistance.
Čekaj, free to play?
Pa nije, ali mogu ti naći ko ćeš instalacije. Hoćeš da igraš? Jedino plaćaš ako ćeš da igraš ono preko Steama multiplayer sa mnom. Ako ćeš solo da probaš, nemaš ništa.
A čekaj, God of War, to si kupio, jel?
To sam kupio kad sam imao 1000 porubalja, ne znam koliko košta ono bilo nešto. Ne znam koliko rubalja, ali znam da je to bilo zadnje kad si mogao da kupiš jeftine igre. Jer vam uveđuje, dokumenti su ti u sobu, što ne gledaš, ovo ono, i na kraju, a nisu u sobu, nego su gore kao. A pokle gore su u sobu. Samo vidim, enter, mislim to dobro. Samo nemoj HDR uključiš, dobro. Glasno je. Obično boostujem ja slušalice i onda samo uzmem aku. I ovo će ti biti glasno. Escape, nemoj mi ništa skupljati podatke. Escape. O sekundu, otvorim nešto.
Namješta grafiku?
Ma da, samo da vidimo izvisne gluposti kao motion blur i tako. Mali custom.
Treba si da nabiješ to da ima kako izgleda.
A ne, ovdje imaš.
Ako već možda poteraš, daj da vidimo.
Aspect ratio je...
Dobra muzika.
Ajde no. 120 frame, motion blur. Važi, film grain.
Stavi bar na 1 motion blur.
Motion blur?
Da.
Znaš šta je motion blur?
Znam šta je motion blur.
Ni na 1, kurenci se. Ni na 1.
Pa dobro, neš ti igrat, no ću ja igrat.
Ja ti kažem tako, quality.
Šta ti smeta da li?
Smeta mi. To što imaš, kao što rekao, pričao sam već o tome, imaš object motion blur i imaš i kamera motion blur. Sve igre, ma kaki, ne padne.
A daj
teksture
mi to da
su
vidim
dovoljne.
pa onda osjeti,
ali ovo su gluposti.
Pa što ga drkaš koju priču
Jedino što ćeš vidjeti su teksture i modeli.
A šta ga vas da nešto piljkaš, staviš vate u...
Zato što imaš gluposti, motion blur uključen u fuller, želiš da vidiš kako se razlači kao žvako.
A neš ti vidjeno ću ja vidjeti.
Pa onda uključi do kraja, boli me kurac. Evo se daj, kako hoćeš.
Gdje je motion blur?
Ja znam, sad ga nađi.
Evo.
Stavi ga na 100. Nemoj na 1, nego na 100. Nemoj, ne. Stavi da vidiš maksimalno kako izgleda. Stavi. Nemoj sad dvojku.
A ja sam ti rekao da staviš na jedinicu.
I šta ćeš vidjeti?
Ne bi. Give me a challenge.
To su ti nivoji težine.
Jel?
A give me a story je kao ono... Easy,
a dobro izgleda plan.
Izgleda zato što se stoje kvalitetno.
Cijepan drva. Mi je mudo kad ste vidaca 4 obori drva. Možeš kudat kao?
Ubije Zevsa, što da ne? Isto s Herkulesom se boriš, ja mislim. Jedino sa ovim ženskim bojima se ne boriš, bar ne sa svim.
U suštini, mehanika kao Devil May Cry, tako?
Found some.
Hack and slash.
Action, style, light RPG.
Get in the boat, boy.
Samo što je ovaj open world. Znaš.
Jel?
Za razliku od God of War 1 i 2, gdje su ti ono nivo linearni,
Ba
znaš.
kao Devil May Cry, da.
Da. Po nivojima se šetaš. A već God of War su ono više kao... Vjerojatno imaš linearnih sekcija, ali imaš delove gdje ono imaš baš ono, open world istoriješ.
A što se radi, nosi čovjek drva. Screenshot svi.
Lupije sjed 12.
Na neku foru kad sam prvukao.
Still want me to tie it to the boat?
Zakači kanal. On ga nosi kao da nema težinu, znaš šta znači to?
Kada je... Ne znam.
That is enough.
Neki crni glumac mu daje glas, baš sam gledao. Znaš?
Father?
What?
Did something change? The forest feels different now.
Everything is different, boy. Try not to dwell on it.
Yes, sir.
Udri ga malo van. Hit him with the tree.
That was the last.
There do I see my mother. Oh, there do I see my father. Oh, there do they call to me. 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 She's ready.
Nije tako priča, ne znam nešto puno spoiler, da je on otišao posle događaja kao prihodnik tim igrama, da je otišao neđe kao na sever, nordijske te zemlje, pošto je završio s Grčkom, možda je ono, žare i palio. Da se tu spanđao s nekom, ne, Valkyrie, neka polubogina.
I'm sorry.
Squeeze. This knife. It was hers. Now it is yours. She taught you to hunt.
She knew.
Show me.
Now?
Now.
What are we hunting?
You are hunting deer.
Which way?
In the direction of deer.
Okay, this way. Father, why are we doing... this now?
I need to know you can survive the journey.
Then we leave for the mountain?
Depends on you. Hunt. What did you find?
Tracks. Not deer, though. I'll keep looking. Gonna see what's up ahead.
Boy, you missed these.
Huh. Close. But also not deer. See? Tips are too wide. Mountain goat?
Your mother taught you well.
Yeah.
More tracks?
Yeah. But they're too round. Could be a wild boar.
Good.
Oh! Now what?
This way, boy.
Hup! Oh. Wait, deer tracks. They're fresh. This way.
Slow down, boy.
Sorry.
You are hunting deer, not chasing it.
Yes, Father. He broke our bridge. How are we gonna get across?
Step aside.
Wow.
Go.
Elysian.
Oh.
Welcome to my channel.
O, sekiro vrati se, a?
There it is!
Hold! What are you doing? Now his guard is up. Only fire. Only fire. When I tell you to fire.
Evo se uključiš.
Do
Možeš
not
da
be
puziraš
sorry.
na sekunde, na escape.
Be better.
Šta?
Find it.
Samo subtitle da uključiš. Ne moraš da počaš ništa.
Find it.
Ma ne znam, njih dvojica pričaju ništa. Prato su ono Znaš, kratko je to. To je HUD ili audio, nije to to. Ne. Audio možda. To staviti stereo ako ti nije stavljeno, znaš? To ti je moj savjet, vidio sam da imaš tamo ovdje. Ne znam ti uključen surround ili šta je.
Stereo?
Da, stavi samo on. Ne. Jer možda pokušava da se miksuje te tebe.
My bow! No! You are not ready! Stay back!
Jer Steo nisam sposobno mnogo...
A?
Ovdje je objekt nož u blud. Ti znaš što je oružje. Kamera muš u blud i do 10.
Mali neki heal.
Umorio. Šta je to? Space, enter, enter.
Ne znam što se baca, mislim da je na R.
Što je sad?
A dogovorio se s Markom na ćošak.
Mišetina.
My bow! No! You are not ready! Stay back!
Kako se bačaš, Eki?
Ovo je opcija.
Život.
Settings. Control select bind.
Axe recall R. Ima nešto da bacim. Aim, left CTL, ja mislim.
Da na CTL.
Draugr. They've never come this close to our woods before.
Keep moving.
Kako si postao pisac, ne? Evo, kažem ti možeš sad, nisam znao šta je, možeš sad krenkovat taj motion blue na 10. Znači, nema veze s kamerom. Ima veze sa tim kako ti biješ. Viš kad biješ da ostaju, vidiš li tragove, znaš, to ti object motion blue. Nismo neprijatelji kad udaraju, znaš, vidjet ćeš tragove. Ako kreći da baci koplje i da te gava.
Can I have my bow back now?
Can you hit it from here?
We should get closer. I went hunting with Mother a bunch of times. She never wanted to take me. Why now?
It was her wish. And it was time.
Okay.
_OK. Welcome to my channel.
izgleda, možemo, ako tako budeš imao mene da je. Jesus Christ, why is it so cold?
Tormento_Crow. Welcome to my channel.
Welcome. Dobrodošli, dragi gosti. Wow.
What is happening to the studios we loved? How can they make some of the greatest games of all time and turn around and just make disappointment?
Yeah.
Roman_the_Russian. Welcome to my channel.
Yeah. Well, listen. About the God of War, it was an accident. I usually don't play cool games. I play just low budget games like this. Šta ima, momci? Šta se radi?
Pošte, a? Što se čini, Ilija? Što se čini?
Šta slučilo se?
Ova žena nije kaže.
Nice.
Ladno, veljo, ljupisno, pate.
Pak za next put.
Gdje je bolan lad? Gdje je bolan lad?
Ridiculous pop-off of sorts, David was always said to have been rather stoic after securing the dub. Esports commentators have described David as not showing emotion when he plays, and one has been quoted saying, to even get him to open up and talk to you about anything, it's like pulling teeth.
You can use a 7 seed, he just knocked off the 2 seed and he did pretty convincingly.
Yeah, I don't think of myself as a 7 seed. I think personally I'm one of the better players, and I like to let my game prove that.
As David became more proficient at Madden, he would tour around the country and enter various Madden tournaments in the hopes of getting some cash prizes. And for the narrative of this story, none of those tournaments are important. But day 2 of a 2018 Jacksonville, Florida tournament is critical. The date was August 26th of 2018. Day 2 of competition for the local Madden NFL 19 qualifier event. The day begins with 30 or so gamers hunched in front of TV and computer screens, donning headsets and preparing to eliminate one another in a tournament where the winner takes all. A $5,000 cash prize as well as a shot at entering the marquee event in Las Vegas, Nevada. And the prize for that marquee event was $125,000. These Madden qualifier events attracted some of the highest level Madden players from the country, and thousands were watching this live on Twitch. The venue hosting this event was the Good Luck Have Fun Game Bar. And as the day's Madden matches commenced, let's just say David wasn't playing his best. It's been reported that David had been acting strangely all day, even more so than his normal impassive self. During the event, one player that had beaten David said that Katz refused to shake his hand after a loss. Quote, "I went to shake his hand and tell him good game, and he just looked at me and didn't say anything." Additional concerning behavior from David was witnessed after losing against another player named Bugs. And this loss would knock David out of the tournament. And needless to say, he didn't handle it well. He reportedly had an outburst, wouldn't shake Bugs' hand, and stormed off angrily. Most likely thought that after storming off, David had packed his bags and went home. But in all reality, he had gone to pick up some guns. David would return to the tournament floor with 2 loaded handguns, one of which had a laser sight. At 1:30 p.m., 2 hours into the tournament, David Katz re-entered the venue and rained down 12 shots upon the establishment, sending a foray of bullets towards competitors and spectators. David's first shot was actually caught on live stream, with the red dot from David's laser sight being seen pointed at the chest of 22-year-old gamer Elijah Clayton. Gunshots and screams echoed throughout the venue, with everyone in attendance making a mad dash for survival.
A live stream from the tournament captured audio of the chaos that
Svi
followed.
zajebavaju, Istanbul je velika turistička destinacija.
Tables were flipped as contestants hid from David as the shots rang out throughout the rooms. Some of those who made it to cover would make frantic calls to 911 police and SWAT response to the ongoing active shooter situation. Sheriff deputies arrived to the Madden tournament around 1:36 p.m. What followed was a standoff where people actually escaped the event, live tweeting the situation on Twitter. I got out. Police escorted me. I'm done going to any Madden events, not major security. Eventually, gunfire from inside the venue would stop. That being because David had taken himself out. Officers and firefighters would then begin a methodical scan of the building for victims, and they would soon discover the bodies of the deceased. Those individuals being 27-year-old Taylor Robertson, 22-year-old Eli Clayton, and David Katz himself. Authorities would go on to discover another 11 wounded individuals who would all survive. One of these survivors had actually been shot in the chest, but luckily was stabilized due to the fast response time of authorities, EMTs, and fire departments. The sheriff's department held a press conference and gave updates on what had happened. Later that evening, family members of the surviving victims tweeted out updates to show that the survivors were in stable condition. EA Sports would put out the following statement in regard to the shooting. The tragic situation that occurred Sunday in Jacksonville was a senseless act of violence that we strongly condemn. Our most heartfelt sympathies go out to the families of the victims whose lives were taken today and those who were injured. All of us at Electronic Arts are devastated by this horrific event, and we also join the community.
Čekaj samo da nešto ukucam. Posle 50 minuta je.
50 minuta?
5-10. 5-10. Minutabo.
Evo da spustimo pesmu specijalno zbori se.
Zbori se.
Ti je Turci. Ti Turčini. Oh, whoa.
Da, velikoga.
Isturaci. Ti je Turci, a? Kurci.
community in thanking the first responders who were quickly on the scene. Our focus right now is on those affected and supporting law enforcement as they continue their investigations into this crime. This became an international news story, and the country came together to support those who had been involved in this shooting event. In one interview, a man who was present at the shooting itself, Toshiba Sharon, would say that he wanted the families of Eli and Taylor, the deceased victims, to know that they didn't die alone, and that they died with family. That family being the Madden community itself.
I just wanted to pay my respects to the family and just let them know that their family member didn't die alone. They died with family. And they died with a brotherhood that loved them, and they died doing something that they loved to do.
Taylor Robertson was a successful Madden player in his own right, winning 13 of his prior 18 matches and had career winnings of over $80,000. Eli Clayton was an up-and-comer in the Madden scene. This young man was a former high school football player and had won Madden tournaments. He was passionate about football in real life and in the gaming world as well. Rest in peace to these victims. It's been some time since this shooting had taken place, and the biggest question surrounding all of it was, why did David perpetrate an act like this? There is an obvious explanation for it, being that David comes from a troubled background, has a mental health history, and that combined with competitive gaming has resulted in a psychotic break. But there are also alternative narratives out there that try to explain why he did this. Mutual acquaintances of David Katz, who have remained anonymous, claim that David and one of the shooting victims, Elijah Clayton, the man who was seen with the laser sight pointed at his chest, had a long-standing underlying gaming beef. In addition to the clear friction between David Katz and Elijah Clayton, it also seems that David specifically targeted other Madden players in his attack. Both of the deceased attendees were players and competitors, and a number of those wounded were as well. I think it would be reasonable to say that David's attack would have been motivated by revenge, with the twisted man wanting to hurt the gamers that knocked him out of the tournament. Needless to say, David Katz was an emotionally unstable individual and apparently was willing to kill to settle minor scores. On October of 2019, Jacksonville Landing, the greater location of where the shooting took place, was completely demolished. While the venue may be gone, its destruction won't erase the memory of what happened the morning of August 26th of 2018. That was the David Katz story. During the COVID-19 pandemic, with some people quarantined and people just generally staying inside more, you saw a massive influx of new gamers and gaming in general. In 2021, Latin America in particular saw a 200% increase in sales and merchandise connected to gaming. Competitive mobile gaming rose to popularity, thanks to battle royale shooters like Fortnite and Call of Duty Warzone being ported over to smartphones. Which brings us to the subject of our next murderous gamer, 18-year-old Brazilian man Guilherme Alves Costa. Guilherme played Call of Duty Mobile competitively under the name Flashlight for the gaming team Gamers Elite. As far as the man's bio information, Alves was said to have come from a loving family, with his mother describing him as a good boy. However, Guilherme was not without struggle. This young man reportedly battled with depression, at one point expressing that he was completely unhappy and tired with life. He was said to have had few friends and had a difficult time getting along with people. However, one individual that he did get along with was a female gamer from a rival Call of Duty mobile team. While playing COD Mobile, Guilherme met 19-year-old Ingrid Oliveira Bueno de Silva, who went by the alias Soul online. Ingrid competed professionally for a group of players called Fantastic Brazil Impact, the team frequently competing against Guilherme's team. Through their Call of Duty rivalry, Guilherme and Ingrid apparently had gotten close to each other and had met in real life on at least one occasion, with Ingrid visiting Guilherme's house and his mother commenting that the two seemed like good friends. It's unknown if there was a romantic element to this relationship, but needless to say, the two enjoyed each other's company. At least, it seemed that way on the surface, as what we soon find is that Guilherme's motive for becoming close to this woman wasn't to seek romance or friendship, it was to kill her. On February 22nd of 2021, Ingrid would visit Guilherme at his Sao Paulo home. under the premise that the two would be playing Call of Duty in person together. What Ingrid didn't realize at the time is that Guilherme had been plotting for close to 2 weeks to lure her over and kill her. After Ingrid arrived, Guilherme would lure the young woman into his bedroom. Shortly after, the deranged man would procure a sword and began violently slashing and stabbing at the woman, continuing his assault until she was dead. In a sickening display of depravity, Guilherme would then record footage of her dead body after committing the murderous deed. In this not safe for life footage, it said that the sword handle could be seen protruding from the victim's stomach while Guilherme maniacally chuckles to himself. This gruesome footage was later uploaded to a WhatsApp group that Guilherme's gaming friends used. Guilherme comments, "You're thinking it's ink or that it's editing or something, but it's not." In this grisly video recorded by Guilherme, he would also add some commentary, claiming that he had written a 52-page manifesto that would explain why he committed his killing, but he didn't elaborate on the motive directly. "I really killed her. Got it? I've got a book too. I asked some people to share it. I hope you read it. It contains some truth."
Yes.
Bom, vocês estão achando que é tinta, que é montagem ou algo do tipo, mas não, não é. Eu realmente matei ela, entendeu? E, bom, eu tenho um livro também, pedi para o pessoal estar divulgando já esse meu livro. E é isso aí, eu espero que vocês leiam. Tem algumas verdades.
The gamers in the WhatsApp group who were sent the video and the messages from Guilherme would immediately contact police over the matter. Meanwhile, Guilherme would flee the scene of the murder. His brother would arrive home shortly after, found the dead body, and called police as well. Surprisingly, authorities wouldn't have to go on any manhunt to find this killer, as Guilherme turned himself in. Arresting officers noted that Guilherme seemed relatively calm about the matter, also stating that he seemed to understand the seriousness of the situation. When they asked what his motive was, Guilherme stated, quote, "Because I wanted to."
Mas por que você fez isso? Por que quis?
Você tá rindo de uma situação, Guilherme. Você matou uma menina novinha, Guilherme. Por que você fez isso?
He would inform police that his killing was premeditated and had been meticulously planning this murder for close to 2 weeks. After his arrest, authorities would search Guilherme's home and found the 52-page manifesto that he referenced in the grisly video. This manifesto was titled My Dictionary, and in it he claimed that the killing of Ingrid was done as a methodical attack against Christianity. The details of exactly what Guilherme meant by this isn't exactly clear. His writings were said to have consisted of incoherent ramblings, loosely detailing his depression and dissatisfaction with life. It has been reported that Guilherme mentions wanting to attack a Christian church in the manifesto. A psychoanalysis performed on Guilherme would reveal that the man suffered from a persistent delusional disorder and antisocial personality disorder.
Greetings. Safe travels.
Farewell.
I heard all about how you tore them apart, and you're humble. I never will. Let's head to the ferryman. I want to hear all about it.
You continue to quickly. We should speak to the ferryman. I am eager to head out.
Taki dušo. Ništa ne sluša. Moja praktična žena. Jaj.
Hello.
Zvao me zabrinuti
Građanin, da.
Nije mi se Ljubo javio. A jebi ga, to je trebalo sinoć.
Sad je kasno.
Lepo sam ti rekao da radi jutro s Zabrinuti građani. Šampinjon!
Šampinjon.
Šampinjon.
Goodbye.
Jebote, retardirano vreme, sad sije sunce. Pred sad treba kiša pljuštala. Za vikend kaže opet sneg, jebote. Znate koju li su to tehnologiju izmislili? Ovako jebu. A? Šta kažeš ti?
Ne znam. Ne razumijem se tehnologiju.
Neki tehnoložik jeste. Ja sam ubeđen da je to neki tehnoložik.
Ovi teoretičari zavere tvrde da je u pitanju onaj harp sistem, šta li već. Ali ja iskreno nisam toliko paranoičan. Mislim toga nema ništa.
Teoretičar. Čak i dušu.
Hello. Goodbye.
Impossible. Can I help you?
Whee. Divine.
Grail and I spoke, and it seems wise to separate here. We will reunite in Thetima. I'll ensure other towns are evacuated. Grail will investigate rumors of Raya enlisting mercs. You should look for Architect Liath in her tower. She may prove a use you don't know. She's Lagon's highest servant, gifted with a... Liath represents the connection between Lagon and his people. She answers for him, ever since Lagon's grown unpredictable.
The lake is evacuated. It means we won't see more carnage. There were rumors that there were mercenaries not far from here, killing fellow men due to the will of a god. It's not right. Killing for coins. Unbelievable.
Can I help you? Farewell.
Čekaš, ne rade, hoćemo, koju?
Da ti multitaskujem.
Multitasking. Halo, multitasking.
Ništa tu. Izuzetan tip, a?
Odeo. Vali. Objašnjeno, znači...
Evo rešenja.
Ovo nikako od ovog Romera.
Šta s njim?
Pogledaj. Evo vidimo moment kada on meni ubaci metak drugi.
Da, gledao sam, imaš forgottenweapons.com.
Evo ima ovaj.
That happens really fast.
Prilično brzo ga rokne.
To ima jedinu primjenu u realnom životu, znaš. Takva naprava u igri nema veze, zato što ti magično vadiš metke iz vazduha i stavljaš patrone u sačmaricu. A poenta kod toga ti je što imaš jednocenu sačmaricu i ne moraš da petljaš po prsluku i po džepovima da bi bacio 3-4 patrone još. Samo ga prelomiš i pošto on ima kao taj auto, kako mi to zovu, ejector ima, izbacivač sam, po defaultu ima. Sam izbaci ispucanu patronu i mehanizam gurne. Pa brže nego što bi ti izvuko patron, da uše izežbani lovac, možda mogo brže, to stoji, ali...
Jaj.
Ko, Nenec? Nije.
Kaže Ancient Gameplay, kaže ništa. 22, 3, 4.
Ne znam šta li ćeš da igram. Ne znam da li to bilo pitanje, rekao si kažem.
Kažem da si video, kaže Ancient Gameplay da kidaju ovi.
Koji?
Evo ti.
Koji? Oni...
Evo ti.
Adrenalin Q4.
Ne bre.
23.4. To je bilo, čini mi se, sljedeća verzija. 23.4.1 zbog.
Today's video sponsor is GVG Mall, bringing you all the software deals you need, like Windows 10, Windows 11, Office 2021 with a new Windows 11 design, and even Windows Server 2022. For all of these, you can use my SKG discount code for 25% off, getting a Windows 10 serial key for only $16. Then use the key on your Windows settings, and you'll have an activated system. So guys, today I just woke up like this. Yeah, completely messed up. My throat is hurting, sorry. It's just for you to know that in the rest of the video I'll be speaking like some death row inmate because I'm completely messed up, okay? So, that's all. Fuck. And before going into the release notes and any other things, I just want to tell you that for me, at least for me, the 23.4.1 drivers, so these drivers, are the best ones of 2023, and maybe even possibly the best ones since November, okay? For me, and I repeat, for me, these drivers are great, work wonderfully, but we'll deep dive into that after the release notes in the part where I usually tell you my experiences and the good points and bad points of the drivers. Also, these drivers are once again WHQL signed and recommended, so the best 4 or 5 driver versions from AMD have all been recommended and WHQL signed, which is great, so Microsoft kind of approves these drivers, and they are also recommended by AMD, meaning that the drivers are actually working to the point of AMD recommending them for the majority of users, okay? So, yeah. As for the release notes, we have highlights with support for Meteor Maker and game optimizations for The Last of Us Part 1. Now, as for this driver, I actually had the optimizations on the previous special driver, the previous internal driver, which already brought these, or at least a part of these optimizations for The Last of Us, that you can see in this video passing right now on the screen. But at least now you have those, or even more optimizations at least. I will show you later, even more optimizations for The Last of Us in this particular official drive. As for the fixed issues, we also have some important ones, with the first one being video playback in browsers using hardware acceleration may appear blurry on some AMD graphics products such as the Radeon RX 7900 XT, and this was a problem that some users reported with the videos being blurred somehow. I never had such issue, but some users did have that issue, and it seems to be fixed by now on these drivers. If the issue is actually fixed for you, leave a comment in the comment section. Mouse cursor may appear invisible in Citrix Workspace, also a nice addition to the fixed list, and performance metrics overlay may intermittently disappear when playing full-screen videos from Steam. So another thing that is now working properly with the performance metrics overlay working in full-screen videos on Steam. Although I don't see why it should be appearing in the first place, but well, you know what you do. I'm not your master. I do not own you. As for the known issues, we start with high idle power has situationally been observed when using select high resolution and high refresh rate displays on Radeon RX 7000 series GPUs, and once again, well, I never had this issue. On the first drivers I was actually having like 50, 45, 50 watts idle, which is a bit high, but nothing like some users that have like 80, 90, 100, 120 watts in idle. That's
Ja sam u subotu. Nema ništa njega, to priča.
It's just insane! On the other hand, for me, in these drivers at least, the power draw, idle and video playback is actually even better than before. But we'll go into that once again after the release notes. Some virtual reality games or apps may experience lower than expected performance on Radeon RX 7000 series GPUs, another issue with the RDNA 3 architecture so far that I hope is fixed as soon as possible, because AMD is actually losing people due to this bug on VR, so that's annoying as hell. Brief display corruption may occur when switching between video and game windows on AMD graphics on some AMD graphics products such as the Radeon RX 6700 XT, still happening. Water corruption in Hogwarts Legacy may occur on some AMD graphics products such as the Radeon RX 580. And the last one is blocky water corruption in Red Dead Redemption 2 may occur when using Vulkan API. So once again, the blocky water seems to be an issue from the previous driver and above. So these drivers, the 23.4.1 and the 23.3.2, have this issue. If you go, for example, for the 23.3.1, you do not have this issue, as the blocky textures or the blocky water effects, doesn't really matter, aren't happening. So if you are having these issues and you don't want to have these issues, you can switch to DirectX 12, or you can simply go back to the 23.3.1 drivers. And as for the important notes, factory reset has been temporarily disabled as precautionary measure while we address isolated installation issues that have been reported during PC upgrades. Users may use AMD cleanup utility as a temporary option, and this is a thing happening since the 23.3.1 driver, so we're still trying to fix it. Although I have no issues, and I always use DDU, and if you don't know how to correctly install and uninstall drivers, watch this video I made, because it will kind of enlighten you, so you're welcome. Now, as for my experience with these drivers, we actually have way better things than bad things, okay, so way more good things than bad things. And the first one is actually we have more FPS on the RX 7900 XTX, and you may think it is more FPS just on The Last of Us since we actually have optimizations for The Last of Us, but no, I actually tested some other games, and in this video I have included The Last of Us and Resident Evil 4 Remake, and both games present higher performance. Not that much, but it's still higher performance with the 7900 XTX, okay? And on top of that, I actually noticed that both the CPU and GPU temperatures were usually lower, even with the same or higher FPS, were usually lower on the newer drivers compared to the 22.3 23.3.2. So the 23.4.1 drivers, usually, at least on my 7900 XTX and the 7700X as the CPU, they actually usually have lower temperatures on both CPU and GPU. But well, did this performance increase actually matter? Did the decrease in temperatures actually matter as well? Let's watch.
Peculiarism. Welcome to my channel.
How far could he have gone?
So as you saw, things are quite better than the 22.3.2 drivers, where we actually have way more fixed issues and we have more overall performance with usually lower temperatures both on CPU and GPU, which is a great thing. And we also have some interesting things, because we also, at least in my case, I actually have lower idle power and lower video playback power. So the idle power went from, let's say, 14 to 16 watts usually on full idle with nothing moving the cursor just there, and now it is constantly and very stabilized at 12 watts. Okay, I know it doesn't really make a difference, I'm just saying that it is lower now. And as for the video playback power draw, we also have some interesting decreases in terms of, once again, power draw, as we actually went from, let's say, 45 to 50 watts of video playback power draw to 38 watts, so up to 12 watts decrease in terms of video playback, and once again 12 watts make no difference, but it is just good to know that the power draw is just going down time after time, and that's a good thing, means that they are actually tweaking the power tables, the core boost and so on with the newer drivers in order to make these consume less power while doing very light tasks, and that's very nice actually. So from 45-50 watts to 38 watts on video playback, which is once again very nice. And in terms of your overclocking profiles, they're actually better, at least once again for my 7900 XTX it seems to be much more stable. And I'm not the only one, as I got some comments before even before I released this video, with people telling me that their system was also way more stable with the 23.4.1 drivers than the previous one. So that's not just me, it's a thing happening, and these drivers are very good. But what about the RX 6000 series? How do they perform?
It's me, Austin! Oh, son of a bitch! What? It's me, Austin! It was me all along, Austin!
How do they perform with these newer drivers? Do they perform well? Do they not perform good? Well, let's start with a lower, or at least let's test a lower to mid-tier card like the RX 6650 XT. We're gonna test it Last of Us and Fortnite as well, using Unreal Engine 5.1 or 5.2 and Nanite Luminance. Let's watch.
pare jesu legle na račun. O. No. Ali... Ljudi ne rade tako, rade preko Kosova.
Prijatno, tako da vidiš.
O, nešto su.
Pazi da se opet ne... Kad se si nam onomad rekao da... Nije bilo dobro od preslijedeći.
And well, as you saw with this build with my RX 6650 XT, the performance is basically the same in Fortnite, basically and equally the same, while in The Last of Us it is a mixed bag. In most scenarios it will be the same performance, but in some others, if you look for example by the end of the comparison, when you enter the room, the newer drivers have even better performance than the special drivers for The Last of Us that already had some optimizations, meaning that they brought more optimizations on top of that special driver. So if you're using that special driver, maybe you're better using the 23.4.1 as they're even better than those special drivers. So they bring more optimizations, at least I believe so. As in some scenarios, it actually works better than those previous drivers and much better than the 23.3.2. So yeah, for me, these drivers are the way to go. My opinion, just install them. Always do a clean installation like I say in all my videos. Use this video once again if you want to know how to do it properly. Thanks AMD, I hope you fix some more issues because we need them. We need those VR issues to be fixed ASAP, and we absolutely need the idle power issue to be fixed ASAP as well, because these two things alone have been making people sending back their AMD GPUs and getting things like the RTX 4080 and some others due to those two issues. Okay, people can take all of the other things, but those two issues are actually some deal breakers for most people. By the way, if you want to watch, I made a comparison yesterday, I released it yesterday, of the RTX 4080 versus the RX 7900 XT versus the RX 7900 XTX. Lay an eye on it if you can, and if you go from this video to the other, leave a comment in the other video telling me that you're watching that video because you watched this one first. Just want to know. Thanks a lot for watching, hope I get better to release more videos for you guys, and thanks a lot for the support. See you in the next one.
Nešto za...
Nerd. Meaning that they brought more optimizations on the other video telling me that you're watch. I made a comparison yesterday, I released it yesterday, of the RTX 4080 versus the RX 7900 XT versus... Today's sponsor is Maximum Settings, a cloud-based gaming service where you won't need to spend thousands of dollars to upgrade your PC or a personal nuclear plant to boot up your system.
Just do it!
And for as low as 9.95 Canadian dollars a month, you can play the most recent games on your computer even if your hardware isn't prepared. And if you don't play that much, well, you can just use the hourly system for as little as 0.35 Canadian dollars. Sign up today for your full Linux gaming PC with no resource sharing and start enjoying high-level gaming on any PC. Hello guys, Asian Gameplays, I'm Fabio Pisco and welcome to my channel. So for today's video we have a new GPU comparison, this time with the RTX 4080 included, and as I tell you several times, at least on the comment section, and as you know, I did not have an RTX 4080 and I would not spend that amount of money just to bring one or two benchmarks, okay? But gladly MSI Iberia actually sent me the RTX 4080, okay? It's not for me to keep. I will send it back tomorrow, but at least I was able to do this video of 40 games on the RTX 4080 at 1440p, and now the benchmarks. This time the RTX 4080 versus the RX 7900 XT versus the RX 7900 XTX. And well, currently the cheapest 7900 XT is at around $799, the cheapest 7900 XTX is around $979, and the cheapest RTX 4080 is at around $1,150. And if we actually translate this to European numbers, we have the RX 7900 XT at around 1,029 euros, the RX 7900 XT at around 1,169 euros. Well, these are actually the cheapest parts because most of them are more expensive. And the RTX 4080 at a minimum of 1,309 euros. Do you want the maximum performance? Do you want the best price performance? Or even the cheapest 7900 XT is more than enough for you? And although all the prices are fucked up and we do know that these prices are highly inflationated, I don't even know if this is a word, but if you are seeing this video, you are most likely looking for one of these cards. So which one should you get? Let's get to the benchmark.
Milane, ovaj mi još nisu odgovorili.
A svakako me glava rastura od volova. A kupio sam Niko Fence.
Moj Milane, meni ovo neće stići ove nedelje. A oće, bret. Gdje si Mihajlo, kako si Mihajlo? U redi, jesmo. Neki viewer. Nije, Milky, ona je Milky. Tako je. Pozdravi za snejkove.
Pozdrav za zmije.
Evo, arbajt, pa sad malo chilliramo, tako. Gubimo bogo dane, što bi se reklo. Igramo igrice. Matori igraju igrice.
Have over 10% performance over the RTX 4080, sorry, so 10% performance over the RTX 4080 at 1080p. Even the cheaper RX 7900 XT is mostly on par, or at least very close to the RTX 4080. And while it's almost like $300 or $400 cheaper in some scenarios, almost $400 cheaper, and at 1080p it is more or less the same. It is performing more or less the same, on par. Some games performs better and some games performs worse. At 1440p and even at 4K the performance difference is at most 10%. So for 10% less performance you can actually get a card $400 or close to $400 cheaper, and you'll have within 90% of the RTX 4080 performance, sorry, with around the same power draw, a little bit more, but once again, almost $400 cheaper. So it's a no-brainer for the guys that want the best price performance, because the prices will even get better as time passes by. So it is a no-brainer in terms of price performance, the 7900. Also, an important note is that in terms of ray tracing, obviously, the RTX 4080 is much faster, okay? overall, it is much faster. If we go for full ray tracing games like Metro Exodus Enhanced Edition, it is much faster. If we go to Cyberpunk, it is much faster. And if we go to several other ray tracing games that are not ray tracing light games, the RTX 4080 is just much better overall. But if we go to some other games, some kind of outliers like Resident Evil 4 Remake, well, the 7900 XTX is actually faster than the RTX 4080, even when using ray tracing. So in some games, the XTX will be actually on par, even with ray tracing, will be on par with the RTX 4080, but in ray tracing heavy scenarios, the 4080 is much better, and once again, consumes less power. So overall, it all comes to what you want, but for me, and in my opinion, once again, if you want the best rasterization performance with more VRAM, more raw power per se, go for the 7900 XTX, because on top of that, it is cheaper. If you want much better performance in terms of ray tracing in an overall scenario of games, and if you don't really care much about the money, and if you care about power draw, the RTX 4080 is the way to go. But for example, in Portugal, where the difference is bigger, well, I would actually get the 7900 XTX and maybe get a better processor, or maybe get more or better RAM, or maybe get another NVMe, because the price difference does make the difference, because our salaries are very low. Our salaries are like 750 euros or something like that. So 100, 150 euros, maybe 200 euros do make the difference, okay? But if you are one of those, for example, living in America where the salaries are like 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, then of course 100 or 200 dollars won't make the difference, so the RTX 4080 is the way to go. And well guys, that's all for today's video. Thanks a lot for watching. Don't forget to like, subscribe and share this video. And once again, well, see you in the next one, which will be the Adrenaline, the 23.4.1, the Adrenaline drivers, the review. And I will also mention this video on the review one for you to come here and see that video. Thanks a lot once again, and see you in the next one. And by the way, sorry for the long ass video. I actually wanted to present the most video, so
Dilazim, welcome to my channel.
Sad je čovjek ispričao sve jebate. Čitav njegov history.
A, uf. Kako sam se skenjao,
Se skenjao, a?
A, evo te.
Kako sam ti da čekaš?
Kamperišu ljudi pun gas.
You spin my head right around like a... Ne.
Ujebat. Šta bi ovo? Ne, Snake.
Hoće prerađenog
Snake.
Znaš šta
Trenutno ne možemo da igramo, upali zvuk bre na streamu mom, vidjet ćeš sve što...
Hoće prerađenog
Trenutno ne možemo da igramo, upali zvuk bre na streamu mom, vidjet ćeš sve što... Igramo s njim, što opet pričaš.
Evo ti Hermitov, no.
Daj mi Hermita vidim.
No, vidiš? No. Ima i ovaj isto, gledaj. Čekaj. Ovaj poljski streamer.
Milane, rađenog teču hoće prerađiš.
Sad još ide na tebe, a?
No, i dalje ide.
Pačeš muziku, param, pam, param. Param, pam, param.
Čućemo se kad potroši čovjeka.
Onog onaj puca me sa kragom, jebe mu. Opušteno, ja mislim da se Game Cache su iznenadili. Ovdje je čitav server, poslije u krematorijumu. Ovdje dve ekipe, 3 i dalje. Nikog iza nas, ali ne smiješ tu da provjeriš da će ti headshot lik sa kragom. Jebe majke. A ja imam socijalni nagant i Romero. Sad neka sam tu uzio. Pa nemam šta drugo sem ovoga. Igra se...
Ne, njemu je drago kad igra sa šotkom.
Punchy too bad. Welcome to my channel.
Budala. Vidi kretana. Da izgineš. Vi ga zombije. To mi dropa FPS. A na što mi dropa?
Zbog Discorda.
Ne, zato što čita server ovdje, brate. 12 ljudi na padavi. Zato što čita server tu i onda ne znaš šta da uradi server od ovoliko ljudi na jednom mjestu. Hoćeš probaj? To se čuje, brate.
Baš.
Normalno. Normalno, Milanč. Vjerovatno je čitao tim.
Lightning.
A? Vjerovatno, da. Znam, vidim.
Usretan se. Ljuti.
Ne možeš me diza, vidiš da gleda čovjek na mene jebote, valjda si svestan.
Čuti bre. Čuti bre. Svaki hit mi daje bre.
I onako nemam health ti više uopšte.
Bomba.
Aiden. Welcome to my channel.
Jebem ti mater. Preživeo! Preživeo šotku i metak. Šta? Ja. Oko mene 1000 muškarca.
1000 mladića.
Tebi treba jak muškarac, a?
Da bude moj kraj.
Ovo i dalje živ.
Slušaj ti, ako ti zovnem kuma,
Te na što radi urne bez silu. Jebe majke. Čiš! Ništa, ja idem tamo, Milan.
Yep. Very good.
Igri.
Very good.
Onek dole, podrumu. Upale ljudi. Vjerovatno ostala jedna ekipa. Diži ga.
No room.
O nekom metalu se čuje.
Šta si ako čuješ taoc?
Još moraš da se uštikaš. Maj Sparksam ako te pogodi. Ajde ubijemo bossa, boss je živ, ajde dođite kod mene. Dođi. Ajde, idem ja pratit. Pratim te. Idem ja prvi. Ješu ideš iza nas. Full je jebote, moguće. Si uspio? Sivi, oni su s polja, oni gledaju nas, hoće da nas nađu s polja. Ajde. Ludeo je jebat.
Ha, odmakli su se od vas, kako ti objasnim.
Crveno. Jesi ću kao novsi sad. Rašio nas. Ovo smo odigrali super. Do sad.
Far so good.
Hello. Poležeš mi muda. Ovdje živci ima. Dobro, dobro. Stavi ovdje Milane žicu na prozor. Na oba. Jeste, stvari je dobro. Da znam gdje da gledam, a gdje ne. Odlo nisu ubili bossa, imali su vremena. Ja nemam heala, bret.
Šta su izašli iz bossa arene? Izašli iz bossa arene?
Turno oni da nas flankaju okolo, s polja, a mi ušli, brate, boss arenu. Kesiću vratili HP. Sad drugačija partija skoro su.
A zavisi, da li imate ljudi koji će sada istrčave napolje. A, molim?
Ovo ih iznad.
Niko ništa ne pokušava, ja.
Uradit će nešto.
Mojte dat Milano da uzme bounty. Opet ćete izlati napolje s bounty.
Zbog. Uzet ću jak još.
Poison. What the fuck poison?
Samo seri. 3. Nemaš oči. Misliš si da je jedna mrlja, to su stvari dvije mrlje, jedna pored druge. 3 čovjek. Okej. Ja bi ovdje trebao... Trebalo bi da uz one isto. Već još dvojče ti imaju na nišan. A jesi ljudi.
Što ima veze, izleti.
Obojice ispred, Kesiću. Catch shot 1. Idemo dalje, idemo dalje. Bravo Kekara, bravo Milane. Svi po jednog, brat. Meni je smešno što ja dam liku koji ima jebeni centinel, Centennial, kako je?
Da.
Dam mu headshot sa socijalnim nagantom. Ono do jaja.
Skill issue.
Čisto, GG. Bravo, bravo momci, bravo. Bravo, ovo Milan, najjači si, jeba si ih sve. Čekaj ja da uzem loot od ovih. Da uzem Bertije i to sranje. Šta je imao onaj gore? Vidio šta ima onaj gore. Okej. Dobro, pa to je super, to mi se sviđa. Ne kažem ti ja ništa za to. Sviđa mi se to, igraš timski. Sviđa mi se. Sviđa mi se tvoj cilj, ti nisi tip, ti si koji i ja. Znači gledaš glavni cilj, ne gledaš sporedne stvari, gluposti. Aprkat. Aj tako. Dobar Milan. Papagaj.
Golub.
Ima u ovoj šumi. U šumi. Šumi dobija ja. Da, bio neki dedicate. Su ovdje mrtvi ljudi bili ih. Sad boli me kurac, evo napad. kursu.
Da.
Neki ne skikara. A šta radi? Ćao Brkela, ima krvi ko hoće. Ima i previše krvi. Nek juriš, tagam, šta me balio. Te to ubije zombi. Šta radi?
Koga je to bio zombi? A, doktor da.
This has gone on long enough. Be gone! Yes? Ah, I see you helped clear out the rabble down here. I thank you for your effort.
Bravo. Snake, snake, snake.
Čudi me da Milan nije izgubio fokus.
Ja ću morati tamo gdje kralj ide pješke.
Nemoj sad izdaješ ekipu.
Pogasi.
Brz, brate, metabolizam, brate. Evo, čekaj da uzem trejtove. Samo malo, Milane, samo malo. Mil sam uzeo. Šta radi? Samo brzo. Brbe.
fungus.
Čega? A neće. Biug. Yes. Znam.
Što se ne ustekliš Kešiću dok ja nađem? Viš kekara?
Ljudi su na mene.
Jel znaju da si?
Znaju.
Možda
Jednog
da
sam ubio.
utekneš. Brate, utekni negdje. Uštekaj si. Pusti ih nek se malo razmišljaju gdje si. Dok ja ne dođem. Daću, viša sila, brate.
Da to Milan poveo juriš.
To je to.
I propao.
A mene stomak, brate, razvalio.
A nema, ne vidim ništa, jebem ti mater u pičku. Da.
Osjećam se sad, 10 kila.
Kako ga je digao, kako ne znam ni gdje sam ga ubio, ni ništa ne znam, jebem mater u pičku.
Boss, je li full HP? Jebik. Evi ga, sad ćemo igrati normalno, ja sam morao dovesti se. U mater mu je, znam vidim. Vidio sam sad kad je ušao i... Nema veze. I šta? Moram da
Impossible.
Nema veze. Moram da ih vajkam. Nitro Express! Ajao, brate, ništa toga, znači... Opada odmah chance da ih pobijem.
Even now, Raya's victims are burning to ash. We need to act quickly. Did she? If we find a ship willing to take you, perhaps you can still reason with her. That would not be wise. Liath's been known to be tense.
Jeste vi umrli s polja ili
I see her as a friend.
The sea, the air. Can't beat the winds of Eoboria. But Julia said I'd enjoy it. She knows me well. Rye will not destroy this place too.
Dobro.
Gods be with you.
No što bro Milane da ugasiš to što gledaš. Znaš.
Good boy.
Greetings.
A ja me sprdaš, čega si napravljen, jebe mi ti mamu. Ovi su dobri. Ne vidim kurcu da ovih bunj. Sve majka vam je. E sad? Oni mi se kao da ću ja da priđem, bet. A majmune je. Moguće Kako me flanka? Svaki hit bre! Svaki hit! Mrš! Jebote, spice ramo, odakle ovaj lik jebote? Svaki hit pogađa! Narkomani, jebite se! Svaki hit me pogodila ona znači jedna jedina, bret. Aj, te ne mogu ni da pikujem, bret. Ajmo no. Baš da imam profil. Profil ovog imbecila, retardiranog, brete. No-liferskog. Evo stih, 31. Prestiž 1.77. Laži, ti tako igraš. Japan. Da, privat. Profil. Ma nije Japan, namjerno je stavio Japan. A možda jest.
Ima ona ženska što igra s onim Delacrom, znaš? Ona iz Japana, to znam. Samo ne znam da li Dela igra trenutno ovaj.
Jako ovo nema nikakav opis privatan profil. Da bi makar stavio na Twitch ili šta već.
Take care of yourself. Znate da je loše popiti kafu ujutro. Zato što je u jutarnjim časovima krvi je najgušća. Zbog toga najviše kod nas ima naš ovih. Pa da, moždanih udara, zato što je krvi onako, slušaj. Pa da, slušaj, krv je gusto, organizam strahovito traži vodu, bret. Abitujem. Greetings.
Kafa je diuretik.
Take care of yourself.
Znači šoljica kafe izbacit će 7 puta više vode nego što je u njoj unutar. What the fuck? Znači, zato su ljudi, vrate, mršavi od kafe, jebat.
Joj.
Znači, ja da pijem samo turčina onda, dobro. A to je dobro u stvari, bre.
Samo piko kafu.
To je dobro, bre, za debele, brate, ljude, brate. Popiješ kafu, smanji ti se taj dotok, brate, vode i... Išaš, smršaviš, kenješ. I tako 15 godina. Nisam znao, bre, za tu informaciju. Znam da je kafa nezdrava, svakako, ali ono. A ja. Jeste, bre. A u normalnim količinama. Iii, jebote, poleti čovjek.
Da se rekao, i leš. Jesi to rekao?
I leš!
To.
Yes, yes!
To.
Ko oni, brate,
demoni ispod kreveta, brate. Ma bateri, boss. Gleda mi se Lord of the Rings serija, nisam ih gledao. Ne znam ako iko gleda. Neću, a? Neću.
Znaš zašto?
Nisam ti još pogledao Pedra u onom...
Imaš bradatu kraljicu patuljaka, to ti je prvo.
Dobro, to je bilo pre...
Ako te to oduševljava.
Čekaj, to je bilo pre Bobo Smrade.
Onda imaš... Elrond ti je gej. To ti onaj budući kralj, onih elfova, znaš. Muž onaj Galadriel. Kako se zove, Sauron, ti se pojavljuje...
Gledao ti seriju?
Samo polako, nemam potrebe da gledam. Galadriela ti je udovica koja je kao rešila da krene na... To ti je ona, znaš ona mršava elfkinja, ona što proriče sudbinu Frodu. Ona ti je glavni lik, znaš? Ona ti je glavni lik. Ona je kao ono muško banjasta, uzima, ne znam, oružje u ruke, ide da se sveti ovo, ono.
Jeste, znaš ti da sam ja, nema veze s tim, ali sam u, brate, WoW-u uvijek pravio, brate, elfa, brate, zato što najbolji, ono, hunter fazon, brate, elf. Njihov svet je, brate, lep, brate. Mnogo lep, elf. Sve šume, sijalice, jebote kako sam ja to preigrao, brate. WoW je najjača igra, ubedljivo.
May I help you?
Igra mi se WoW jebate.
May I help you?
Neću. Hop. Da.
Farewell.
Čekaj, ne! What? Šta bilo ime? I umro odmah.
These waters are dangerous. Lagon's been stirring up storms more than usual. I've made my prayers. More than I can say about the others. Aye. Are you ready to head out? If you need more time, just say so.
Hey, Captain.
Neko puca, alo? Isto da ne...
Ajde tiše, ja mogu čujem gdje čovjek kako može bez pevanja.
Pa ne znam. Ne mora znači.
Aj. Šta je to je? Ovdje da ga vidiš? Imamo... Ovi su smešni. Da. Jao, ajmo kući. Jer sam skočio ono, kao pikujem ono random pucanje. Znači, usro sam mu se u život. Lagantom smrdljivim, bre. Ja trolam. Usrali se kad je ovaj dobio glavicu. Lagan.
Ja.
Se smatra će se na kupicu.
To je 2. Polako, čekaj još. Kažem polako, majku mu jebem. Ajmo sad. Opa! Ubiti tog zadnjeg. Dvoje, pored tebe, iza tebe lik, jesi ću. Tu, iza toga. Dobro, Kesiću, polako, smiri se. Evo, duvo si ga. Poleto je 6 metara u pozadnjem. A neće jer da uzimamo se. Imate ovdje. Jedan je na krovu, vjerovatno, ili su ga digli. Pre 15 sekundi nije imalo. Pre minut, nije 15 sekundi. Ko je to zapaljen, bre? Jebate, gori nam čovjek ovdje. Spasite ga. Oprkat može. Evo zaprkat.
Evo, ne.
Daj mi kurac. Što imamo napolje? Fali jedna ekipa ljudi. Ja ću da čekam, ali pazit ću. Kažem ja da ih čekamo.
Opet ste podbili, ja?
A moramo mi na kraju sneg da ne trolamo. To je nama dobar dan. Dobar dan!
Dobar dan.
Da. Na na na. Yes.
Hello. Goodbye.
No room in hell.
Nemam pojma.
Prizram. U fortu. Dobro. Sister też. Koga si ocenjuješ dobro? Iđe mi se, pratiš mapu, ocenjuješ zonu. nadalje.
Danas je bilo solidno fino vremena. Lost para snake.
A ne, pa vrate, ne živim ja, vrate, Cunguzi i Snake.
Šta ja znam, možda neka lokalna krivina.
Ajme ja to mi znam. Znam ja to.
Znam za jedan grad gdje si još
Treba isto tako vozom da mu vratiš.
Znam za jedno pile, ali ga ne spominje pile moje.
Mogu ja, pusti meni zbog uppercuta.
Ćeš uppercutom žicu da sečeš šta?
To je to.
Outside of this, the only other clues to his motives comes from a statement that he gave to an arresting officer. Quote, "She crossed my path." And outside of that and what we previously discussed, that's really all that's known in terms of motive. Sometime after Guilherme's arrest, Gamers Elite, his gaming team, would issue a statement to local media stating that the team's leadership had never met Guilherme in person and that the team members were appalled by Guilherme's actions. Most players said they'd never even seen his face until the video was sent to them. As the news spread online, many took to Twitter to voice their opinions regarding the incident, with most paying tribute to Ingrid and expressing their condolences to her friends and family. Eventually, the man was set to face trial for his killing. Guilherme's defense team would hire a psychiatrist who diagnosed him with persistent delusional disorder and antisocial personality disorder. On August 15th of 2022, Guilherme Costa was found guilty for aggravated murder and he was sentenced to 14 years in prison. Curiously enough, it's been reported that the reason Guilherme got 14 years instead of life in prison is because a psychiatrist had found him to be semi-imputable, meaning a medical professional had determined that a delusional state contributed to the killing and Guilherme wasn't fully of sound mind when he perpetrated his crime. In a sad case involving a delusional psychopath who simply wanted to kill, that was the story of Guilherme, the Call of Duty Ultra Killer. Daniel Zietz, also known by his gamer tag Phobos, had been playing Gears of War competitively since 2006, well before the explosion of esports into the mainstream. Daniel was one of the first professional Gears of War players, and was a member of a gaming team known as the Amazing Squad. He would often attend MLG competitions and had been described by his friends and competitors as one of the nicest guys you would ever meet. Aside from his Phobos gamer tag, Daniel was often called Mr. Buddy Buddy, which was a nickname that his friends and competitors gave him simply because he was such a kind person. In addition to frequenting tournaments, Daniel also streamed featuring
Diži
the
njega,
rival
ne,
Twitch,
tuči,
playing
mene
games
diži,
like
ajde, brže,
Destiny
brže.
and Nightfall. And unfortunately for Daniel, it would be a gaming-related interaction that would ultimately put him in the situation that leads to his death. In Atlanta, Georgia, on the night of September 12th of 2014, Daniel was playing games with some of his friends when he told them that he'd be right back. He then steps outside to meet a couple that he had gotten in contact with over Craigslist. Apparently, Daniel had made plans to meet with this couple and sell them his PlayStation 4. The console was relatively new on the market and was difficult to find. Daniel would meet up with this couple in the parking lot of his Sandy Springs apartment at approximately 9:30 a.m. At this rendezvous point, he would meet the individuals he had been communicating with on Craigslist. Those individuals being 20-year-old Nathaniel Vivian and 16-year-old Kayla Dixon. The girl's 16-month-old baby was brought along as well. However, what you might have put together by this point is that the couple that wanted to do this PlayStation transaction at 9:30 at night, they didn't have the best intentions. As a matter of fact, Nathaniel had been meticulously planning a robbery with Kayla for over a week by this point. Apparently, Nathaniel, low on money, had actually recently sold his own PlayStation 4 to pay rent and wanted to get another console to replace it. He thought the best way to do so was to sucker somebody in on Craigslist and steal it from them. In the planning of the robbery, Nathaniel even searched up terms like how to rob someone on YouTube. His intention for organizing this Craigslist meet was very clear. After the group meets up and exchanges pleasantries, the conversation then switches to the PlayStation in Daniel's hands. And it's at this point where Nathaniel lunges towards Daniel and grabs it, trying to pull it out of his hand. So Nathaniel quickly grabs the console and tries to rip it away, but Daniel resists and actually puts up a fight, not having any of this robbery. And seeing that Nathaniel was getting overpowered by Daniel, that's when Kayla comes into play. Seeing the ongoing struggle, it's at this point where Kayla reaches into Nathaniel's glove box and pulls out a .25 caliber pistol. She aims the firearm at Daniel and pulls the trigger. The bullet pierces Nathaniel's hand and then hits Daniel in the chest, causing him to fall to the ground breathless. Nathaniel quickly scoops up the PlayStation, hops into the vehicle, and this would-be Bonnie and Clyde flee the scene, leaving Daniel for dead. Nearby residents heard the gunshot and notified police. Officers would arrive to find Daniel's dead body. Meanwhile, Nathaniel and Kayla were on the way to the hospital themselves to get Nathaniel's shot hand looked at. After arriving and showing doctors the injury, they made up a fake story explaining what had happened, stating that they were in fact victims of a robbery and that Nathaniel had been shot in the process. Since Daniel told medical staff that he had been shot as a result of a crime, police were notified in this matter, and they were able to put two and two together here and realize that the guy was full of shit and he actually got the injury from, you know, Kayla shooting at Daniel, the guy that they just actually robbed. This resulted in Nathaniel and Kayla confessing and admitting that they were responsible for the death of Daniel. Both were arrested in Northside Hospital and were booked in Fulton County Jail. The district attorney's office would later announce that despite Kayla being a teenager, she would be tried as an adult. And before you knew it, these botched robbers were facing murder charges. With Daniel being somewhat of a popular figure in the esports community, news of his death spread quickly. KL Arctic Smith, Daniel's friend, teammate, and the last man to ever speak with him, set up a GoFundMe account to help with funeral costs. This GoFundMe eventually raised close to $23,684. KL Smith also made a tribute video expressing his sorrow for losing his friend as well.
One of our teammates was basically robbed, and he resisted the robbery and was shot and killed. And that teammate is Phobos, or Danny. He was so friendly to everyone that we had ever met, and you know, when any of us were having a rough day, you know, you talk to Danny, he'd cheer you up. It's a tragic loss. You know, I feel really bad for his families. My condolences go out to them, and I can only hope that you guys, if you were touched by him at all, you know, either through Gears of War or just one of his videos, you happen to run into him, play a game with him, you know, please try to help. That's all I can ask. You know, I don't ask a whole lot from any of you guys. It's so tragic. I don't really have too many words for you know, what has happened, but it really sucks.
In June of 2016, during what was supposed to be Kayla's first day of trial, she announced that she had taken a plea deal and would serve 40 years in prison. While addressing the court, she apologized in tears. Quote, "I would trade anything, almost anything, to bring Daniel back, but I know I can't. I want Daniel's family to know that I regret that day. I'm so sorry. I ask that God heals the hearts of Daniel's loved ones. I know I'm facing a long time away, and I hope one day my apology will matter." In August of 2016, during Nathaniel Vivian's trial, his defense attorney placed the blame on Kayla. Quote, "Everyone's testimony today never had Nate touching the gun. Only that Kayla had the gun, took it out of the glove compartment, and shot. However, the prosecutors argued that Nathaniel held responsibility as he was the one that planned the robbery and was the one that first attempted to take the game console from Daniel. Quote, "They methodically planned to steal a $280 PlayStation, and that's what they did. And the death of Daniel Zietz was a direct result of that." On August 17th of 2016, Nathaniel Vivian was found not guilty of malice murder, but was found guilty of felony murder, armed robbery, and several other charges. He was sentenced to serve life in prison. Daniel's parents spoke out to say that they were relieved to find out both culprits were being held accountable for the murder. "It came out the way I think was fair. It was a real tragedy 2 years ago. It's a tragedy today. Forgiveness would be a long, long time away. A long road away, because we've lost our son, and he's lost his entire future."
Neće proći zato što im je zatvorilo.
Our next story involves a tragedy that was dealt to a League of Legends player. It was an event that shook the community to its core. The Double Lift family murder. One of the most commonly played games on Twitch is that of League of Legends. Throughout the years, League has gained a massive following thanks to it being one of the leading prospects in esports. I really don't need to tell you guys this, but League is massive around the world, with some League of Legends World Championships being viewed by 45 million people concurrently. Our story involves a top professional League player named Ilian Pang. Ilian, who goes by the in-game moniker Double Lift, has been playing professional League since about 2011. He was born in Mission Viejo, California in 1993 and was the middle child and younger brother to Eong Pang. Ilian got his start in gaming playing games borrowed from his older brother. Eventually, Ilian would inherit his older brother's computer, and that's how he gets into League of Legends. Ilian was a natural at the game and thrived in its online competitive scene. His success at the highly competitive title eventually caught the attention of Counter Logic Gaming, a professional esports organization. And Counter Logic would give Ilian, aka Double Lift, his first big break in the esports scene, signing him to their gaming org. He was now a pro gamer. Despite having success in-game, personal struggles existed in Double Lift's life. In particular, the young man's parents weren't supportive of his gaming career choice and felt like he was pursuing an esports career against their wishes. They wanted him to go to college and get a more traditional job. Ilian was resistant though and wanted to prove to his family that gaming could bring in the big bucks. In 2011, Ilian was invited to his first major League of Legends tournament overseas, the tournament taking place in Sweden. His parents were strongly against him attending and even allegedly said that if he went, he would die. But eventually they would allow Ilian to go to this Swedish tournament, and that's thanks to Ilian's older brother Ehong talking them down and talking some sense into them and making them realize the opportunity that their son had. Ilian has once reflected on this moment, stating, "I think my older brother is like the most influential figure in my life." Thanks to his older brother, Ilian was indeed able to travel overseas and compete in this gaming tournament. But as soon as he got back, they continued hassling him regarding his desire to be a professional player. This hassling eventually resulting in a massive verbal argument with Ilian's mom calling her son lazy and worthless and kicking him out of the house for good. After being kicked out, Ilian would take to Reddit and vented his frustrations to his fans. In this post, Ilian states, quote, "My mom is a first-generation Chinese immigrant, and she basically adheres to every single Asian parent stereotype out there." Ilian's Reddit post detailing him getting kicked out because of his pro-gaming aspirations would go somewhat viral. Fans and Redditors would chip in to get the now homeless League star back on his feet in an amount that totaled over $1,000. Around this time, Ilion also got a gig writing educational League of Legends content for Team Curse Gaming. Quote, I pretty much made half of the guides for that site. I was just super happy and I could finally pay rent out. Making enough money to now live on his own, he fully cut off contact with his parents. And after cutting them out of his life, Double Lift's career only prospered. In League of Legends, Ilion developed what has been called a bad boy persona and was known for being quite the trash talker.
I don't even consider that great, I just think everyone just sucks.
In 2013, he's responsible for uttering one of the most famous phrases in esports history, that phrase being everyone else is trash.
How good is it to get a pentacle at the LCS All-Stars? LCS All-Stars, it technically was Europe versus North America.
Everyone else is trash. And you're on the
Everyone else is trash.
Thanks to numerous league tournament victories, Ilion, aka Double Lift, would become a superstar in the esports industry. But as years passed and Ilion became more numb to the fame and money, he began getting curious in regard to what his family was up to. In a 2015 interview done with Machinima, Double Lift said that he eventually would like to go back to his parents and just be a son again.
I don't have to butt heads with my parents every other day. That's so stupid. I can listen to them a little bit and still do my own thing sometimes. Instead of have all this conflict and have different perspectives, so that neither of us are happy. I just want to go back to doing just like, just be their son one day, you know? Just be like, okay, I'm your son, and I'm doing well. But right now I can't do that.
And around this time, it said that Double Lift reached out to them and was able to come to a sort of tentative peace with them. Quote, today I realized I still love my mom. Guess family really is forever, even if I spent 10 years angry with them. Ilion would re-enter the gaming space with a newfound vigor, winning numerous tournaments over the next several years. Fast forward to 2018's League Championship Series. He would go on to help defeat Cloud9's team in the quarterfinals and the Echo Fox team in the semifinals in the League Championship. But just a week before the League of Legends World Championship Finals were to take place, Double Lift was hit with a life-changing tragedy. On March 31st of 2018, Double Lift's 30-year-old brother, Ehong, would find himself in a verbal argument over the phone with his parents. Apparently, Ehong was in an emotionally sensitive state after his girlfriend had just broken up with him. In an effort to console the man, Ehong's mother and father would travel to his home. After his parents arrived, Ehong made it clear he didn't want any assistance and became combative towards them. It's at this point where Ehong grabs a butcher knife and chases the family out into the street, where he would then stab both of them. His mother died almost immediately from the attack, and the father was critically injured. After stabbing his mother and father, Double Lift's brother would then flee the scene and attempt to carjack a bystander who was sitting in his car. Ehong attacked the man with the knife through his window, but fortunately this bystander was able to fend him off and escaped with minor injuries to his arm. Deputies responded to a 911 call regarding a domestic disturbance and reports of a man wielding a knife in the street. They arrived shortly after to find the bodies of Double Lift's parents. Ehong was found not far away from the crime scene near the Ortega Highway. The man standing eerily still holding a bloody knife. Ehong was arrested without incident and taken to Orange County Jail. Double Lift's mother, who was 59 years old at the time, was pronounced dead at the scene. His father was wounded but managed to survive. He was taken and hospitalized in critical condition. Double Lift would get a phone call from authorities regarding this incident just moments after winning the league semifinals. He had to skip the fanfare and fan meetups and head straight to the hospital to check on his father. Ilion would issue the following statement over social media. This weekend I received some terrible news. My brother attacked both of my parents with a knife. As a result of this attack, my mom passed away and my dad was seriously hurt and is now recovering in hospital. I'm still processing this news and joining up with my dad and little brother to make sure they're okay and the proper arrangements are being made. I'll likely be quiet on social media while I work through this. I hope you all understand and support me as you always have in the past. Double Lift. Naturally, many have asked what drove Ehong to commit his brutal attack. This is a question authorities have struggled to answer, and to this day, there really is no clear motive established. But his hair caused by the recent breakup with his girlfriend was certainly a contributing factor, but that alone doesn't fully explain the attack. The complicated family struggles in the Kang home have been well documented by Ilion, and perhaps there is something to that. there very may well have been an undiagnosed mental disorder at play here as well. Anything at this point, though, is just speculation. On April 2nd of 2018, Yihong Peng was charged with murder, attempted carjacking, as well as 2 attempted murder charges, and was facing 44 years to life in prison. His bail was set to $1 million. Meanwhile, despite going through the death of his mother, Doublelift announced that he would still participate and attend in the league finals against 100 Thieves' team, a tournament that Doublelift and his team would win.
Been to the final stage before, and now they'll be there victorious together as Team Liquid are your North American LCS Spring Split champions.
Despite the adversity of such a devastating event, Ilion was able to continue to thrive in the league world. So far in his career, Ilion has won 8 championships, and in December of 2022, he signed a contract with 100 Thieves to play for the 2023 season. The trial for Doublelift's brother, Yihong Peng, is still ongoing. The man has pled not guilty. Jury trial is scheduled for April 24th of 2023. Our next story involves a group of Filipino Dota players who traveled to a Dota tournament, with some of them not returning alive. This story begins with 3 young men, 17-year-old Joshua Laksamana, 15-year-old Julius Sebastian, and a third unnamed friend who isn't identified in reports regarding this story. All 3 of these young men were competitive Dota players, and on August 14th of 2018, they would make it their mission to attend a Dota 2 tournament that was taking place in Baguio City. These 3 individuals were from Tarlac City. As you can see on this map, it's not the most walkable distance. With none of these boys being in possession of a vehicle, what they decide to do is essentially hitchhike to the tournament. And according to a report from one of the boys, they made it to the tournament safely. Participate, don't win, but enjoy their time nonetheless. After the tournament had concluded, the 3 friends reconvene and start hitchhiking back to their home city. On the way back home, the unnamed friend mentioned earlier in the story separates from Joshua and Sebastian after deciding to rest. And for whatever reason, Joshua and Sebastian would decide to separate and go forward without their unnamed friend. And little did any of these young men know this would be the last time any of them would see each other alive. Curiously, the third unnamed friend who had waited back behind Sebastian and Joshua, he had arrived back to Tarlac City before Joshua and Sebastian, despite taking a long break and obviously would be trailing behind. Naturally, this friend started to get concerned that something had happened to Sebastian and Joshua after they had separated. Joshua's mother, Christine Pascal, wasn't initially concerned, as she noted that sometimes her son would leave home for multiple days at a time when attending these tournaments. But 5 days would pass, and Joshua nor Sebastian had returned home. And it's at this point where she really starts to get concerned. It's at this point she alerted authorities that her son Joshua was missing. And well, to the mother's surprise, not only did authorities already know what happened to Joshua, they had a full story alleging her son of being a criminal. Police would detail a narrative of events, proclaiming that on August 17th of 2018, her son stole a motorcycle only to be caught in a police checkpoint. They claim that at this checkpoint, Joshua pulled out a pistol and shot at officers, resulting in policemen shooting back at him, killing him in the process. Filipino police also claimed that they found a satchel filled with illegal drugs on the young man's body. In addition to this almost Hollywood action movie style story described by police, they claimed that Joshua wasn't an innocuous Dota gamer, but instead was a notorious wanted burglar. They even claimed that they identified him as this wanted burglar by a tattoo that was on his hand. That tattoo in question being the Queen of Pain from Dota 2, the game that Joshua played professionally. Not the kind of ink you would expect from a career criminal. And as far as Joshua's friend Julius Sebastian, he never returned home either and is still missing to this very day. Joshua's mother was then given funeral instructions and was allowed to see the body of her deceased son. Her son's body was riddled with
misliš
bullets.
na Vuk Kostića?
Needless to
Ja sam
say,
više
the
na
mother had a lot of
Papu
questions and felt the story described by
Kostić pa
police
ima,
to
bre.
simply be impossible. The
33
mother
je.
claimed that Joshua didn't know how to drive or operate a motorcycle, and stating that her son would never steal or deal with drugs. She became suspicious and believed that perhaps police malpractice may have been the cause of her son's death, thinking that police had misidentified him for an actual wanted criminal and killed him by mistake, then planting drugs on his body to sort of corroborate some bogus story. It's important to note that the authorities in the Philippines are allegedly some of the most corrupt institutions in the world. There are many reports of national police officers engaging in criminal activities such as extortion, corruption, and involvement in local rackets. Policing in the Philippines has become so poor that many businesses can't even rely on them for protection and have to hire private security. Another contentious issue surrounding Filipino policing is their war against drugs. Human rights groups have found that police officers routinely plant evidence on the bodies of gunned-down alleged drug users and dealers to help justify their use of deadly force. It's been suspected that perhaps Josh was mistaken for a wanted criminal and was killed due to police negligence, and in a wrong place at the wrong time situation got gunned down by police. Knowing the history of corruption coming from these authorities, Joshua's mother wouldn't give up in the quest to prove her son's innocence and taking on the police force that allegedly murdered her son. Thanks to rigorous scrutiny from Joshua's mother and several legal advocates, in February of 2019, 6 police officers allegedly involved in the shooting of Joshua Laksamana were hit with murder charges. This investigation also targeted a police supervisor for allegedly obstructing justice. This case had legs and apparently went from a local task force responsible for police corruption and traveled all the way up to the Supreme Court. But unfortunately for Joshua's mother and the advocates of this case, the charges were dismissed with no room for appeal. Naturally, Josh's mother was devastated and felt that police had murdered her son and gotten away with it. The woman's only remaining hope in seeking justice in regards to this matter lies with the International Criminal Court. There's an ongoing probe into the Filipino police's conduct that involves Joshua's case. She hopes that the ICC will prevail. And to this day, the truth of what really happened to Joshua Laksamana and Julius Sebastian remains a mystery, with police sticking to their original story and international investigations attempting to debunk it. Well, you've made it to the end. Those were the Eastport murders. Let me know what you guys thought about this video down below in the comments section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace.
Impossible.
Pa govno. Ovaj si healer. I tu. Da ga zapalim. Baca čovk insta. Even goes.
The video is called Anime Has Gone Too Far.
What? What? Why was this made?
What is the limit?
Wait, what's it called?
Umro jedan
My
lik.
life as the Kunai-san's dog. Why was this made?
Uđe.
It was made because they're wearing short skirts. And dogs are usually below that level. That's why it was made. I mean, I feel like everybody, like we pretty much could have guessed that one, huh?
What is the limit for anime? A medium that continually pushes the boundary of wonder. A place that welcomes all types of stories from all types of people. There's no limit to what you can see here, aside from your own imagination. If you can envision it, it can get made. But, like the inventor of a fart machine in a wind tunnel, have we ever stopped and asked, should it get made? Interspecies reviewers, Worlds End Hack, redo of Healer, anime.
I feel. Oh, there we go. That's a new one. Jesus Christ. It just makes me think of.
They've been pushing degeneracy to a whole new level.
I don't think it's really that big of a surprise because people love this degenerate weird shit. Yeah, it completely feels like, yeah, this is a totally normal thing for people. They love that.
In the past few years, In a post-redo of Healer world, there is little now that separates anime from hentai. Every day.
I mean, to be honest, like Chainsaw Man was a bit of a convergence, wasn't it? I think it kind of was. Damn.
The line gets more and more blurry, so the question plaguing humanity since the beginning of time is, how far can anime go? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you my life as Inkai's dog. Anime has gone too far. But how could it? What could it possibly do? Well, you see, we have now ventured to a place for which there is no coming back from. Tread on the sanctity of something we should have never dared touch. Dogs. Not genetically engineered dog girls, not fantasy isekai dog people species, not some guy wearing a dog costume. Just dogs. Why did it have to be dogs? What did dogs do to deserve?
Because everybody knows dogs. That's why, because people know what a dog is. People have a dog, so like, yeah, like people understand it.
Of this, man's best friend, the purest thing Mother Earth has gifted us with. If you've ever
You know what? I kind of want to watch that show and see what it's about. I'm kind of curious.
Humans don't deserve dogs. Here is the evidence to prove that you are categorically correct. This is a cursed show I probably should have left to die in obscurity until I had a single terrifying thought that dwarfed any existential horror or Lovecraftian nightmare my mind could come up with. Somehow, somewhere, this is going to be someone's first anime. So, to allow myself to sleep at night, I felt it was...
And then after a while, they're going to be a furry. That's right.
Bravo, Milan.
my duty to make a PSA to tell that person, shh, it's okay. It's alright. I can't promise that tomorrow's gonna be a better day, but I can promise you that we're gonna get through it together.
I don't like the presupposition of this video that the person watching it didn't like it. Like, why are we just assuming that the person watching the anime didn't like it?
I've committed to fully talking about this anime, but first, I need to talk about today's sponsor, Tigan Urifill. I've never been more happy for
Só igraš onaj... God of War. Je samo da skupim ove krabajaje.
a sponsor read in my life. In this 3D real-time combat RPG, players are tasked with reclaiming reality from a never-ending nightmare, like this show. Guys, maybe the anime man was onto something. Who actually needs to watch anime anymore, when you can just play it? Higan Urifill throws you into its world and stories that's presented by gorgeous 3D anime-esque cutscenes with popular voice actors, including Yui Ogara,
6, ništa. Ajde to zanati ćemo. Podrobna vojska prođe. Scusi. Evo ih, evo ih. Još dva.
Mamiko Noto, Nanamizuki, and more. You got some like Issa, an absolute ice cream. I can already tell this girl exudes my energy. What makes you say that? No reason. The secret between Issa...
He just died, yeah. Giant crab meat. Giant crab meat. The fuck. Oh my god. Snimit ću ovdje.
Greetings.
Narodna vojska prođe. What a piece of shit. Okay. Šta je ovo? Neka nova runa. Duplicate the item. Reduces the forging potential of both original and copy to 0. Oh. Duplicate the item. Seems good.
Greetings.
Okay.
Take care of yourself.
A? Kako zada zaštitnik prirode. Neku bolju kacigu ima ga nastavimo. Šta ti od čaj neki? Šta piješ ti? Sok od džimbira? Šalim me zjebno, su silače. Zone mi silač kao, evo ti usivač. Šta će usivač? Treba usisać, ne treba, neću ga žim uzeti. Please golden now. That's fine. That's fine. Jebote посмотр. Анастасия, посоль бы tako nešto fali. Посоль. За лапт? the fuck? Dobro večer, Sandra, Simo kraj telefona. Recite mi, molim vas, htio bih da proverim jedan laptop što je kupljen u Teknomaniji, pa ne znam da li bi vi mogli da im pomognete, da li je ono pod garancijom još, ono, čisto eto da mi pružite neke, Pa nisam ja kupio, kupljen je prije nekih 3-4 mjeseca, imam ja tu u telefonu, baš mogu vam poslati. Kupljen je, sad ću... Koje godine, pre koliko godina? Ma, sad skoro je kupljen, sad ću vam reći, prošle godine 10. mjeseca, sad ću vam točno reći. Onda je pod garanciju. 11.10. ali nisam ja kupio, tome se radi. Nema veze, vi imate račun. Ma nemam ja račun, gospođo, nego htio sam baš da ga proverim da li je to legalno sve, pa da vam pošaljem, razumete? To prodaje neki preko interneta I on je
Looking for a new game? Try G2A.com. Need new Windows or Office? Still G2A. Want to invest?
Did we receive some more bad news? Well, we got ladies and gentlemen. It has been almost 16 months since the release of Alpha 20 for 7 Days to Die. And Alpha 21 is on pace to break the record for most time between alphas. Needless to say, the development of Alpha 21 has taken much longer than expected, and not just by the fans, but by the devs as well. While we have seen a flurry of new screenshots from Alpha 21 lately, and hopes were raised a bit that the release of Alpha 21 is imminent, we may have received another bit of bad news.
No, God!
No, God, please, no! 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 So today we're going to discuss the latest update news for 7 Days to Die Alpha 21. But before we jump into the bad news, let's quickly recap some of the new information regarding Alpha 21. We have received a series of screenshots depicting some of the upcoming changes. These include a new forge model, a new workbench model, and a new vending machine model. Fun Pimps have also given us a glimpse at a new Tier 4 Army POI, as well as a new nursing home POI. And we've also received these screenshots depicting updated downtown business strips. There have also been a few items added to the confirmed list. First, there is a new entity activity throttling system, which, according to Fatal, should allow servers to handle more zombies. Next, there is a new terrain tool, which has been added to 7 Days to Die. This will allow POI designers to make terrain easier and faster. Lastly, under the section called Graphics Improvements, we see that shadows have been re-enabled on grass based on quality settings. Now, some have speculated that the flurry of screenshots and update information we've received as of late heralds the imminent release of Alpha 21 for 7 Days to Die. Unfortunately, that does not seem to be the case. If we head back to the 7 Days forums for Alpha 21, we find this exchange. A player posts, "This might have been answered previously, but I remember that during November there was hope that Alpha 21 would get released before Christmas. That obviously didn't happen, but we're close to being in April now. Without going into the when will you release the Kraken discussion, could you guys explain what led to that big of a planning delay?" To which Fatal responds, "Features not being as far along as we hoped. we don't primarily schedule features based on time, but functionality. So it takes as long as it does for the functionality to work. Many devs would cut features to hit a time slot. We take the time, within reason, to get the features we want. A perfectly reasonable response and explanation, and I personally applaud the devs for taking this approach. I would much rather they take the time necessary to fix bugs before release, instead of releasing a broken, buggy mess of a game. But now we get to the potentially bad news. Another player posts this. From what I understand from your comment and previous reports, Fatal, there are 2 serious bugs that need to be fixed for the release of Alpha 21. The zombie AI error you mentioned, and the random hole in the ground of a POI when quest resetting. Please, can you share with us something about the status of this second bug? To which Fatal responds, those are only my bugs, and not all of my bugs/tasks, as I currently have 12 must fixes in various states of completion, and across the team there are 67. That number does not mean a lot, as half of them do not need to be done for experimental, and new ones get added regularly. So after 16 months of development time down, Fatal has 12 must-fix items to go, and the team as a whole has a whopping 67 must-fix items to resolve before Alpha 21 will be ready for release. And that is just the number currently, with more fixes being added to that list.
Gledao sam bio danas ovoga Distortiona. Da.
I'm gonna have overlay like grenade.
No fucking way.
I guess I should use that Demented. Okay, Demented. Okay, Demented. Cool.
Si vidio to za garanciju to?
Evo šaljem mail. Zamolio si kako mi budem provjerovali to.
Gledam. Gleda koliko čovjek rešava salatu. Gleda sam bio skoro čitav speedrun, a dobro, nisam gleda baš ono kada ono ubija regularno, znam, gleda sam ono te choke point deonice, znaš.
Azarian, welcome back.
Recimo trebamo neđe, recimo trebamo crvena bitka. Onda trebamo recimo shotgun municija. Ovoga je ubija da bi alarmirao čitavo selo.
The run's been kind of rough. I finished one run at least.
Ne znaš što pauzira igru. Ovo ti je na profesionalu. Na profesionalu da se dešava da bomba ne ubije ništa. Bačiš uču, bomba ne ubije nikog, samo ih izranjava. I onda kao pauzira tako par puta dok baca bombu, dok radi kao taj tik, eksplozija tog damage-a. Pauzira to što kao radi, navodno kao radi veći damage.
That was very normal.
Huh? ti kao samo se iz...
Kontrol, valjda, sagneš se. U tom frame-u kad tada te zgrabi ti se sagneš i kao on izmigolji se. Imaš određeni broj kako treba da ih ubiješ, znaš, a viš koliko ih je zgomila ovdje, hla. I sad tapka pauzu, viš. Pobije ih je 5. Sad shotgunom roka po masi, ne bi li pobije što više ovdje, znaš. Što manje municije. Ja mislim upali još dvojka i viš. Imaš onoga što baca dinamit, znaš. A ne rašuje ga odmah, znaš. Nije ti. Tap. Sve. Gledao sam. To su ti ono kao trikovi, znaš. Tako se isto gleda za Resident Evil 2, onaj remake. Gleda sam isto neke fazone. Tu iza je kao, znaš, onaj katanac. Samo pukaj. Međe je napravio kiks.
Double small resource. Oh boy, what did I do to deserve this?
Napravio kiks u rudniku i tu ga je onaj s motorkom počera na drugu stranu, znaš ko kada eksploziv treba staviš. I pobjega od njega i krenuo prema ovom kamenji gubi, znaš. I onda je, pošto je to speed run, ne možeš da loduješ, nego i onda je učita checkpoint, znaš. Na početku nego učita checkpoint. I onda je opet speed runovan 1 minut izgubio i po vremena, do 2, dok se opet tu dovuka. I sve je odradio perfekt, ali to komu fali, znaš. I onda je ostao tako ono, odradio speedrun,
I'm not actually getting the rifle in chapter 2 anymore, although I'm still not really sure if I like doing that or not.
Na ostrovu imao 6 killova, onih full killova imao, znaš, nije iskoristio. I kad je došla na zadnja deonica, kad trčiš kroz ono selo, gdje ima dosta onih vojnika, s onim minigunima, mitraljezima, ima onih...
Yeah, you can just get in chapter 4.
Volovskim glavom, ima 2-3 njih. Tu su ga razvalili. Tu svaki korak je bukvalno mora da baca naš fleške i da ono, koristi heal. Čekaj, nešto interesantno. Da, gledaj borbu s ova dva.
Okay, we've got everything ready
Ovo je
here.
Force Heavy Granite, aha. Vidite zo. Šta? Aha. Tvalecka gaša. Znači to je kupljeno kod njih, šta? I pod garantijan okom, šta je? I za koliko ti para nudi?
Kaže ona, obraćanje račun koji su vam prosledili jeste izdato od strane Tehnomanije. Sad ja sam provjerio
I kad je kupljen to kod njih?
To je kupljeno 11.10.2002.
Prije 3-4 mjeseca. 6. 11.10. 6 mjeseci. Ha, to je puno. To mi je puno korišće. I koliko ti para traži za to?
300 € smanjio na 300.
Za koliko?
350 cijena.
A šta je to? Si gleda specifikacije? Piše li na... Šta je to? Acer, Sony...
Acer. Sve što pokazati, možemo gledati.
Onaj prijepalja, šta?
Ryzen 5. Kako je 8, RAM 8, SSD 1056.
No, viđi. Viđi.
Nije to
pošalje.
Puno para. To...
Pa nije, za 300 evra nije puno para.
A ništa, naručit ću jedno, a?
Pa naruči. Jesi ti nije ti jedino da ga kupiš novog?
A ja sam kucao viš ovaj broj, taj. Isti ovaj što piše u računu, viš. Mix, HVTX 0.1.
Full HD, da. Ryzen 5 3500U.
Na stanju. 54 ljeta. A 300 evra ti je...
40.000. 38, tako.
35.000.
Eto, 15.000 jeftiniji. Ali ako vam koristio 6 mjeseci...
Nije 15 with 20. Ovo je 55.
Aha.
Još na popustu. Znaš. Jebe mat. A evo još pod garanciju.
A koliko je njihova garancija? 2-3 godine?
2 godine.
Radost. Neće tebe, ti ćeš ga izgubiti za pol godine.
Izgubit?
Pa zato što je mobilna stvar. Ti imaš običaj sve stvari što nisu pričvršćene da...
A jeste sad laptop da zaboravim.
Pa ono znam ja, tebi ništa.
Mobilni da, ali baš laptop.
Pa ne, pa rekao ja, sve što nije zašafljeno, zazivno. Keva uzela one papire, papiri su stajali ovdje. Keva je čistila, tu neće da priznam, nema veze. Keva je pokupila onu fasciklu i odnijela gore. Ona mi pravi glasanje posle. Keva našla fasciklu, ubeđuje me, 100 puta me ubeđuje, ja to ti je tu, ti si tražio da ga staviš. Ako znam da jesam i znam da sam ga donio tu. Ona ima običaj da tu da prekopava kroz sobu i da traži šta može da ponese, odvuče, opere, skladišti. Ja sam poslije javno kao, ja sam to ponio.
Samo da kažem da pošalju.
New quest, new set. The XP you get is a ton. Then it's on to fight LOD in the world's don't keep. He's got you can find Menage blah blah. Socket this from that guy. Name your item but Warren on his frozen and forever.
And now a word from our...
Te odgovori? Šta imaš adres? Plaćaš pouzećem ono kad ti pošalje. Napišimo ako mu pošalješ ciglu Bolje bi ti bilo da se kriješ.
Pa ima dosta, 180 lajkova, stvarno.
A šta je, prodavao sličnu robu po tome ili?
Ma da. Nije neki što ga tiče. To mi daje neku...
Lažnu nadu.
Baš. Dženan. Dženan iz Prijepolja.
Dženane.
A prodaje, dečko vidim. Kaže, kupujem GTX 1070, 1080 Ti.
Šta radi? Kupuje?
Kupuju.
RX 580.
Prodaje nešto neotvarano, ne
Pa ja si to reći Marku. No proda karticu.
O, Marko ima to.
Marko ima RX 580 ili 560. On me uzeo za zbor. Nešto tako. Ja Marko para za ovu karticu, to je problem. Marko je uzeo neku laminu polovnu. Mi smo uzeli od Cileta, ali Cile je koristio karticu, da, pol godine. Više da ne može da igra onaj, ukazuje Call of Duty kao, Call of Duty mu treba kartice od 500 €. Cile ludak. Znam što fali na kartici. Znam si jedino, ima 4 giga rama, to je razlika. Skroz nebitno. Ako ne guraš ni...
Sponsor Tower Fantasies approved for a lot of clicking the link.
Pet.
A?
Ako 5.
Kao barbaren dolazi kao u rodni grad. Masakr. Fajn večer, znaš.
Ko?
A malo sam kada sidi. Znaš da se ja iza vode, ne znam da, znaš ono, ne znam da smog pogledam.
Thanks.
A ona je debeli, bre, onaj, znaš. Ovo ti je checkpoint sledeći, znaš. Ono, sve si mi stala, onaj sledeći checkpoint je zapisa se mogu, znaš. Ali si suno. Aha, barbarijani, bre, on ti drugi.
Aha.
Onaj Heart of Oak, kako zove. Ovdje je paladin. Ovdje je drugi.
Come on.
Oh, what can I press? Free the barbarian.
No.
Over here. Let us out.
Evo ga povadi.
You are rightfully earned.
Dobiješ raw ort tau, ja mislim, znaš. I to ti ide na štit. Ali ide na normalni štit. Ide na body armor, zaboravio si. Da, evo ti raw ort tau. Nije dobro služio. Mislim. Ti ne želiš da čuva glasova kao Frozen Lake. Samo cap. Ono što si. To ti je Assassin.
Ovo su krave. Te gađu.
Sukubus.
Jeti. Ne kraju ništa.
Potion of stabbing ti treba, znaš?
Aha, da. Odleđivanje.
Da. Njena nagrada ti, ja mislim, brandom oružje jedno, znaš? Dao kote. Ote, kad ideš na maga, neko master u 5 maga, znaš?
Poshođaš.
Ovo je prison cage, ja mislim. Samo space. Focus explosion, ne? Čekaj, da pa padne prvi vidim, ne? Dobiješ nagradu da napišeš kao nešto znaš na item. To ti je nagrada.
Da.
Over here.
Da skroz zanimljene moram budeš, jer pošalješ jednog karaktera, sorceress sa teleportom, znaš?
We are the spirits of the Nephilim, the ancient ones. We have been chosen to guard sacred Mount Arya, wherein the world's stone rests.
Help me!
Ako uđe novi igrač, valjda ne stanu, znaš. Postavio se kamerom. Ovo ti je ono Storm, Earth and Fire.
TP.
Ovo su ti jedni pravo, ništa rade ko.
Prskava. A, šarp.
Crkavio u
I am overburdened.
I wish I could use this.
Jebot, možda pokupi pignici. Znaš ko vas da krade stvari? Asasin.
Testam te stalno nešto
Nešto te gađi.
je zamke.
My brothers will not have died in vain. warriors will not have died in vain.
Da sad neće niko da udari, pa sad u foru. Neće niko da udari. Gle. Svi su se pribili. I ko za da zadnji udarac, on zima i...
I am impressed, mortal. You have overcome You have overcome the greatest challenge.
May it be.
3, 2, 1.
Gle sada, a nisi vidio. Zadnja animacija je Tyrell gađa kao mačem i kao prskava kristal i ono kao kako nestaje kristal, tako iza piše onako Diablo Immortal i ono viče Tyrell, oh no. Diablo Immortal je napravljen bio za mobilne telefone, znaš, i onda su ga, kad su vidjeli da ne ide baš kako su zamislili, onda su ga kao napravili za PC isto, free, ali ako hoćeš da igraš ozbiljnije ili da bolje igre nadoviš, moraš da bukvalno da platiš te kristale i tako glupost.
Šta kažeš?
Ovi najslabiji mobovi imaju nešto previše health. Mislim da si nivo težine diga bil.
A nema veze.
Nema veze kasnije. U early game imaju previše health.
snimaš, možda snimiš sada, ti snima po checkpointu.
Snimiš.
A možda kad dođeš.
It's open. Won't stay open. What now?
Mislim da moraš njega da pošalješ, znaš.
You froze it in place. Clever.
Zamrznao si mehanizam. To je to, možeš izdati.
Smiri se.
Smiri se ko nam.
What?
They can no longer use it. We can.
So,
Bashchalik973. Welcome to my channel.
nice. Where are you going? I think he's this way.
Šta ti tu pare ili experience? Pa pare. Silver. Upgrade neki. To je no. Vikinški novac. Se ja konj. Meni se sam. Možda da sam gurnuo bure tu, onda znam kako da gurnem. Čekaj, pogledaj okolo. I tamo vidi. Sad se dođe dvorište. Tu se već bili. Može to razgledati. Dobro izgleda skoro.
Boy, over here.
Oh, look! It's Skull and Hati, the giant wolves who chase the sun and moon. Where did they come from? How did they get up there? What's happening there at the end? They eat the sun and moon? And then everybody fights?
Mali skupljate kao mitovi u knjizi. Skontao sam. Taj journal u suštini nije tvoj nego njegov. Kao, znaš. Nešto nisam ne mislio da baš Kratar se postao pisac od stare dane.
A šta radi, piše žurnal kao šta?
Pa kao mali skup.
Mitovi neki, šta je to?
Možda pritisneš tab da vidiš šta se. Mislim da je tam jem šta je. To imaš jedan point za upgrade. Mislim imaš jedan point za upgrade, znači. To je samo skin, znaš. Ista je funkcija.
Ja.
A da, samo kao šar, po želji. To je vjerojatno neki bonus content, nešto. Nije jači, samo drugačije ono to. Aha, imaš neki arbor da staviš na sebe ili?
Nemam pojma.
A lupi enter. Viš da imaš taj. Kao bakav. A šta? No imaš neko kamenje da ubacuješ u vrlo. Ima neki vratno light RPG sistem. Samo 2 na defense da je taj kamen, viš piše. Idi nazad, escape. A ne, već si ga equipao, samo escape.
Vidim.
Da, imaš 2, to je to. Stavi nešto drugo.
Ovo je kao originalno.
To ti kao drugi armor set, ako sam skontao.
Strength, defense i luck.
Isto imaš socket, samo ne znaš šta možda staviš.
Damage taken, both unique attack, damage, vitality, luck, increase perk, activation chance, increase XP and silver gain.
To je kaiš, belt. A, mislim da nemaš više tih kamenčića, probaj, da vidiš ovo.
Ne.
I to je medaljonik. Mislim, imaš koji? Ne, šta? Da li sam? I imaš za njega isto, vidiš? Tu. Ne, level pritisni na tastaturi. Okej.
Ne znam, sviskam sve. QE je po ovome da menjaš.
Možda ne možeš još. Nije, to ti je na numeričku. To što ti pritiskaš ti je na numerical pad. Numeraciju. Kako tu menjaš lijevo desno? Može, ali tako? Znači da ne možeš još kod njega da promeniš ništa, znaš? Nemaš gear.
Nemaš.
Nemaš još ništa. Mislim, imaš da staviš taj ability. Imaš jedan point da iskoristiš, ali nisam...
Kako ja gledam? Hex Silver 3800. Requires Vitality.
Moraš prvi ability da uzmeš, ja mislim taj. Ili taj već imaš nuč. Moguće da taj već imaš nuč. Šta ti je close combat, taj imaš tu 3 ability. Hold for a brutal cleaving X attack that deals massive damage. To već imaš ili?
Miš, fali mi XP.
Hati, both giants. Scully chases the sun and Hati the moon. What happens when they catch their prey looks like a massive fight. Odin, Thor, both serpents. Could it be Ragnar? Szalej, proszę.
Szalej. No.
Možeš tu skočiti. Ima skoku i...
Ne da je odmah.
Nema skok klasičan, ima neki red, ali je toliko težak da ne može da skoči. Čekaj, on mogu? A? Stvarno nema skoka? Možda to da pogodiš. Pogodit će. Strelom, naš strel.
Evo.
Evo ga gore. Evo si gore, nešto pogodiš.
Dobro. I? Nešto može bilo kao...
Kupiš tu kao priču. Kao lore.
Father, look.
Wait for my mark. Relax. Do not think of it as an animal. It is simply a target. Clear your mind. Steady your aim and breathe in. Exhale and release.
I got it.
Good.
It's still alive.
Your knife. No. Finish what you started.
Kak?
I can't.
We have no choice.
Okay, just tell me when to shoot. Watch out! Father, you're really hurt!
Joji. Ne moraš da sarađuješ sa malim, znaš? Mali.
Okay, just tell me when to shoot.
Okrenut na njega, on ono, krene kombo i... Naš... Sve.
Okay, just tell me when to shoot. Ready and wait.
Boy. Boy, look at me. Look at me, boy. Boy, look at me.
We did it.
You are not ready.
What? Are you serious? I found the deer. I proved myself. How am I not ready?
We are going home.
I haven't been sick in a long time. I can do this.
You are not ready.
I am ready.
Do not speak again.
The path home is
Možeš nešto da upgradeš za to. Ostaje neki XP. Šta piše? Kill 3 trolls, je li svega ti? Nešto ti sija tu nadmono vidim, jer ti to utrani, a sam može. Imaš neki gaće. Crne gaće. Choked by Atarus will take increased damage. Još nemaš dovoljno. 500 mi treba. Gdje smo šporiti? Sprint ahead, a? Samo radila krv. Kad si je lansira tako dole, je li to? Kad su stanirani možda ih zgrabiš da ih raščaraš. Sad kaže stan grab. chamber. Special tool.
Still can't get the doors open, huh?
Quiet.
Treba ti nešto za to. Treba šekirati s polomutom.
I told you something was different about the forest.
And I told you not to speak.
To ti njega kući ta velika trgovina, znaš? Gdje? To, pored, pogledaj. Viš? Piše ti house, viš ona žuta kućica. Tu pored dva zlice.
O!
Kući. To ti je kao...
Why would a fire troll burn Mother's garden? And since when are Draugrs so close to the house? And what was that frozen thing that attacked us?
I do not know. Now be silent. We are almost home. Inside, boy.
Ovaj mi nešto odgovorio na mail.
spavili ovaj telo, znaš. Ako se dobro vidio. Na početku, tako da... I ta ruka na drugom.
You lost control.
That thing was trying to kill us. It's not like you don't get angry in a fight.
Anger can be a weapon. If you control it, use it. You clearly cannot. When you...
I haven't been sick in a long time. I'm better now.
Fine. Come on then.
You want me to hit you?
I want you to try.
Ow! What are you...
Try again.
Why are you doing that?
Too slow. Try again.
Cut it out!
Weak. Again. Again.
Stop it!
Again! Your anger, you can get lost in it. The path ahead is difficult. And you, Atreus, are clearly not ready.
What was that?
Quiet.
Come on out! There's no use hiding anymore. I know who you are.
What's going on? Do you know him?
More importantly, I know what you are.
Boy, beneath the floor. Now.
But you told me never to go down there. Who is that?
I do not know.
What's he talking about?
I do not know. Get in.
Just tell me what I want to know. No need for this to get bloody.
I thought you'd be bigger. But you're definitely the one. Long way from home, aren't you?
What do you want?
Oh, you already know the answer to that.
Whatever it is you seek, I do not have it. You should move on.
And here I thought your kind was supposed to be so enlightened, so much better than us, so much smarter. And yet you hide out here in the woods, like a coward.
You do not want this fight.
Oh. I'm pretty sure I do.
Leave my home.
You are going to have to kill me for that to happen.
I warned you.
Finally.
You would not listen.
Fine. My turn. How incredibly disappointing. Come on, then.
Pres
Point! For me! Are you even trying? Forget how to use a shield? Hmm? Come on!
One night the child.
Ti je jedan od onih Dark Souls fightova, znaš?
Point! Are you even trying? Come on already! Is that it? Point! Tell me what I want. Pain stops real simple.
Why are there two beds in
Leave my
Looky for fun _ bot _ master. Welcome to my channel. Successfully lost. Welcome to my channel.
Who are you hiding?
Slow and old. You should never have come to Midgard. So, care to try again?
You talk too much.
You won't talk? Fine. Maybe whoever it is you've got stashed in that house will.
Who is it? Who are you afraid of? Fine. Let's fight. Point this.
ćošak s njim, znaš. I onda on skoči nazad i, znaš, uradi taj kao...
Welcome to my channel.
Bili ga više.
Bojim se da ne. Bukvalno je skoro uništio.
Leaving so soon? When Odin sent me here, I just needed answers, but you had to act all proud. Throw whatever you have at me. I'll keep coming. That old body will give out. But before I end this, I want you to know one thing. I can't feel any of this. Seen it with your own eyes. You can't hurt me. Nothing can. This fight is pointless. Your struggle is pointless. It didn't have to be this way. Pathetic. You can't win. I feel nothing. But you feel everything, yet you keep trying. I'm not my brother, and if you'd given me what I wanted, it wouldn't have ended this way. But no. Let's finish this. You can't beat me! I feel nothing! I feel nothing! I'd hope that you, of everyone I'd faced, would finally make me feel something, but you can't.
Who was he? He knew me. Did he know my past? How did they find me after all this time? Faye, what do I do? Our son is not ready to carry your ashes to the top of the mountain. And neither am I. I do not know how to do this without you. But we cannot stay here. Boy.
There was so much. I thought. You're all right.
I am all right. Come. Gather your things. We are leaving.
Thought I wasn't ready.
You are not. We have no choice now. Prove me wrong.
Yes, sir.
Samo rekao, iako nisi spreman, kaže moramo da idemo. To rekao. Prove me wrong.
The mountain. It's gonna be a long trip.
Yes, but an important one.
Whoa. How did this happen?
Stranger. ti je taj Atris od dnevnik, znaš. Imaš XP-a zašte? Uzmi neki komp. Šta je to? Levi, desni.
3 leva, desna. Sad ovo mi još nije jasno, requires cooldown, requires runic.
Uzmi taj komp. Piše ti additional bonus, viš dobro. A za to ti treba taj link.
In Spartan Ridge, aha.
Aha. Pa taj potez imaš normalno?
Da, ovo je ono samo da šibaš levi.
Da vidiš. Ne, onaj potez za security, to isto rage combat ili regularni potez? To me zanima. Kako radi taj potez?
Who was he?
I do not know.
He won't us. We're nobodies. Did you kill him?
I did what had to be done.
O, sa strelom. Most, to je... Kao collectible sniki.
Ovdje sam duvukao onaj šanac. Dobro.
Moraš ti kući. Ne vraća se.
Ne vraćam se starim ljubavima. Šađemo koliki put.
Kaj grla postala žena, između drveta nema. Prince of Persia. Se leti kao šimpanza nalazi.
Could have died. Never leave me alone again, all right?
All right.
Здорово. Бой. Neko je izbrao, kako puta kaže Kratos. I do not know. Ali ne i to kaže, I do not know.
You've had to kill people before, haven't you? You're used to it.
We do what we must to survive.
Animals, I get. They're food. Draugr, they're supposed to be dead. But people, they're trying to survive too.
Close your heart to it. On our journey, we will be attacked by all manner of creature. Close your heart to their desperation. Close your heart to their suffering. Do not allow yourself to feel for them. They will not feel for you.
I understand. Has this been here all this time? Why don't you help me up there? I can get a better look. Okay, nowhere to go from here, except across this bridge.
Znaš ko mi je pričao Boris? S njim se ima debatu, znaš. Možda je priča okej to, ali što se tiče istraživanja i toga, rekao sam da negdje bolji 100 puta. Možda je manja ipak, znaš, ali ima više kontenta. Lanac. On čeka da mu ja spustim most, a ja... Samo si ga blokira, znaš. Treba da ga zalediš, treba prvo da ga spustiš pa da ga zalediš, to sam skontao. Ima neki... nešto tu. Ovo neka. Nema ga staje, stani. Šta je točak pored tebe? Jo, točak, desno, pored tebe.
Think you can lower it from there?
Go.
Made it!
Boy.
Yes, sir.
da zavadiš lanac, možda zavadiš.
Good idea.
Mislim da možda se vratiš tamo, možda nešto se kaže. Možda skoči, a možda preskoči, znaš? Dobro, evo. Ovo igra za konzolu, znaš. A meni je da se igra lako, znaš. A ne da oni više ne sati, znaš. A to i nemaš slobodu skakanja. Levo desno.
Father, will we see others on the road?
Yes.
Friendly?
No.
They'll try and rob us?
Possibly. Yes.
Oh.
Da. Dobro.
To pročitaš.
Za šta?
Pa, ako padnem da idem malo preko njih, znaš. Letica.
Za slučaj da si primetio sad upraviš kasnije. Za slučaj da ti nije palo na oko, ne znam da iskrciš se kjedo da izvodiš na pročit.
Look. All this time, there's been a protection stave around our entire woods. But the stave's broken there. Did you cut those down?
She hand marked the tree she wished used for her pyre.
Why'd she do that?
She used for fire.
Come. No looking back now.
Mislim da je Zeusov sin, tako nekako.
So, how long will it take to get to the mountain?
I do not know.
Before winter falls?
I do not know.
Okay, okay.
Dark Siders.
They don't see us. Fire?
Wait for my mark.
Imaš Famine u trećem delu. Znam da je jedan gunslinger. Smrt, ja mislim da je u drugom delu se igraš kao smrt. Jakač, kao korpsi. Postavljam da sviše neku foru kao Dark Souls, ono, pojednostavljena varijanta, znaš. Ovdje sad dizajnom nivo.
What are we waiting for?
Grafično.
Look, brother!
If you want to help, distract them. Whoever is not... My focus should be yours, but only when safe to do so.
I can do that. Look there!
Znaš šta ti tu trebati, ja ti kažem?
No, da se brzo obrneš.
A ne. Ja sam pravo objašnjenje za quick
Look
time.
there!
Kad igraš na konzoli, znaš, stalno držiš naprijed da se krećeš. Znaš, ako ti treba da se okreneš sa onim ten kontrolama na joysticku, znaš, treba u vodu radiš. A ako pritisneš kao ne znam, L1 ili L2, nebitno neko dugme, automatski te okreneš za 180.
Yetnar.
Giants.
You can read the writing.
Some. Just the language his mother knew. But they're all sort of connected, so sometimes I can feel my way through stuff I shouldn't know. You know?
За 9 секунди, мисі, ну, парлиця. Урку. То ти право обични. Той има и она развитие. Куда си вършка, тиснати в търг. Ovdje nema laga, znaš, ovdje se kratos, ono, ako tapneš da se okreneš mišem, ono se okreneš. Ovdje ti ima kao locomotion. Sve će se instaliti.
Anything else?
Space your shots. Speed costs accuracy.
Got it.
Te Frostu na palac.
Hey, I think there's a chest over there.
Loot.
Šta je to ono?
Lighter unik attack, health touch.
Game. To ti je game. Šta da je na damage ne stane? Piše kako se aktivira Q, levi klik šta? Sekirom nešto radi. Ups. Levi klik šta? Enter. kao soket po oružju.
Equipujemo i doći. Dobro.
A nešto mora da bude oružje.
Require Soronik. To mi još nije jasno šta kako.
Ne, to je da ga upgraduješ, treba ti nešto da, znaš, ta neka valuta, vidiš. Imaš 13.000 te valute, vidiš gore.
Da.
Silver neki, hek silver.
Da.
Whoa! How'd you do that?
Ima cooldown.
Gdje piš?
I think we can go through here.
Čitao, jesam, ali da li ne znam.
Jedan ti dole levo, gledaj kako se puni. Skroz dole levo. Vidiš? Možda povećaš to ako hoćeš, ja mislim. To te zbog rezolucije. Zato što igraš igru... Sam igraš 40. I zato ti izgleda koji smanji.
Move.
Thanks. There's the mountain! Let's go!
Not yet.
It's fine! See? Ah! Help! Father, help!
Hang on!
Hurry! I'm slipping!
Stay calm. Almost there.
That wasn't so bad.
Slow down. Your haste will cost us.
Slow down.
Sorry. More Draugr. But these aren't moving. Are they dead? I mean, more dead?
Boy.
Not dead, not dead!
Remember, accuracy over speed.
does not matter if you fire only... once. Show me control.
Look at this.
Read it.
Eat it.
Oh, this used to be a marketplace. The giants used to gather here to trade with the gods a long time ago. Wonder if Odin was ever... There's something up there! Something's breaking through the wall! Look! Above us! Something's breaking through! Something's breaking through the wall! Look! Above us! Something's breaking through! Something's breaking through the wall!
Mogu da deflektim ili ne, ono kao... Prvi put sam kao nešto uspio deflektim i da nastavim komodu. Pokušavam da Shekiru izvučem iz tiskanja keca, ali ono...
Ne može.
Iz nekog razloga, ne može.
Something's breaking through the wall!
Mora 4 puta govoriti.
Look! Above us! Something's breaking through! Something's breaking through the wall!
Ka me kao udari na neki range milion.
Something's breaking through the wall!
Uopšte, znači dođuo sam i kao zamanu.
Something's breaking through the wall! Something's breaking through the wall!
si ovo lijede.
Something's breaking through the wall!
pointu komba ako ne mogu ga izvedem.
Možda to što ti njega udariš 2 puta, na tvoj treći udarac, kada ćeš uradiš kao
jedino da udarim 2 puta i onda da rolam i kao ako uspijem na brzinu, onda će mi se reseto, neće mi se reseto. Ako uspijem da udarim dovoljno brzo. Poslije.
Samo se, ali to je delice frame-a, samo uradi, poučaj se kiru radi, samo te podsjeti.
There's something up there!
To je glupo, ta sekira, što oni koriste, oni koriste sekiru. Uopšte nemaš nida tvrdog. Nema.
Look, above us! Something's breaking through! Something's breaking through the wall!
Boss.
Something's breaking through the wall.
Zato što me više health.
Something's breaking through the wall.
Tački nivo težina,
Ako nije onaj... Kao ono kad sam onoga nešto...
Something's breaking through the wall!
Šta si ga raščerečio?
Raščerečio...
Something's breaking through the wall!
Mora da ima...
Tako da ti ideš i mnogo, hoćeš dobiti onaj
Take it free!
Ne.
Arthur, I need you!
Se dešava, šivjo!
Look! Above us! Something's breaking through! Something's breaking through the wall!
piše tamo onome, a da nisi da si iskontao. Then the first one to carry heavier than just what makes them slower, the deal lost. Vjerojatno moraš da ih pobediš od... Ako ih pobediš već toliko nema pojnta da čitaš taj kod. Već si ih pobedio.
Već sam našao...
Već si ubio da si 15 komada, ono, znaš, kao ne vidim pojntu u tome kodi. Bar napiši odmah, znaš.
Do you hear that? What is it?
We will see. Stay close.
Pol sata. Pol sata se parodiram po četvorici.
So we're going towards... Keep moving.
But not for your arrow! Fire!
Gađe strelicama.
So we're going towards the scary singing?
Kao nestalo. Interesantno. Od tam da nije, ali možda je.
But not for your arrow!
Forsiram, ali znao sam da će ubiti, znaš, kad forsiraš. Ja trčim ka njoj, a ona kao ono, laži, ono, neš me ubiti. Točno doda gas na kraju.
So we're going towards the scary singing? That was a real revenue. Never thought I'd see one up close.
Šta kaj sam vidio tu?
Brat je konj. Se zove No Country for Old Men. Šta je? Tu stavljaš tačno.
Dobar je on, nije loš. Interstito.
Možda si malo zabiberio. Težinu igre.
I jesa hoćeš jedan faj da biješ pure.
Aj, brate, ono, šejla
sam. Vidio sam 5 minuta si ga tu. Šta 5? 15, 20. Četvoricu si. Taljiga. Zero sense. Oh my god. Nemoj, molim te. Znači, isćerat ću te napolje, kunem ti se. Nemoj. Ako ćeš da... Znači, uključio sam grijanje da se malo ugreje soba. Znači, nisam uključio da me razvališ ovdje.
And her teammates are in my energy. What makes me...
Oh god. Wow. Man.
Say that? No reason. The secret between Issa and her teammates are in Higan Yuruthil. Now let's talk about this gameplay. You have 3D real-time combat, high-quality 2D and 3D modeling, employing tactics and bullet time. These are just words. I don't need to say anything. Just have a look at how beautiful it all comes together with music that bangs. Look at how beautiful it all comes together with music that bangs.
Okay.
Do I need to say any more? Discover the story behind all these characters. Start your adventure with Higan Yuruthil today by clicking the link in the description to download it. And you have a 100% chance to get the powerful SSR media. Also, you can use my code in the description to get my special rewards in Higan Yuruthil.
What does SSR even stand for? How did everybody just agree that SSR is the best one? Like super, super rare? What happens if somebody does a super, super, super rare? I feel like at that point, there's too many S's. Oh yeah, it's kind of like a snake. Yeah, it exists. Oh god.
Thank you very much for sponsoring me today, and with that, back to my life as Inukai's dog. Dog fact number 1. Dogs have 18 muscles to move their ears. In some ways, it's impressive that a show could give a man who's seen Redo of Healer, who likes Domestic Girlfriend, who's seen some of the most degenerate shit that's come out of anime, the chance to say, you know what, I think I have the moral high ground. The plot goes something like this. On some rainy afternoon, a guy wakes up cold and shivering on the streets. How did he get there? What is he doing? All questions that are unimportant because he sees his classmate and crush who takes him home, where he comes to the realization to the precarious situation he's in. He is a dog. When I first saw the basic premise of this,
This is just some fucking voyeurism, like, anime. That's what it is. That's what it's about. That's what it is. So it gets worse. What do you like? Is this supposed to be a surprise to me? What do you think? It didn't get worse?
I said to myself, oh cool, some dumb slice of life reincarnation story where a guy wakes up as a dog. I'm a seasoned isekai fan, I've seen worse. It can't be dumber than waking up as a sword or waking up as a vending machine. Maybe they'll tackle the human struggles of trying to live as a dog. Maybe the psychological effects of being stuck in a dog's body, having to navigate a society made by humans, having your daily survival be completely reliant on that of another human being. There's a lot of places this story could go. Surely, it's not about a bunch of girls thirsting over a dog. I regret to inform you that my initial assessment was incorrect. Within the first 5 minutes of taking the dog home, the first thing Karen Inukai decides to do, yes, her name is Karen, which is very on theme because I'm about to call the manager, is get undressed in front of the doggo and bathe with it, naked. But okay, this isn't too bad. There might be some dog owners who feel comfortable removing their clothes in front of their dog.
I told you guys. Yep. Spares no time. Yes. The funny part is that it sells.
Dog showering their dog, sucking their dog's nose. Maybe this could be wholesome, if wholesome was spelled without a W. But it soon becomes apparent that the feelings towards the dog are a little devious. Oh yes, so very devious towards the dog. Oh yes, this is my coping mechanism. This is my... She takes her dog for a walk, but is feeling a little devious. Okay, stop now. And almost immediately tries licking the pupper if went for some meddling kids, gets way too excited photographing a dog, urinates, then introduces him to a place called Coochie Cove. I've seen people dressed up in a red astronaut suit that are less sus than this girl right here. Now if you think finding out a dog has more riz than you will ever do is sad, don't worry. that's actually one of the least depressing parts of this show. In no particular order, here are some things depicted in My Life as Inukai's Dog that involves a girl and a dog. Bathing naked, tail jobs, seductive feet licking, and a dog. Bathing naked, tail.
I need to watch this shit. If you have an erection right now, something is
Jobs. Seductive feet licking. Getting a dog to undress you. Getting a dog to lick your chamber of secrets. Enticing a dog with your chamber of secrets. Giving a dog a ball gag. Breastfeeding.
That's crazy. So they just went all the way with it. Wow. So it's not even an insinuation. That's nuts. Okay, and then what?
What have we become? How did we get here?
Some of these acts are in the anime, some further on in the manga. Yes, that's right. I read further into the manga. Don't ask me what force compelled me to do so, because I still don't know myself.
Yeah.
Maybe I wanted to see how much worse it could get. Maybe I'm learning deep down inside I have masochistic tendencies. Maybe I was waiting for some divine intervention, because if I could ask a higher power anything, if there was one thing.
It's like if like how is this madness gonna end? Like one day he wakes up as a normal guy and you know now she's his girlfriend and they live happily ever after. I have a feeling that doesn't happen.
I would like to know. Why in God's name is the art for this manga actually really fucking good? Dog fact number 2. No two dogs' noses are alike. Many people have drawn comparison to Chainsaw Man, because like Chainsaw Man, the dog is named Pochta. Now Chainsaw Man's Pochta has joined the short list of the highest commendation you can get in an...
Oh, people love this thing. Even though it was only there in the first episode. Oh yeah, they think he's great. Or it's, I don't even know if it's a he or what.
Anime. Being a good boy.
Yeah.
Pochta, that's a good boy.
It's a good boy.
Ein, that's a good boy.
Yeah.
Bond, that's a good boy. Nina, that's a good girl.
Looks like a
Inukai's
depressed
Pochta
dog.
is not a good boy. That's a bad boy. Bad boy. One could argue that in many ways, Chainsaw Man is just a day in the life of a dog.
Yeah.
Here's Denji, who woofs for his owner, goes on walks, becomes one with Pochta. He got that dog in him. Then there's Inukai. Woofs for their owner, goes on walks, and becomes one with Pochita. Because she does. She got that dog in her. You may be thinking...
No way. No way.
Be with you.
Dude. Oh my god, that is amazing.
Inukai is the outlier here.
Wow.
The freak who loves a dog a little too much. But of course, the
She
show had to
brings her
introduce a
friends
full-on
over.
cast
Yeah.
straight out of the watch list of your local animal services. There's the tsundere, Nekotani. As your resident tsundere ambassador, we do not claim Nekotani. She can go somewhere else.
Oh my
Tsunderes can be
God.
violent, unless those violence is towards dogs. The shy Usagi, a girl so down bad she makes the average Genshin player look like a functional member of society. Not just limiting it to dogs, she decided to force herself on a poor table, which depressingly adds inanimate objects to the growing list of things that have more riz than weebs do. If I had $1 for every anime girl I've seen do unspeakable things to a table, I'd have 2, which is $2 richer than I want to be. Well, unless that's what you're into, I suppose.
I am the table.
Then, of course, completing the trilogy is the yandere, Inukai herself.
I am the table.
Then, by the way, cat ears. Like, you think that you thought that it was gonna forget that? Absolutely fucking not. Nope.
Of course, completing the trilogy is the yandere, Inukai herself. We can already agree. Do not stick your dick in crazy, especially the kind that this crazy wants. While the rest of the world was asking, what the dog doing? Inukai was more concerned with, who? The dog doing? Dog fact number 3. Dogs may be able to...
Oh my god!
No. If by some miracle you still don't know if you should subject yourself to 12 episodes of this, I've made a simple flowchart for you to follow. First, ask yourself, do you like dogs? If your answer is no, do not watch this show. If your answer is yes, do not watch this show. If you're looking for some kicks in life, here are some alternative suggestions I recommend over watching My Life as Inukai's Dog. Skydiving, mountain biking, ordering the extra large portion in America, tweeting out chains.
No, see, I don't know, maybe this guy isn't from America, I'm not sure. Nah, if he knew how it was, you actually, if you order the extra large hot dog, you just get one really long hot dog. You don't get two half-length hot dogs. He's in Britain. Yeah, see, he don't know that. He needs to go to Sonic. Become a real American.
In America, tweeting out Chainsaw Man is mid, setting your notifications to vibrate, then putting your phone in your pants. All non-dog related activities that get the heart pumping.
That would actually be a good anime, like a girl who's addicted to like using her phone as a vibrator, and she does it by farming hate on the internet. And then getting notifications. That's a really good idea. Somebody should do that. It already exists? Oh. Never mind.
This is something that should be left behind in the bowels of time. In fact, as of this very moment, I am working on a time machine so I can go back and get us back on the right timeline. Because what hope is there left for humanity, knowing that a sentient human being wrote this? Then more sentient human beings made the conscious decision to greenlight this into an anime. And throughout that entire long process, not a single person stopped to ask themselves, what in the biblical fuck have we done? On the day of reckoning.
I love how, again, there are people that like to fuck dogs. This show is for those people. Now, you can make an argument that they shouldn't have a show. And I would agree with you. I don't think they should have a show either. But let's not pretend like this show doesn't have an audience. So fuck anything. No, I mean, I'm just saying, like, look, it is what it is. I love how everybody's trying to pretend.
Yes.
Pretend like, oh wow, I can't believe this is real. Of course it's fucking real. Like, what do we all have to be? What, you guys just joined the internet yesterday? You forgot about Mr. Hands? Come on. It's always been like this.
When humanity stands before God Almighty, waiting for our final judgment, there, standing between us and salvation, will be Inukai's dog. On that day, we will have to look up at God and tell him that this is what humanity has done. This is what mankind has led to. The souls of all humans will beg and plead not to be forsaken, not to be rejected from the gates of heaven. But in the end, all we can do is repent and ask for forgiveness. Forgiveness from God, forgiveness from each other, forgiveness from our dogs, which is more than we deserve. In conclusion, I'm a cat person now.
I fucking bet. Oh shit. My life. Oh, there's another one? Oh, I bet there will be. I wonder how many people watch this show. You know what's really fucking upsetting? I think it's gonna be a real black pill for a lot of people. Is I bet this show is popular. Never underestimate humanity's strive to bring their fucked up kinks to life in some way, shape, or form. I knew someone who spent 2 years learning to animate specifically for the purpose of making a single porn video. 2 years. What's funny about that is, like, he literally could have just waited a few years and done it with ChatGPT. Yeah, he wasted his fucking time. So there's gonna be more. I think there's gonna be more and more ads in video games. It's not even gonna. It's not gonna stop. It's just gonna get worse. Okay. That would straight up make me not buy a game. Yeah, but then whenever every game has it, what happens? And then like you say that, and then finally the game that you like has one of them, and you're like, oh, well, it's not that bad. And then you start doing it, and then they break the ice, and all of them have it, and that's it. You know, that's how it goes.
Advertisements!
Oh no!
Ads, AKA that thing you see everywhere, all of the time. No matter where you go, no matter what you do, ads can and will find you, Brian. That is a certainty.
They sure do.
Along with death and taxes and that thing when the waiter says, enjoy your food, and you say, I love you too, senpai.
Okay.
The beautiful, magical world of escapism and wonder that is video game, sadly no exception. Video games have been tainted with the that is video.
I don't know what they were thinking with this one. Like, I remember seeing this one back at, like, you know, Game Crazy or EB Games, something like this. I really, yeah, it's a fucking, it's a banana or a boomerang. I don't know which one's a trouble controller. Well, to be fair, they probably should have made that for me. I threw my controller all the time.
Game, sadly no exception. Video games have been tainted with the foul odor and slimy snail trail of product placement and advertising for many a which, unintended, some
that's a good one.
Unfriended. But is all advertising in video games bad? Are some ads for good and not just greed? How did we get here? And where the hell are we going, Brian? Dude, you're driving, just hand me your phone. Multitasking is not one of your starting attributes, Brian. The year is 1970.
I feel like pretty much every kid who's like 17 who drives now is on the phone. Like anytime, like, cause my dad, it just makes him so fucking pissed off. Cause like we'll be sitting there behind somebody and he's like, oh, the light screen, why isn't he going? I'm like, well, what do you mean? He's like, why isn't he driving? A light screen, he's in the car, he's driving the car. I'm like, oh, he's on his phone. He's like, well, what do you mean they're on their fucking phone? How are they supposed to just be on their fucking phone? Aren't they supposed to be, I don't know, driving? I'm like, you know, it is what it is.
AD.
Yeah.
Advertising. Scott Adams releases Adventureland, a text-based game with no graphics or even...
My mom played this. Straight up, I actually went, like, this is some straight up, like, archaeological shit. So I was cleaning out my closet, okay? And I find out, like, I unironically was doing this. I cleaned everything out of my old room. Like, my old room, it was so dirty that whenever I got to the very core of the room, there was dead rats that had melted onto old hard drives and old motherboards. Yeah. It was no big deal, and so I took a picture of them too, like, cause the problem, like, it happened, I just shut the door, and that way it didn't smell as bad, so I just forgot about it for, like, you know, 5 years or something. Well, anyway, I finally got down to the bottom of it, and I find this fucking binder, and it's like this binder, you know, like the old white paper that's, like, brown now, and you open up the paper, and it was just a bunch of fucking Dungeons and Dragons and adventure shit. And I brought it over and I showed it to my mom. This is like 3 years ago. I'm like, what is this? What is this ancient artifact? Can you decipher this for me? And she was explaining to me that it was like this text-based adventure game that she would play on the computer in like the 70s. And I've never seen anybody ever talk about it before until this video right here. This is the first time. Holy shit.
And worse, no kill streaks. And yet, Adventureland holds one of the earliest examples of in-game advertising. An ad for Scott's next, upcoming, even sexier game, Pirate Adventure.
Oh boy.
Ooh, shiver me timbers.
Wow.
Look out, Sea of Thieves. Scott be like, yo, Microsoft Sea of Thieves nuts can fit in your mouth. I'm sorry. Okay, so it's the 80s and product placement is already in f***ing everything.
Yeah.
But also, PP's...
I think the most popular product placement is Wayne's World. Like, I feel like the product placement in that game, or sorry, that movie, was just like so overt, it became part of the content.
Starting to show up in the world of video
Pepsi?
games as well, primarily in the form of the advert game, which is exactly what it sounds like. A video game built solely around advertising a single...
Oh, dude, the Cheetos game on Super Nintendo, this one was actually good. What the fuck? Yeah, I remember this. This was actually a good one.
Product or company. One of the first advert games is in 1983 with Tapper prominently featuring Budweiser and sold to be played in bars, but nobody really gives a shit about the product placement because they're drunk, but also the game is just really fun. So fun that a year later the game was rebranded as Root Beer Tapper and sold in regular arcades for children too. So now all the kids are like, hey bud, what'd you put in this A&W, man? I'm shit hammered. Now the big video game crash of 1983 would slow things down for a bit, but the late 80s and 90s saw a huge resurgence of advert games. Talking about Donald Land over in Japan in 1988, because over there, Ronald McDonald is often known as Donald McDonald, which I'm just...
They really do shit differently over there, huh? Donald McDonald, oh my god. I bet whenever we had Donald Trump, that must have been confusing for them. Think about that, Donald suck.
Capcom publishes in 1990, who, while not as immediately recognizable as our beloved Don Bon Jovi over here, Noid was once the iconic mascot of none other than Domino's Pizza. Fun fact about Yo Noid is that it's actually just a reskin of this Japanese game that
Wait, hold up. Domino's used to have a mascot? Yes? I don't remember that. I don't remember that at all. The only old mascot that I remember that we used to have that we don't have anymore is the Taco Bell dog. You know, the dog with like the ring around its eye or some fucking shit? And it's like we had this dog in like the 90s, and then I guess, I don't know, it retired, it died or something like that, and then you never hear about the dog. Like, they never tried to replace it. They never tried to like give people a new, like, and I can respect Taco Bell for that, you know? Because like, they're not gonna just replace the dog, and then every kid asks its parents, why does the dog look different in Taco Bell commercials? And the parents are like, oh, well, you know, he was on a diet, and, you know, it's whatever. You know, because they respected the parents' intelligence, or the kids' intelligence. That's Target? Oh, was it Target? I don't remember which one it was. But yeah, I remember very clearly a Taco Bell dog. But yes, you're right, it was Target. Target was the one with the white dog with the red circle. It died, and they didn't want to replace it out of respect. Yeah, it's like, that's impressive. That they respected the kids' intelligence that much, that the kids would be able to tell that it's a different fucking dog, and they won't like it anymore.
Will let my anime fans help me out. That's about a ninja boy who rescues children who have been kidnapped. Now, I don't know about y'all, but when I get kidnapped, first thing I do is order Domino's Pizza. Cool Spot drops in 1993, and honestly, for a game where its entire lore and existence is solely based on the red spot on the 7-Up logo, whoa, the game gets pretty good reviews, and people actually kind of like it. There's a closet behind me in this apartment, and I almost fully fell in. Chex Quest drops in 1996, bundled with certain boxes of Chex cereal, and is clearly just a non-violent reskin of Doom, which is kind of genius. But, disclaimer, if you have a phobia of rice, corn, or wheat, this game may as well be Doom. What the fuck, Brian? I'm gluten-free. Why did you make me play the Wii level, Brian?
That's true, I wouldn't play this shit. I would never play this shit. No way.
Die a toad, Brian. Pepsi Man drops it.
My mom never let me, she never let me play Doom. I played over at my friend Philip's house.
1999, only in Japan, unfortunately.
Pepsi Man.
Donald, and I couldn't even begin to tell you what Pepsi Man is.
This is awesome.
I am just lost.
Wait, this game's great. I love
these
this.
advert games that I'm sure some of you remember that just kept going and going in the early 2000s. Kind of goes without saying, but obviously these companies are dropping advert games to try and boost sales of their product, right?
Of course.
The question is it actually working? The answer...
does it actually work? Let's see. I feel like, I mean, didn't Wayne's World bring, Bohemian Rhapsody back up to...
Yet you persist. If you wish for Lagon's temple to be your tomb, then so be it.
feel like if there's a really good movie or like a really good game, it can absolutely bring something back.
Much like my vision through these shitty glasses is a little unclear, but it seems to be kind of a case-by-case type. Yeah. Tech claims that Chex Quest boosted their sales by 295%, which kind of makes sense because you're getting a...
We should make an OTK video game. This is fun. We should make a Star Forge video game. This is a great idea. Holy shit. I think a Star Forge video game, we wouldn't be able to play that on Switch though.
Bundled with a box of cereal, and that game is basically Doom. I mean, that's super smart. But then in the case of something like Pepsi Man, where you have to go out of your way and purchase a game with your hard-earned money that is a literal walking advertisement, yeah, you wonder why that didn't sell that well. Einstein, maybe stick to handing police officers cans and fixing all of our problems. Wow, does that guy ever shut up or what? Hi, I'm Jakey, and Jakey, attorneys at law. Have you fallen victim to a crappy internet browser? Does that crappy-ass browser fail to meet your needs while gaming? Do you ever think about me, Linda? Please pick up the phone. I just want to talk to the children. If you're like me, you love to have a bunch of stuff going on in the background while you're gaming. But oopsie doopsie, mama made a poopsie. That Google Chrome web browser you're using to watch that video in the background sure is hogging up a lot of your CPU and RAM power level. What the?
I never worry about this. Whenever my PC finally burns up, I just throw it away. Just get another one. I view it as like a test of its strength. And whenever the PC finally dies, it fails. So you get another one.
And now you're getting frame drops.
I've been doing this my whole life.
That fast-paced anime game you're always playing and won't shut the hell up about. Now that just will not do. Just sustained over. Enter Opera GX, a browser with the ability to limit the amount of CPU and RAM usage that you're willing to let your browser hog up while gaming, so it doesn't slow you down. A browser with the ability to limit network bandwidth usage as well to help eliminate performance issues in online games.
That's crazy. Also, by the way, for all people saying it's a rich take, I used to do this whenever I had no fucking money. Because, like, in my mind, I've always had... Have you guys ever had something that you turned off and it never turned back on again? I have. So I just never turned it off. So I could never have a situation where it wouldn't turn back on. So that was actually, that was my logic. And yeah, I would never turn off my computer ever. Because like, I think about it, it's like, it's working now. It can only get worse. So I don't do it.
Tools placed within the GX control panel near the top left of the browser. With Opera GX, you are entitled to all sorts of wonderful customization, including, but not limited to, deliciously tasteful themes and fully customizable color combinations, along with the option for light, dark, and auto mode, where it plays the real dark.
Oh, they need to make a setting where, like, you know, whenever you go to those like dodgy porn websites and you
Sababamper, welcome to my channel.
If they could do it
Pause Strews. Rico de te pitam nesto. Just you huntu smo ubili Rico for puta. Sam se ozivil javeo. Da li sam to propostio nesto e li stajeu pitanju. Inas. Bio je solo igrak.
To ti je zadnji patch. To ti je zadnji patch, solo hunteri mogu da se ožive 3-4 puta. To nije bug, nije... Ima bug sa tim traitom, ako si sam, i ako igraš sam u time, nema ko te živi, možeš da se digneš posle 10 sekundi.
Ovo je bug. Nisam z neo. Ima cooldown 10 sec ismatja to revive. To na snimka je bug sto se tako brzo diz.
Da. Ako imaš Necromancer trait i igraš sam, imaš opciju posle 10 sekundi kad te obore da se sam reviveš. Ali... Zamisli da igraš sa šotkom ili sa sabljom ili sa bomblensom. Ubio si čoveka. Ubio si jednog čoveka od 3. Ova dvojica prilaze, dižu ga za tih 10 sekundi. Dižu ga, on se healuje, jedan te drži na lišanu. Ili ti bace zamku pod noge, ili onaj koncertina 3 fire. Ili ti bace na kraju krajeva choke bombu, pa kad kreneš da se ustaješ, počneš da kašljaš. Pa znaj da si ustao. Ono što ti se može... Najbolja ti je opcija sad, koliko ja vidim što ljudi rade, da... Ono... Ljudi su postali sad paranoični. Da zapališ leš.
Pa Jason.
Mislim... To je ona teška paranoja, ali...
/elite zap. D2.
Ili da pališ svaki leš ili da mu staviš kljuse pod noge. Ili ako nosiš, nemam pojma, najlakše da ga zapališ. S tim što on kad se ustane, ja mislim da se ugasi, nisam siguran, automatski se ugasi. Ako se dobro sjećam.
Da.
Sad.
N. Gori.
Da.
Mi ga palalai.
Ako ga 3-4 puta ubijete, više healtha nema, to znate. Ne može da gori. To ti je, inače, kako ti objasnim, nije stari patch, ali to ti je već od nekog vremena kao tako.
Da. Orputa SMOGA Ronula.
Jeste, ako ste gubili 4 puta, nema šta više da gori. Džaba ga palit. Ispucao je revive i to je to. Kažem, ima bug da se odmah revive-uje. To je već bug. S tim što to nije ni njegova greška. U suštini njemu je zatamljena opcija da se revive-uje, 10 sekundi mu je zatamljena ta opcija. I sad ima bug gdje može da klikne odmah da se revive-uje par puta. To je bug.
Mislim da je odma, vala ti puno, bug je bio.
Bug. To ti je tako kad Krajtek ubaci nešto, onda se ljudi češu. Sad, da li možeš da ga stalno uradiš, da li ima neka fora kako možeš to da uradiš, ne znam, ali u suštini je glupo. Ako ste svi trojica tu nagomili, džaba se oživljava, možete ga nožem ubiti, on dok se ustaje, ubodeš ga nožem u koleno mrtve. Ništa, hvala što si bio, šta ti kažem. Jeste bug, nije bug. Bug jeste, ali ne kao što ti misliš. Ta opcija postoji trenutno.
It preemptively knows that it's going to open the other tab, and it prevents the other tab getting opened, but it still lets the porn video play. That is whenever I will download it. So they can let me know whenever they do that, I'll start using it.
Well, everyone knows dark mode is the best. All options located within the easy setup button in the top right corner. Speaking of corner, the GX corner in the top left is your one-stop shop for all things video games. Oh, you want to keep track of upcoming game releases? Oh, you want to stay up to date on current gaming news? Oh, you want to see all the best current gaming deals? Oh, you want an updated and curated list of available free games to download for free, aka what us lawyers call a good deal, buy, sell. If you download Opera GX using my special link down below, your GX corner will also have the exclusive feature showing my recent 12 uploads, so you'll always be up to date.
They really should have paid this dude a lot of money. This is a good ad. Like, I've seen a lot of YouTube ads. He's not reading off the script they sent him in the email. He's really he's putting in 110% for this one.
When I upload a new video, like every 10 months or so. If you think Jakey, Attorneys at Law can help remedy your web browser problems today, use my link below to download Opera GX. Thanks to Opera GX for sponsoring this video, and I guess now we'll get back to whatever the hell Dr. Dumbass is talking about this time. History of video games, history of boxes. I ought to sue you for throwing this slam out. But what if your PP isn't just in a blatant advocate? What if you sneak your PP into like an actual legit, fully priced, real video game? Well, that started happening like a lot in the 90s and 2000s. Sports games are a huge one with games like Madden, FIFA, 1080, and Tony Hawk.
I feel like with any of the, this might sound funny, but I feel like if you have a racing game and you don't have, you know, fucking Kraft, Mrs. Baird's, like, you know, another bread logo on the front of the car, like, you're not really playing a racing game. Like, in order to have a racing game, you have to have ads. It's the same as with Madden. If you don't have ads in sports games, they're not really sports games. It's like some weird fucking thing, right? Yeah, you need to have those.
All having relevant product placement in each kind of sport. Same with racing games like Need for Speed or Gran Turismo, showcasing real car brands and real car parts. Same with Croc 2 advertising little guides. I should have just said Crocs. It would have been way better if I just said Crocs. Damn it, Brian. Stick to the script! So far, all of my non-advert game examples have been pretty tame, and there's actually a solid argument that that product placement could actually add to the immersion.
100% it does. 100%. Product placement in sports games adds to the immersion. If you don't have shameless ads in a NASCAR game, it's not a NASCAR game. It's a fantasy game.
But then it starts to get a little tricky. Crazy Taxi drops in 1999. It was one of the first blatant examples of product placement in a non-adver game, non-sports, non-racing game. But the immersion argument is still potentially there. Yeah, brands like Pizza Hut and KFC pop up in the game. Yeah. So, if you were a taxi driver, you would probably see brands like KFC and Pizza Hut. Like, as a passenger, it's kind of hilarious to imagine getting into a cab just to go to a Pizza Hut.
Y'all ever have a place that used to be a Pizza Hut and they try to renovate it and it's still a Pizza Hut because everybody knows it because it's got that fucking thing on there? The roof comes down just like this, just like that. And they think that they're being sneaky or being smart. Now it's like a fucking, you know, an animal shelter or something like that. Bro, this used to be a pizza shelter, bitch. I used to go here in high school. You think you can change this on me and we're just gonna forget about it? Bro, Pizza Huts used to be so fucking good because they would have the arcade machines in there. I don't know what happened to them. I feel like there's a market out there for Pizza Hut to make a new Pizza Hut restaurant, and people will go back to it just based off of nostalgia. But yeah, the buffet, well, the shit was expensive though. Like, that's the problem, is it was expensive. Like, I don't know, man. Like, they really, like, you think about it, like, there is a certain type, think about how strong that branding is. There is a certain type of building, and it's been a fucking chiropractor's office for 17 years. But everybody looks at it and knows it's a Pizza Hut. That's fucking impressive. That's some good fucking branding. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's, like, they need to bring these back 100%.
Pizza delivered, but you get the point. Crazy Taxi marks a point in time, I think, where the immersion argument behind product placement in video games really only does get trickier and trickier. I'm just gonna run through some examples.
I think with Crazy Taxi, it's fine. Yeah, it's totally fine if you have Pizza Huts and KFCs whenever you're driving around. Totally okay. I'm totally okay with it.
Real quick, and you let me know what you think down in the comments, gamers. Make sure to ring that bell and be notified once a year. In Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic's shoes are officially soap branded shoes. You know, like the shoes you put on, you can like slide down rails and you're all soapy and shit. Alright, go off. That's kind of hard. Shadow got the foams on and Enter the Matrix.
That game was so good. It was one of the best games ever made.
Apparently, the only beverage that exists.
I remember they added that one girl with big ass titties in that game. I never really understood how that happened. Rouge, yeah, whatever. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, what was this? Like, how'd they fucking like? Yeah, wow.
this universe is Powerade.
Powerade.
Maybe because it comes in green and can just kind of fit the whole Matrix.
Bro, like, the only Powerade you ever drink is blue Powerade. You don't even, the thing is with Powerade is that, like, you don't categorize Powerade based off of its flavor. You categorize it based off of its color. There's like red Powerade, blue Powerade, green Powerade. Now what's in those, it doesn't matter.
Vibe.
I feel like they should have had red Powerade, you know, for the red pill, you know, in the Matrix, right? It's like, wouldn't that kind of be better? But, you know, hey, it is what it is, right? Because, like, the color theme and shit.
Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, a game all about remaining undetected and slinking around in the shadows. Ooh, you know what would really help you to remain undetected is if you just f***ing reek of Axe body
I thought that was going to be an ad for NordVPN.
And Airwaves gum and your Nokia phone was like... That last game is notable because it was one of the first to utilize dynamic advertising, meaning that it uses the internet to change what ads you see in-game depending on your time of day and region. Ubisoft was one of the first to do this type of chicanery, but definitely not the last. Thanks, Ubisoft, I love you. Please don't hurt my family, please. It was Brian. Brian did it. And surprise, surprise, guess what other companies started doing this in the 2000s as well? EA? No. Not
next he's gonna tell me that Activision is gonna do it too.
Our EA couldn't be precious EA. Madden, Need for Speed, even the skate games got in on it with different dynamic ads appearing on like billboards and buses and shit. But my favorite example by far is in Burnout Paradise, where in 2008 they ran political ads for Obama. Hey kids.
Oh my god, I love that. That's so funny. That's amazing. I actually, you know, I have some of the original 2008 Obama campaign posters downstairs.
When you're not too busy T-boning your fellow Americans at 200 miles per hour, vote for me, dude. I'll put f***ing beer in the vending machine.
Why?
Now going back to that whole but does it add to the immersion debate, that conversation really only does get trickier and trickier as gaming grows bigger and bigger. Obviously, when it's an adver game that has like the king himself on the front of the box, that's one thing. Like, you know what you're getting into if you buy that. But when the king shows up...
Yeah, that's true. I mean, like, if you buy a game and it's got the king and Burger King on it, I mean, like, you know what you're gonna get. And if you buy this game and you're like, man, this whole thing's a fucking bad, I don't know, man. Like, it's just... That's kind of on you.
Up in your $60 game that you just purchased with your hard-earned paycheck, that hits a little bit different. I'm not saying it's always necessarily bad. Like, it could be funny or whatever, but...
I think it's funny. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I think that having the Burger King inside of the game... See, it's kind of the same thing that I've said with, like, sponsors and, like, Twitch content, you know? Is that if you make your ads, like Internet Historian is a great example, and this guy seems to be one too, is that the ads create a new avenue for content. And they are not, what's the word for it? They are not reductive of the original work. There's something that adds to it and makes it more entertaining and more funny and more engaging. So, like, if the sponsors are making the stream better or more interesting or more dynamic in some way, nobody really complains about it. The only time that people complain about it is whenever it's very rigid and it doesn't actually improve the game. It's funny to have the Burger King in a boxing ring because he looks fucking stupid. He's completely out of place. It doesn't make any sense. And the ridiculousness of it makes it funny. So, like, for example, if, like, in the boxing game, every single time they went through a round, they would bring the guy another Whopper, but people would be like, well, what the fuck, there's too many Whoppers. There's no way they're going to eat that many Whoppers. This is 9 rounds, that's 8 Whoppers. There's no fucking way this is going to happen. You see what I'm saying? So, like, it's about how they're added into there.
It is different. Like, when I skipped school to drop $60 on Uncharted 3, and I boot up the multiplayer just to be assaulted by the smell of Subway bread reeking up my home. You know exactly what I'm talking about. That Subway bread has a very fucking tang to it. Like its pH balance is all fucked up.
I've never had. I never went to Subway. I've not been to Subway 20 years. My dad would take me to Subway very regularly, and like I remember whenever they came out with that Philly cheesesteak Subway sub, it was actually pretty good. But like the thing is, like Subway is like, it's like they have good subs, but like every other place is better. But it's not that Subway is bad, it's just that every other place besides Subway is better.
Alan Wake is a better example for us to discuss as far as the immersion shit goes, okay? It's a single player, offline, Remedy-made game. I love it. That game is like my favorite game ever. Now, in theory, having brands like Energizer and Verizon show up in a realistically portrayed world is potentially fun, especially when a main mechanic of the game is using batteries for your flashlight. But when these very specific ads repeat themselves over and over, and you get a f***ing achievement for sitting down and watching an entire ad on a fake TV in a fake universe.
You guys, that's what the future is gonna be. I guarantee you. The boob tube, yeah, there you go. I think this shit's gonna happen. It's gonna get even worse.
Alan, wake the f up. We're going back to GameStop. We're returning this game and we're buying Yahtzee. I don't give a shit anymore. We're getting Yahtzee for the 360. I think an argument for immersive PP with more solid ground is the Yakuza series. Now, I've never played these games, but based on what I've watched and read, they seem to incorporate a wide variety of Japanese brands in a much more subtle and potentially world-building way. And
well, that's I think the most interesting point about this. Is that whenever you're creating an immersive world, do you create an immersive world by making it a facsimile of the existing world, or do you create it as a completely different world like Elden Ring? Like, for example, in Elden Ring, I feel like if you got an ad for Home Depot whenever you went through the forest, it wouldn't make a lot of sense. You know what I mean? Like, it's really, like, yeah, Horaloo Burgers, yeah, brought to you by fucking McDonald's. Get McSlammed. I'm a McWarrior. Yeah, obviously, it's totally fucking different. But, like, I think you can make a very strong argument that if you are creating a video game that, like, with Yakuza, like, obviously I'm sure that it's probably like some of the Mafia games, I'm guessing, where there's like these rough, there's like a rough correlation to real life, but it's not like a one-to-one. It's kind of a almost like a mythological version of real life or something like that. Yeah, I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm kind of guessing that. So if you do that, does adding real life brands make it more real? And I would probably lean on the side of yes. Personally, I would lean on the side of yes. But it depends, though, right? It's like, again, you know, you're playing Mario, and you go down a pipe, and then it's an advertisement for, you know, a plumber service. Then it's gonna be weird. It depends on where it is. Like Halo. Right? It's like you're playing Halo, and halfway through, you know, Truth and Reconciliation, as soon as you get up to the Covenant ship, finally, you get greeted with a fucking ad for Cabela's. We don't need that. So I think there's a time and a place for everything.
I'm not trying to get preachy and say you should feel one way or the other about this. I'm just saying, I think if you're going to argue for immersion, there's more of a substantial argument to be made with this game versus Kojima just straight up putting brands like Doritos and Mountain Dew and Axe body spray into the Japanese version of Peace Walk with his reason.
I would agree with that. I think, yeah. So basically, I paused for this guy to explain exactly what he was about to say. Is this right?
Being to keep things fresh and to surprise players. Like, okay, dude, how about you?
It's a surprise. Doritos. Yeah, I bet you weren't expecting that, bitch.
Focus on surprising us with another two-dimensional character with giant boobs that breathe through her skin, and not a fucking ad for Ride with Norman Reedus Sundays in a game where I'm supposed to be taking Mr. Reedus seriously as Sam Porter Bridges. Get it? His last name
That is very true. Like, that's super cringe. That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. That's so dumb.
Bridges, because he's gonna bridge together the f***ing U.S. I don't mean to just roast Kojima, okay? I own every game. I have art books. I have a huge crush on Sniper Wolf, not that one, the one with the polygonal setup. But come on, if you even think about going in the comments and arguing that the inclusion of Monster Energy or Ride with Norman Reedus Sundays adds to the immersion of this universe or is a fourth wall breaking...
Well, here's a good example, right? So obviously, in Death Stranding, I'm assuming this is like a futuristic, semi-post-apocalyptic world that has dystopian themes. Am I right about this? I've never played it. I'm just guessing. Okay. So let me show you how to do an ad for a series like that. Okay?
Even though teaming up wasn't my style, I figured I'd be safer with Tallahassee. You see, he was in the and
business is good.
It became quickly apparent, however, that he did have one weakness. What are you doing here?
Take a look. It's a goddamn hostess truck.
Yeah, I see that. A hostess truck. So what?
I could use a Twinkie.
It makes sense.
You coming?
Yes. Yeah. 1 second.
Goods be with you. Good boy.
Greetings.
You fucking with me?
No. You should actually limber up as well.
I'll skip ahead. And they're not, you know they're not as good as Twinkies.
Take care of yourself.
They're not as good. Everybody knows they're not as good. You want a snowball once every 3 years. You want a Twinkie once a month.
Yeah. Snowballs? Where's the fucking Twinkies?
I like snowballs.
I hate coconut. Not the taste, the consistency.
Fresh.
This Twinkie thing here ain't over yet.
So it's not like you can't do an ad in a post-apocalyptic world with a real-world brand that improves the quality of the content. You can absolutely do that. And Zombieland proves this. But randomly picking up a Monster Energy drink. Where is it? Where is it? I think it's like right this scene right after this. I don't even know. Yeah, this is not a very good example. This is like the marketing team wanted to go home early that day, so they thought to themselves, let's not try. Let's put in 0 effort today. And they did.
Norman Reedus Sundays adds to the immersion of this universe or is a fourth wall breaking move from an auteur you just don't understand. Alan, wake the f up. The Patriots are behind all of this. The lale. But you want to know what really changed advertising in video games? Mobile games. That shit done went and changed the entire fucking galaxy. Because if you release a free-to-play game and you run ads on it and that game does even a little bit well, you could...
Wait. They make you watch ads in order to play the mobile game, so you pay them by watching ads? Bro, like, that's like one step away from fucking...
Welcome to my channel.
Aren't there, like, child labor laws for that shit? Didn't we go through this whole thing? Oh my god, they finally found a way. See, like, the companies... You know, they made these pesky child labor laws, and they were holding these companies back. They're holding the kids back from going into the coal mines. You know, the kids want to go into the coal mines, do some work, but the, you know, big old Uncle Sam tells them they got to stay home and learn how to read. Kids don't want to read. And it took these companies 50 years, but finally they solved the problem. Now they got these kids watching ads. Holy fuck.
Actually make a lot of money. The Flappy Bird guy claimed he was making up to $50K a day when that game was blowing up, and then he hated his life from all the mean messages and attention he got, which is really sad. And a lot of the time, the ads in these free mobile games are just for other mobile games that 90% of the time don't even fucking exist, or are just like really weird or like really sexual. Like an off-brand ass Costco render of SpongeBob like on an island with like Peter Griffin, and there's some shitty text-to-speech that's like,
Grandma got away with it again. No one can get past level 5 without coming.
that's a different.
The worst part about that is there was like 50 of those YouTube videos, and each one of them had millions of views. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with kids.
Greetings.
But it was like these weird sex videos with like Disney characters. It was called Elsagate. Look it up. This was a massive fucking thing. It's not like I'm not making any of this shit up. It actually happened.
Type of game. We all know what type of game I'm talking about.
Yeah, actually don't look it
Make
up.
sure to choose your color of cum.
And then surprise, surprise, the free-to-play model makes its way over to consoles with games like Fortnite, constantly having different promotions or events like the trailer premiere for Tenet or an Ariana Grande concert. And a lot of that stuff is actually...
they did Travis Scott too. I remember whenever they did Thanos, I came back and I played the Thanos Fortnite thing. And then I went back, I didn't go back. I was thinking about going back. Whenever they added Goku, because I thought it was cool. Because again, it was good content. It had nothing to do with anything else. It was good and fun content. That's what mattered.
Pretty cool and like well integrated, and because the game is free, nobody really cares that much. Like, credit where it's due to Fortnite. Everybody kind of wins. Well, except the children who are preyed upon with their marketing to spend money on their mommy's credit card, but, you know. Spider-Man! But here's the kicker. First of all, I'm gonna take this off because it's really hot and it's like impossible to see anything through these. So I'm just gonna go soccer mom style for the rest of the video. You know your favorite companies, you know your best friends, well, they started incorporating those same business practices in the free-to-play model of in-game microtransactions and advertising in not so...
Bro, Yoshi's Island was so good. That was such a good game. I played it like every day. Oh my god, it made me so happy to think about it. Yeah.
Free video games, aka $60 fully priced video games.
Yeah.
Like at one point, NBA 2K and UFC 4 had straight up mid-roll ads that played during downtime or even interrupted gameplay. You know, like a mobile game does with the Peter Griffin grandma situation.
Yeah.
Also, 2K assaults you with microtransactions like every 5 seconds, so maybe just don't play that game and just go play basketball outside. Like, yeah! Yeah! And unlike the subtle plug that Scott Adams did back in 19...
Sometimes I feel bad for those kids, you know, because like whenever he's a freshman in college or a sophomore in college, one person's gonna find out about that. And then any time that he ever walks into any party, everybody's gonna make that fucking yeah. Because that's exactly what I would do to somebody if I knew that they were in a viral video whenever they were a kid. Is I would never let them fucking forget it.
78. Modern games love to remind you that their hot, sexy new game is out too, and you should really go out and buy that one.
Yeah.
But when that adds even one step or loading screen between me and getting to play the game that I actually want to play, my
annoying.
Patience runs out faster than Brian on track and field day. And let me tell you, that kid is dumb as hell, but he is quick. Earlier this year, Sony and Microsoft both announced that they were streamlining the process of integrating ads with free-to-play effective marketplace, similar to how ads are integrated in games on your iPhone through the app. Now, in an absolute best-case scenario of how these ads can implement hardworking game devs getting more money for the blood, sweat, and fears they dump into their indie game or whatever, while ads are subtly placed on billboards or benches or used in like a immersive world-building way like the Yakuza series, that's fine, in theory. But after going over
That's right, it's always fine in theory. Because it's like, oh, well, that's fine as long as they don't overdo it. Oh, that's fine. They can make some money as long as they don't try to make a lot of money. Well, I'm sure they won't try to make a lot of money. Oh, of course not.
Everything I've gone through, I think we all know that's probably not how it's going to shake out. And not to be a depressing Darren, but if history repeats itself, all signs point towards AAA companies slowly inserting more and more ads in their paid AAA.
Bro, how many of you guys have like one of those fucking subscription things where you have to spend money to watch shit on it and they still make you watch ads? Didn't Hulu do that like 10 years ago? Yeah, Netflix. I don't think Netflix does that. Like, my Netflix doesn't do that. I haven't watched Netflix for a while. What, Prime Video does it? That's nuts. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, Netflix is adding ads now. Wow, guys. So is the Pirate Bay still up? Or like, so do they still have LimeWire anymore, or did they get rid of that? Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Too, because again, look at how much fucking money ads make on mobile. You seriously think those AAA bigwig execs aren't noticing that shit? Have you heard the way these lizard people talk? They already tried doing it with those sports games. It's just like microtransactions. Years ago, nobody thought they would ever put that shit in a fully priced $60.
Who the fuck didn't think that? Who the fuck was like, oh well, they're not gonna try to make that much money. They're not gonna try to make that much money. Come on.
For I guess now $70 paid game like Gran Turismo 7, but money talks. And unfortunately, Activision Blizzard and EA, all these companies learned to speak money on Duolingo because in 2021, Activision Blizzard made over $5 billion on microtransactions alone.
2021. So that's before Diablo Immortal. Holy shit. How many of you dumb fucks are buying the store mounts out there? What the hell are you guys doing? Stop it! Fucking quit! Like, why you do this to the game?
With a B and an I and a T for Ted. And just like with microtransactions, gamers are gonna push back and complain, but at the end of the day,
they're gonna buy it and they're gonna eat the shit. They're gonna eat the shit and they're gonna be like, I hate this, it tastes so bad. Oh, fucking stop making me eat this shit. And then there's a new fucking piece of shit. And they're like, oh my god, hopefully this one will taste better. They start eating it. Oh, no. It's even worse than the last one. God. Maybe if I eat all the way through this shit, it'll go away. And maybe the next one will be good.
A lot of you, mostly children probably, which is really unfortunate that children are frequently the ones preyed upon with this shit. A lot of us stupid gamers are still gonna buy the fucking thing because the day I can't live out my Steph Curry power fantasy is the day I alley-oop off this mortal coil, so help me God. So yeah, that's where we're at.
Yeah, true.
Not to end this video on a depressing note, but I guess my only real message that you should maybe take away from this is don't pre-order games. Just don't. I've done it, you've done it, we've all wanted to play that game the second it comes out.
Yep.
But honestly, just wait even an hour to see if A, the game even runs properly, like it was advertised to, or B, doesn't have a bunch of shitty business practices implemented.
It's $1 million. Oh, it's only $3. Oh, okay, I was about to say. Okay, so you just buy more money. Okay.
that completely ruin the experience. People should be paid for their incredibly hard work, 100%. But also, as a consumer, when you buy something, you should know what you're paying for, right? Like when you watch a video for free on YouTube, it would probably make sense for that person to run an ad on that video to make them some money so they could buy cool stuff like a jet ski, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You would want them to buy a jet ski even though they live in the city and they definitely couldn't afford or fit a jet ski and maintain that jet ski, right? You would want that, right? Okay.
No, I would not want a fucking jet ski, man. It's the same thing with a boat. I would want to have a friend that has a boat. Or a friend that has a jet ski. So like, I show up, I use it, I leave, and then he has to put it away. So yes, yeah, that's what you really want.
Happy we could get on the same page. I appreciate that, man. Thanks again to Opera GX for sponsoring this video, and Jakey and Jakey Attorneys at Law, you for watching this video. Godspeed, and good night, and Godspeed. And Linda, please call me using your cell phone. I really want to talk to the kids.
Alright, that sounds about right. This is a great video. I love this. This guy's fucking hilarious. I'm gonna subscribe to him. I've never seen a single one of his videos. Now we're gonna be watching a lot more. This is fucking great. I love it. This guy has a lot of videos. Well, thank God. Thank fucking God. Please go ahead and give it a like, give him a sub. This video only has 169,000 likes, guys. Okay? So, actually, I would say probably give it a sub. We don't want to mess up this ratio here. But holy fuck, man. It's just... I feel like the ads in sports games are fine. It's the thing that I was looking at. Where the hell is it here? With the Death Stranding. Like, this is probably the cringiest shit I've ever seen in my entire life. That Death Stranding randomly has product placement in it. Like, this is just... It's not good. Like, nobody needs this. Nobody asked for this. Nobody wanted this. Nobody was hoping for this. In fact, people were hoping that it wouldn't be this. But here this is. And I think it was funny. I think that, like, as I said, overt product placement is only funny in these circumstances if it's done through, like, the same as, like, Zombieland or Wayne's World. Just randomly having Monster Energy for no reason, I'm not a fan of it. This is the least of our worries. Yeah, I've heard about global hunger, but I don't care about that. I don't want to see an ad in my video games, okay? So, this is fucking annoying, man. You need to know Kojima to understand this. No, I just, it's just stupid. Like, that's all. Like, I mean, that's all there is to it. Holy shit. You want to buy a Monster now? Exactly. I remember whenever Summit got dropped by Monster for smoking weed. And I said that if they should have two people next to each other. A person who's drinking Monsters nonstop, and a person who's smoking weed nonstop. And we should see which one.
Humora 6000. Welcome to my channel. Nima Nikok LOL.
Yeah, smoke legally. Yeah, they didn't like that one at all.
AJU Discord.
Yeah, he pulled his bong out. It wasn't a bong. It was a vase. But yeah, ads in video games are just gonna get worse. I think that, again, it depends on the type of game and like what it's about.
Ne kuđe koće, neće se infiltrira. Najviše mrzim se infiltrira.
Ani mali Milan da ne prosipa glavu.
Što mali?
Što mali?
Si ga ti tako nazvao ili mu je to neko...
Slušaj, Nenad je nazva Drakulu mali Milan i ja sam skontao...
Nije Drakulu.
Da, nije Drakula, je to Beka.
Kesića.
Ne. Beka je mali Milan. Beka je mali Milan. Platforme, kompleks, čovječe. I onda nazva mene nekako, kako me nazva, nešto govno, nešto, ne znam, jesi čuo juče jebote, jesi bio tu?
Nisam bio tu.
Jes, nazvam nešto, govno, nešto.
Pa te nazva govno?
Papo govno, jes, papo govno. Ja sam čuo tebe zovu govno. Znači, slušaj, pogodilo ga za to mali Milan. Pogodilo ga, zamisli.
Koga, Nenad?
Peku, čovječ, koji Nenad, jebote Nenad, jebote. Peku.
Što bi ga pogodilo?
Kome ne može baču, što bi ga pogodilo?
Ne znam.
Ne, da izjememo za 5 minuta, ajde. Ajde.
How it would really make sense. Obviously, like, more urban-themed games are totally fine. It's not a big deal. It's okay. But whenever you're talking about a fantasy game, you know, like, it's like, oh, let's go save the Queen of England or something. And, you know, you get an ad, and it's just like, you know, it's King of England. It's like fucking Vikings. And you get an ad, and it's like you've got to build a Viking ship. And then as you're farming the lumber to get the Viking ship, there's like a random like Home Depot plug. It's like, hey, you ever thought about doing this in real life? Well, you go on down to Home Depot, get yourself some lumber right now. Yeah, we don't need this. So yeah, I mean that's where I'm at. Even for all future games are urban. Well, I mean, as I said, and it also is a matter of degree. I think that whenever it becomes too much, it's too much. Product placement like this makes you remember you're playing a video game. Yeah, it can be immersion breaking. I think that's a good point. God of War, yeah, a God of War needs like a G Fuel ad. You know, again, like Elden Ring needs like a, you know, like maybe after you're done killing the dogs, there's like blood dogs, it's like got an ad for PetSmart or something like that. Yeah, we don't need it. Don't need it at all.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are again, together once more. And I have something surprising for you today in this video, viewer.
What is this?
We're going to be covering something positive. That's right, shocking, I know. There will be nothing to complain about, no stupid topic to laugh at. Instead, we're going to just take a few minutes to appreciate some of the most beautiful character designs in video games. Because if you know anything about gaming or the gaming space, there is absolutely no way anyone could get offended by that. I mean, who doesn't love a good-looking, badass female hero? I challenge you to find me one person on the entirety of the internet that gets upset or offended by beautiful female characters like Samus, Bayonetta, or Cloud. You find me that one person, and I'll show you the one person who gets offended by literally everything. Oh, what's that? There's somebody upset about how women are portrayed in video games because of the way they're dressed? Oh, not because of the way they're dressed, but because they don't have fat rolls and stretch marks.
Mother.
That's right, we're not doing a positive video today because no one's watching that shit. Now, I'm sure when you clicked on this video, You've seen some other people covering this topic already, but I want to make something very, very clear. What we're about to take a look at is a parody. Well, a part of what we're gonna look at is a parody. And I'll explain a little bit more in a bit, but I just wanted to make that clear because I know somebody in the comments is going to point it out, and I just want to get ahead of that comment, okay? This article has been covered by other YouTubers like it's real because it's not something that's completely out of line from real things that we've seen in the past. You know, it's true what they say, we are living in a clown world when we can't distinguish a parody article like this because it is so goddamn accurate. There's a problem, okay? I mean, not a problem for us, we get to make more videos about it, but still, the problem does lie with the mentally deranged people that get offended by beautiful women in video games. It's like some kind of affront to them. They're threatened by these hot women in games for some reason, as if there is some significant other that's going to be stolen away by a video game character, as if they have a significant other to begin with, but that's besides the point. It's like that weird part of a human brain that sees apes as some kind of ancient genetic rival. The modern e-girl just takes one good look at Supersonico's massive anime titties and just immediately starts flop sweating. Before we dive into the articles, if you enjoy me and the content that I make, hit the like button, share this video around, and if you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. But only if you think I deserved it. If I didn't, you better not fucking touch it. This all started when Comic Book Resources tweeted this out, and yes, you know it's gonna be good. When CBR is talking about it, you know you are getting the highest quality information. CBR's tweet said, female characters from games like Blood Rain and Soul Calibur are modified to look more like women from the real world in these fascinating redesigns. Oh, fascinating. I've always wanted to see what Katana would look like cosplaying the Pillsbury Doughboy. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at this article, shall we? The article begins with, there are plenty of awesome female characters to watch and play in today's video games, but with a few notable exceptions, they're not known for realism, especially when it comes to body types. A few tweaks to their designs make all the difference. Yes, have you ever wanted to see Melina look like she was trapped inside of a Krispy Kreme for 3 weeks when all she had left to eat was donuts? Well, look no further because now we have that. And I picked this example first because it's not the most egregious one by any means. I know what some of you are thinking. You're thinking, holy shit, she's looking a little thick. I'm kind of feeling this one. But just you wait, you horny little goblin, we're really gonna test your kinks out, okay? Adjustments made to the women's bodies range from added weight to armpit hair, as the description of the new realistic reign of the Blood Rain... Wait, what? The fuck did I just read? Adjustments made to the women's bodies range from added weight to armpit hair, as the description... I can't get through that fucking sentence. Why do we need armpit hair on these characters? What the hell was this person thinking? Focus, damn it, focus. As the description of the new realistic reign of the game Blood Rain explains, perky breasts are something every female video game character seems to be blessed with, but we're here to make things real, so we've altered her breast shape. First of all, I think we're all breast... I quit. This is why I script videos, damn it. First of all, I think we're all blessed to see Rain, okay? Beautiful character, definitely why I was obsessed with redheads during my childhood. It definitely explains a lot, and the whole vampire obsession. But just look what they did to her. What is this monster? It looks like Fiona. This is Shrek's wife here. Her face just ballooned up. She looks ill. Somebody take this woman to the hospital. And I want to, again, be clear. What we're looking at here is a parody. It says it right here, clear as day. It is just funny to me that CBR is tweeting this out. They're promoting this parody article like it's some kind of thing to be championed. Like, look, this is feminism in gaming. Because for some reason, to all of these people, realism in gaming, especially when it comes to the female body, just means fat. Realism is not another word for fat, okay? Like, you want to talk about realism for a vampire assassin who's trying to avenge her family's murder? That's what you want to focus on? You want to talk about realistic? I mean, this character holding these giant-ass blades doing these crazy flips, okay, sure. she's a vampire, whatever. Miss Fortune, she's another one on this list from League of Legends. She's a bounty hunter. She's gotta be in tip-top shape, or else her bounties are gonna get away. I mean, she's not a sniper. She can't just lay her fat ass down and eat a pizza while she's waiting for her target to come into sight. She's actually gotta hunt them down. But no, again, they're gonna promote this chubby, stretch mark-addled version of her. And hey, if you're a little on the hefty side, that's nothing against you as a person, but you're probably not a bounty hunter. You're probably not doing some very physically strenuous activities all of the time. I mean, shit, I'm not. You think I'm looking the best after quarantine? Hell no. But I'm not some badass bounty hunter. Actually, no, I am. Sorry, just kidding. Mandalorian mercenary. Never mind. Pay no attention to the man behind the helmet. Moving on. Speaking of snipers, I have to show you my personal favorite of these redesigns, and it's Widowmaker. Okay, this one made me laugh so goddamn hard when I first saw it. It is beautiful. It is just chef's kiss. Okay, are you ready? I mean, look at this. Tell me you wouldn't want to be a widow main after seeing this. It is perfect. Look at that smushed face. The real, sensual, pouty lips. The luscious curves. How her fat folds overlap. It is just magnifique. Let's go ahead and read her description, okay? What's changed? I wonder. Our target, though, is Widowmaker. Like all other female characters in the game, she has a slender figure wrapped in a shiny, revealing suit. We thought it would be beneficial of the game to continue their path of diversity and include some variation in body size and character image. So here's what Widowmaker would look like with a more realistic figure, featuring back rolls and some subtle skin blemishes. We've also rounded her face slightly, thus dialing down her overly chiseled face. My hat is off to the artist that managed to make Widowmaker ugly. I mean, if you can take somebody who looks this goddamn good and turn her into this, you are one depraved son of a bitch, and I applaud you. And can you imagine what this absolute maniac who redesigned these characters would do to the rest of the female cast in Overwatch? I mean, he would single-handedly cripple the Overwatch player base, because let's face it, Overwatch's player base is being held up by bubblegum, strings, and really horny people visiting Pornhub on a very regular basis. I mean, can you blame them? Look at May's thick ass. But seriously, stay the fuck away from Tracer, I'm warning you. Now I have to just show you Morgan, because this is the one that caught a lot of people's attention just because of the armpit hair. Other than that, I don't really think it's all that bad, but it's just, why the armpit hair? You know, it's not like most women like having underarm hair. You know, there is that weird fringe group that thinks it's some kind of feminist statement to be more masculine and to have more body hair, but ladies don't really like it, and spoiler alert, men don't like it either. Look at the thick lusciousness of that hair. It is just beautiful. Now this is a strong, empowered woman ready to take on the patriarchy one razor at a time. Now, remember at the beginning of this video, I said that it's not surprising to me to see that some other YouTubers have been covering this in a serious fashion because we've seen articles like this before and they were completely serious. Let's just look at the controversy with Mortal Kombat 11. You remember when that game was coming out? They specifically said they were toning down the sexuality of the women in the game to address sexism issues and to avoid any kind of harm, which I don't understand how a visual image of a sexy woman is harming anybody other than some fragile fat chick's ego. But still, I mean, look at this article. Gamers are blaming socialism for making the women in Mortal Kombat ugly. Wait, what? Now, with Mortal Kombat, it wasn't necessarily that they were trying to make the bodies more realistic, though I think they did kind of shrink the boobs on a lot of the character models. It was more just about covering up the fighters, making sure that they weren't scantily clad while fighting, you know, making it more realistic for this game, which I think's pretty silly to begin with, since, I mean, you have a guy with blades coming out of his wrists with these giant teeth. The whole setting is unrealistic, okay? If women are wearing bikinis and they have big boobs, is it really that much more of a stretch? Come on. I mean, if you can have Johnny Cage walking around shirtless, fighting a massive other shirtless guy like Shao Kahn with a giant-ass hammer, I don't really think realism is something that we need to be worrying about in this game. An even better example than Mortal Kombat is this final one that I want to share with you, and it's this article showcasing Disney princesses with more realistic, quote-unquote, normal bodies. On the left you have Belle, and on the right you have somebody that ate Belle. I just do not understand these redesigns whatsoever. Who is actually looking at these game characters or these Disney princesses and getting that up in their fucking feelings about how they look? Like, they're just projecting their insecurities onto these characters, and it is absolutely fucking hilarious to me. Like, I can just imagine some fucking weird feminist coming home and whatever unlucky man that just happens to be married to her is playing Metroid. She's gonna see Samus in that tiny waistline and completely lose her shit and chuck the guy's testicles that she has in a jar in her purse at the TV, and it's going to shatter it. I mean, do you see me or any other man, and I don't mean a pussy, I mean an actual man that is getting upset when they look at somebody from G.I. Joe or He-Man, which is a perfect example of this masculine alpha dude. Well, maybe not anymore with the He-Man show, but you get what I mean. If you look at He-Man, that guy's hitting the fucking gym, okay? You don't see a man getting genuinely upset that He-Man has a 12-pack. I mean, imagine you're playing Overwatch and you get triggered by Reinhardt because he's just this big jacked-ass German dude. That's just not happening. And also, where are the articles about all of the unrealistic male proportions in video games? It kind of reminded me of this tweet that I saw. It was showcasing two BuzzFeed articles next to each other. One of them was talking about the objectification of women, and then the other article was talking about men's bulges in the Olympics. The double standards are painful, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to use an example from the gaming realm, just look at all of the drooling games journalists when it came to Lady Tall Vampire from Resident Evil Village. All the people saying don't objectify women were suddenly just waiting to be stepped on by this massive vampire lady. They were just chomping at the bit for Capcom to announce some kind of OnlyFans for a video game character, which I can only imagine is sadly in our future at some point. That will be the new microtransactions. Alright, sorry, we're getting off topic. But when it's all said and done, what I can really tell you is I hope we get more articles like this, because if we get CBR tweeting out more parody articles like this, I think it's great, because they think that they're supporting this feminist cause, really showing off realistic women in gaming and what they should actually look like, when really they're getting trolled. It is just glorious, and I love it. Plus, I get to make content for you beautiful people out there. As always, I want to know what you think about all of this. So which character redesign is your favorite? Let me know.
Shit, right? But we are in sort of a slimming and tightening phase. It's insane. Invert, please, camera. You love it. Ray tracing, on and off. Fidelity, super resolution too. What is this? Quality. Off. about that. Not doing anything for me. Image quality 100%. What's the difference between 200 and 100%? Let me see. Okay, let's go for 200%. I want this to look good, man. I feel like we have the PC to handle texture quality high. Is like playing 4K on 1440p.
Impossible.
Mesh quality max.
Impossible.
Goats be
Shadow
with you.
quality max.
Good boy.
Greetings.
Contact shadows volumetric mid. What's low look like? Minimum. It's not doing anything for me. Particle lighting. Gotta go with bloom, man. Hair strands.
Greetings.
Graphic dismemberment. Absolutely. Persistence mini. Corpse physics high. Absolutely. Motion blur off.
Oh, što po jedno kume. Oh, pičku metar. Oh, stani.
Što? Diš.
Stani.
Diš.
Sad ću diš kume. A jebote, šta sam pojeo, ovo nema smisla, brate. A tek sad jogurt, smoki. Mix time, moram. Šta igraš, kumare?
Last Epoch. Pitao si me šta igram. Last Epoch. Ne znam kako da ti pročitam. Epoch sa crkve. Kako god ćeš.
Imaš onu Battle Royale, znaš onu igru?
Take care of yourself.
Znaš. Kao na primjer Dota i LoL, znaš to?
Da.
I nemaš kopija.
Čega?
Svega.
Čega kopije? Ti znaš išta istoriju video igara? Samo te pitam to. Jel znaš?
Znam šta je.
Pa ne, jel znaš?
Ne.
1998. Half-Life 1. 1998. također i 99. Diablo 1. I 1997. ili 8. Final Fantasy 7 za PlayStation Kids. Siphon Filter 1 za PlayStation Kids.
Da, sjećam se Siphon Filtera, bravo,
Gran Turismo za PlayStation 1.
Da, sjećam se, da.
Diablo 2, 2000 ili 2001. godina. Ta igra je stara 20 godina. Diablo 2.
Stani. Diablo 1 je koje godine?
98. 9. Mogu sad sam da otvorim. 2-3 godine kasnije, nije puno. Jesi, nije.
Nego su ih kopirali svi.
Ja ti kažem, a bilo i pre toga igara, nije ti ni Diablo 2 izmislio točak.
Dobro, stani.
Kao što rekao.
Siphon Filter nikad niko nije kopirao.
Jeste.
Ko?
Ne, nema veze, Counter s time. Siphon
Više
Filter ti je...
James Bond, šta?
Ma kaki, nije
Ja sam
James
igrao
Bond
Siphon
GoldenEye.
Filter, čovječe,
Ne,
šta?
ne, sad ću ti reći. Splinter Cell. Pitao si me šta je.
Siphon Filter, Splinter Cell.
Jeste, kucaj Splinter Cell pa švidi. Samo kucaj gameplay da vidiš.
Igrao sam kad se tekao sam mali.
Imaš da usporiš brzinu kretanja, da ubrzaš, da ugasiš sjede. Tamo šta nije imao?
Nema. A ti? Aj. Nije Siphon Filter kumi ima da ti usparaš sve me, pošto ja igram multiplayer, ono, tukli smo se...
To je Max Payne. Siphon Filter?
Ne, no Siphon Filter jedan protiv drugog, 100%.
Da, ima deathmatch, šta? I šta ste kao pošetlan?
Nije bilo usparanje vremena, šta ti?
Ko priča o usparanju vremena? Neće on.
Oni se sami lepa. Vidimo milijoni svi pripravo. Pa što neće danas?
Šta znam?
Donesi holicu.
Ne.
Šta ima?
A kako ti je... A, daj se pa. Kako ti je kuna, ne mora, vidim ja ljudi. Nego, kako ti je ta sudoperator s kontra strane sad.
Kamera rotirana, ako nisi skontao. To što sam pomerio, taj, gledaj. Evo ti gledaj sad.
Digni lijevu ruku.
A ne, a džabe, već sam kontrira. Vidiš sad?
Sad si je da, bio sam. Ajde digni lijevu ruku.
Lijevu ruku, evo ti. Lijevom rukom drži miša inače, pa ti razmisli.
To je desno, inače.
Dalazim. Welcome to my channel.
Zaboravi da uradim.
Digni obad.
Digni obadve. Na Prištine. Nenad je ciganka, Nenad je igrao ovo sa mnom, znaš? Ali ne bi da plati, ne bi da plati više od 5 evra igri, znaš? Ne bi da plati više od 5 evra. A igra bi ovo, tako ga znam. On se primio više za onaj Wolfsen nego ja. Ja sam onaj Wolfsen igrao, prešao, malo vrtio. On ga igrao posle mene još masu vremena. Nenad.
Držu vam. Daj mi cigare.
Šta mi je daraš kukujem. Marš!
Mora.
Brš!
Če? Navodi me.
Neko govno bije.
Gdje mi je paljač? Evo ga, nešto tu paljač. Telefon, mislim... Gdje mi je paljač, pičku mater Miki.
Ti me gajzaš.
Nemam paljača tu.
Da, Nenade, ciganko stara. Još imaš opciju da platiš manje nego ja.
Dobro da platiš.
Malo on ima account na ovome turskom Steamu, znaš. Ja imam na Evropu. Ja ako platim full cenu, platim.
Dolazi, welcome to your show.
Cat viewed $15 CUJE Uzmam. Tongue sticking out.
15 evra, ja sam platio 32 evra za njih. Nije mi žao da sam platio 32 evra. Da ne može da plati. Da, treba u sredu da bude stream za ovaj 7 Days to Die. 16 mjeseci je prošlo od Alpha 20 verzije.
Prošlo je update-a.
Da, za 7 Days, mislim, 16
mjeseci.
Da, gledao sam klip, nisam mogu da vrati.
A ne mogu, zato što su stali, nisu bili agresivni, znaš. Dobro su krenuli u start, sve je bilo ok, onda su zastrali s onim pokretima, rekao sam ti ja odmah. S krećanjem, da.
S motion capture-om.
Ne motion capture, boli me kurac za motion capture.
Jeste, motion capture, to su ti animacije.
A motion capture nije, brate, no sa okretljivosti i
Kako
heroja, kako ćeš da ga nazoveš, brate, heroj se pokreće retardirano. Rekao sam ti odmah.
Kako se
Odmah sam vidio da je i nisam više nikad chill.
Probaj da gestikuliraš šta ti smeta.
Stani gestikulacija.
Ali ne možemo da diskutujemo ako ne možeš da objasniš šta ti smeta.
Evo, mogu, nastavim.
Nervirate kako se kreću AI ili kako se tvoj karakter kreću? Šta te nervira?
Tvoj karakter.
Šta tačno? Znači me da me teraš da sad butujem 7 days u danju mi kažeš šta te nervira?
Još sam ti rekao onda.
Nisam siguran šta se tu promenilo. Meni, osim što su radili...
Dosta lika... Stani. Gledaj. Sad igraš s tim likom, jeli? Ne znam kako se zove taj lik.
S kojim likom?
Ti.
Šta, u ovoj igri?
Da, taj što sad trčkaraju i ubijate zmije i tako.
Ovo ti kao Beastmaster, tako neki izjavo.
Dobro.
Da,
Nebitan status. Trči malo lijevo desno.
Evo ti lijevo, desno.
Ne, momi status, lijevo desno, Gaj. Ti si upoznat s kretanjem tog lika.
Hajde, ako klikne levo, zapravo držim levi klik miša i vuče miše gore dole, on trči u tu stranu.
Ne veze.
I?
Upoznat si s kretanjem tog lika.
Da, nema greške, i?
Sad znam da ti rekao to prepolovi.
A ti pričaš o statistikama, to pričaš.
Ne, brate, nego su prepolovili pokretanje lika. Osjeti se da to nije ta igra, znači zasrali su ga tu što su promijenili kako se likovi kreću u igri.
Imamo od čega da kažem.
Nema okej.
Default brzina kretanja karaktera je smanjena sa recimo 100% na 80% ili 70%.
A to nisi smio da radiš. Jer se ja navikam na 100%, ne, boli me kurac šta si ti zamislio. Znači ja igram tu igru. Ti trebaš da udovoljiš meni, jel tako? Tako. Ti trebaš meni da udovoljiš, a ne da ja udovoljavam tebi, druže. Znači kad si smanjio sa 100% na 80%, pukla ti igra. Niko je više nije igra. Razumiješ? U me. Niko je više nije igrač. Neće niko da igra.
Šta, 7 days zbog tih promjena, to će kaži?
Samo zbog kretanja lika, ni zbog četvrtog tvrda.
Idi na Twitch pogledaj koliko ljudi, ili na Steam, pročitat ćete koliko ljudi igra 7 days. Češ mi?
Ni blizu kokos.
Zato što nema novog kontenta, ljudi, ako nema novih update-ova i novog kontenta.
Nego su promijenili, brate, krećanje likova. Jesam. Ja znam zašto ja ne igram. Ako ja ne igraju dosta ljudi.
Ne znam, zato što ti ne igraš nego ljudi.
Dosta ljudi ne igra, vjerujem, zato što ti dosta ljudi vide što su zastrali. Šta ja radim?
Ja. Evo dolje pod gomilom guži. Marš!
Kumara, bih te pozdravio. Ajde, laka noć, kuma.
Laka noć.
Ćao.
Dobro. Kupi igru, ciganko.
Terrain quality maximized. Terrain all the time. Flare, yes. Depth of field, yes. Maxed out. Alright, I like it.
Depth of field.
For players who have played Resident Evil 4 2005. Yeah, I never played it, so. For players who have not played Resident Evil 4, game mode can be changed to assisted at game over. you need to restart? Maybe, huh? We should probably restart. Just to confirm. Turn speaker orientation off and on. What does that mean? Let's restart the game. Just in case some of these settings have to take effect. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go. I already like this. I already like the feel of being in this place.
Shatter you.
Looky for fun _bot _master. Welcome to my channel.
Can you survive my storms? Your blood will be but a drop in my ocean.
Come on, wolves. You're starting to bore me. My waves will shatter you. Did you survive my storms? Ne.
On Resident Evil 4. C++ programming zombies and AI dating back to 2005. Wow. Scary shit. I need you guys to like the video, subscribe to the channel. It's got the guts of
shatter you. Can you survive my storms? Your blood will be a drop in my ocean.
Being told just do standard. I kind of want to do standard so we can keep the story and everything flowing, right? Kids in the room, might as well. This might not be the game for you. You got kids. Get him out!
September 30th. Day I'll never forget. Coffin Sergeant died that day. That night, Raccoon City was wiped out, thanks to the bioweapons created by Umbrella. Somehow I made it out. Too many others. I survived. I was asked later to join a top secret government program.
Is that the best you could do?
Not that I had a choice. Training. Pushing missions. They killed me. At least I kept my mind off everything. If I could just forget what happened.
It looks good for a 20-year-old game.
Your skills
ljudi, pa desite be.
Gdje
si gledaš se?
No.
Brate.
Why?
Evo, bola me juče jedan zub i rešim danas da odem kod zubara. I zakaže mi sutra u 3, a ja jeo na drugu stranu i na drugu stranu mi spadne jedna blomba. A ja jevi ga.
Nemaš sreću, Vlado.
A dobro, nema veze. Će bude dobro. Šta se radi kod tebe nešto?
Ništa, smavam se tebi to. Zeme kosti bolno. Gdje je ovaj gedinovčki?
Jer vreme za jednu particu Hanta, a?
Još. Igrali smo se ovako sa onim likovima što su Šremioni spremašivani likovi ko...
Iz Hrvatske.
Da. Vidi da. Šta koliko igraju. Sve sinkronizovano. Nije kad Peđi ome kaže me čovjek voli, on ne.
Većina ljudi tako igra Hunt. Sinhronizovano, znaš. Ili ga ne igre uopšte.
Pobili smo toliko ljudi da to nije normalno.
Je to strašno. Znači, skupo ti igram.
Ne, da je 15 uzeti, ja vidim.
32 sam je platio čovječ. I kažem ti da je dobro. I za 32 je...
Dobro već.
Počeo si kao Milan da se cenkaš. Milan je sve mnogo, znaš.
Ima neka ciganka tu? Jel nosiš stikaru?
Vazda.
Vazda gazda. Vazda gazda.
Vazda sam bio kao gazda. Ha 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 ha.
A što mu čuješ gadinovački?
Pa evo čekam tebe, hvala volana. Tako, koga tu čujem odjek opet u pičku materinu?
Odjek. Nije kod mene isto.
Test.
Probaj ti, Vlad. Test.
Nisam ja, brat.
A ono Vlada. Gleda tamo nekog reportera iz Ukrajine, Rusije, priča, stanovi u Donbasu, Donjecku, Rostovu, džabe, dođite, naselite. U prenosu uživo, jevi.
Jevi ga, brate, šta mogu reći?
Evo šprako Vlado, mislim, a daj, mislim, Vlado, daj, mislim.
Vlada je usopi u stanju.
Mislim, daj, Vlado, mislim, ako se seliš u Rostov, kaži, pa da rešimo tu neke dileme odmah i to, sad tu prenos uživo.
Dobro, ja se saosećam sa tim ljudima.
Ne, nego prenos uživo i to.
Šim, ko se saosećao s nama?
Ja se do duše osjećam na znoj, nisam još stigao se zaberem.
Ko se saosećao s nama? Jeli? Pa dobro, ali svi su to zaboravili, jeli? Svi imaju kolektivnu amneziju.
Ja se do duše osjećam malo na znoj, nisam stigao se zaberem.
Ne, samo malo. Svi imaju kolektivnu amneziju, znaš. Da su bombe ovuda letele. I da su, majke terale decu, razumeš, u kreveti i da smo po podrumu, razumeš, si igrali, tako to. Svi su to zaboravili, ja? Jadna Ukrajina, jadna Rusija, boli me kurac, nek se pobiju. Ko preživi pričat će. Slovenska govna. I jedni drugi. Jesu li nacisti, nisu, boli me kurac, boli njih kurac za nas. Ne, tako. Kad neko nešto kaže pametno,
šta si uradio sa 6 zvezdice?
Ne, pa, iskidali smo.
A?
Iskidali smo partije.
Izvini, Vlado, ogorčio sam.
Oho, idem tamo da uzem.
Ogorčio sam bez... Zbog tolike medijske
Supply.
pažnje i gluposti i jedni su za ovu, drugi su za onu stranku, treba da gledamo svoja posla, imali smo svojih problema, nikog nije polo kurac za nas. Operacija Milosrdnjađa, Milosrdnu i majku jebe svima.
Nisam uzeo shotgun.
Čekići na koji?
Šta si uzeo i koje...
Ako je to bila Milosrdnjađa, trebali su nas sve pobiti.
Čuli ti mene?
Evo da uzeo pelot ja ovdje, neću da se vraćam posle nazad. Nemo mi te Milanove pole, ajde vama posle malo preko pola mape da tečem nazad.
Zašto?
A ne volim.
Ti pucaš?
Ja ti, nisam ja.
A?
Ne.
Spremam se sad za praznike da kupim jednu igru, ta igra se zove Colony Ship. U principu slična je kao Wasteland i malo kao XCOM. Ej, sad imam čoveče odmor, Snake, ovo je brate mnogo dobro. Imam 10 dana odmor, zapravo 9, ali ja ću tih 9 dana da pretvorim sa praznicima u 20 dana odmora.
Eno ga čovjek, ej.
Genijalno.
Svaka ti čast.
Ovdje.
Kad možeš.
Vidim jedan čoveci, je. A taj jedan se puca sa drugi čoveci, je. Leteo je tu unutra, taj drugi čoveci. Evo sad i drugi uleće čoveci.
Meh.
Drag je beo, što znači da su produžili tamo. Da, čujem i kako su produžili. Unutra su još i.
You feeling lucky?
Eno ih tamo je. Leeching, ti imaš šta ne leeching.
Boss tu. Uči se kojem si ne čuo. Niše ima lockbow.
Lockbow?
Pazi, 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 pazi.
Aj jebem ti već, klizno je.
Meh.
Vidi se te kući.
Piece of shit.
Eno ga.
Još iza.
Nije, otišao na ped. Budi se napred na ključnu žvunju negdje.
Da, ide na lockbow.
Boji se polako.
Si čuo? Čuješ da dižu vrane, bre. Eno ih.
Ovo su debili teški.
Jedan je tu iza ovog zidića.
Znam.
Jedan je ušao unutra.
Šta je, hodi ko slonovi, no?
Ma idi, debili.
Je pao?
Pao, bio sam ga.
Vidim.
Nemo li ideš tamo?
Dobre, ajde da ga roknemo. 2 na 1 smo je.
Možda imaš šotku pa će vas ispraselijati ako mu dođete na blizu. Dvojicu.
Nemam šotku.
A to pokušavam Borisu da kaže. Ako se neko zavuku i ne izlazi ili mu baci flešku ili bombu, ne idi po njega, ubit ćete pumparicu na blizu.
Gdje je ga Boris?
Drugi tim ovdje.
Mogu sam lijepo da ih se čekam. Beži se.
Neko je dumro, je.
Ženski glas, ono je bio muški skin.
Neki kineski skin je bio tamo.
Prva ekipa je bila muško što je 5 sekundi.
Unless this has all been redone. Had to have been all redone.
A, neću da mi ga digne s neke mase.
Ubio sam jednog, ej, halo. Ovdje.
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Just between us. A lot of people have gone missing around here. And it's been that way for a while now.
Well then. Should be just another day in the office, right?
Ti ovog zapalio.
I mean, last week there was a search for some missing hikers.
I'm sure.
Ispred tebe dole.
Maybe we've been waiting for this game to be remade to actually give it the respect it deserves. Maybe, because that's...
I think this is it.
Nature calls, huh? I'll be
The game
right
looks
back.
good, in my opinion. I feel like I'm playing a brand new
Nisam našao ni njega ultimate.
Triple A game. See, that's same with GoldenEye. That's why, yeah.
You smoke?
To pucaš u lešovi.
Pazi, polako.
Pazi Mirko metek.
To se cipu gazi,
Polako,
ti si izuzetno.
polako. Za ovo ne znam da li sami njega ću da... Si ga lutao?
Jes.
Neću da me iznenadi.
Hola! Hola!
Pazi bulj.
¿Cómo estás? ¿Ah? ¿Bien? Oh, es tú y mi.
I ovdje malko trepuješ.
I glumiš plesni tečaj.
He sure is taking his time.
Actually, S2 i yo.
Znači ovi su stil Watera dođu vamo, brate.
Maybe you better go and take a look.
Jedan čovjek.
Gdje?
S2 i yo.
A gdje? O, gdje?
Wouldn't want to get a parking ticket. So much for helping me.
I don't like that guy. If I get a chance to put a few in him.
Ovaj Nenad propižđo kako nišani danas. Propižđo.
Do not dwell on the regrets.
Damn.
Znate vi to? Nenad propižđo.
Game looks good. Wow. See what's taking so long. All right. Let's make sure the sensitivity is all right here.
Tu njega ubivam sad, jebem ga din.
Nađi li Jarana?
Ne znam gdje je sad. Čekaj.
How far could he have gone?
U neku veliku 9 treba da.
A? Gdje je Jaran? Jebo majku. Jaran je mrtvi, javi se. Jarane, što si umro, jav se. Jav se da te lutamo. Evo ga. Prešao sam preko oružja. Evo ga.
Let's get inside.
Treba ono malo neki sniper.
Hvala za špork. Hvala za špork. Idemo li pokupiti drugoga jarana?
Ne znam gdje onaj pošulji pobegao vjerojatno negdje.
Isto sve.
What's it say? Judgment is nigh.
Sve je tak čisto, stari. Joj, tak mi sumnjivo to kad je čisto, joj. Nego gdje nam je ovaj dušebrižnik? Svevišnji.
We go left. Commit to the left. Let's just take a
Bio
look at
tu
the right.
danas.
Jurišnik.
Dušebrižnik svevišnji.
Champs request left side cam. Got it.
Ne znaš tko je dušebrižnik svevišnji?
That was gonna be. Yes. That was gonna be an early
To je onaj
question.
koji
I'm
brine
glad
o
we figured it
svima,
out
ne?
this early.
Čisto, a?
Be well.
Pazi bured.
Gdje bi neko rekao da je to absolutely marvelous.
Ej.
Confirmed. What are we talking about? Confirmed.
Šta si se desio?
Pa ubio me lift, je. Ja ne verujem.
Lepo smeci.
Pa ti ne verujem, ubio me lift, jebote. Čekaj, to realno?
You're back.
A?
When Hearten returned without
Šta
you,
ćeš
I
mi sad
grew
ti?
worried.
Sorry to barge in like
You
this.
met Lagon and have his
Dva
blessing.
puta sam onako
I only wish we
zalagovao
could
kao
have won
gore dole
Liat's
i
support.
lift me
Did you have
prepolovio
to
je.
kill her? Surely there must have been some way to persuade her. Next, we must find
Nenade,
Majelka.
priznaj da si to
I've
nekako
spoken with
namerno
Melvin. It will be a
radio.
long
Ajde,
road to
bit će mi
Majelka after, but
Ajde,
you
budi
are
dobar,
used to
Nenad,
walking,
priznaj da
right?
si to...
Ja se ne mišljam.
What was it like?
Priznaj da si to...
I wish I was there.
Tak
Though I've been
namjerno
busy.
uradila.
We're forming an army. According to Harton, towns from all over
Znači,
will be
dobit će jednu
happy to
otrovanu
join our Raya's
municiju.
forces grow stronger. But this
Kill
means I won't
Hellhounds
make
i
it to
Armored with
Majelka.
poison damage.
I'll gather
Ako
our
vidiš
army.
neki od njih,
Well, you meet. We'll gaze upon the
viči
jeweled
da
city
im
together
saspem
soon.
otrovnjaču.
Traveler, you're alive. Forgive me for leaving you.
O, dva čovjeka.
I promise you, I had no choice. They're supposed to leave the piers alone. But after you left, they swarmed from the water. Well, to look a god in the eye and the way you describe him, he sounds cruel. Lagon's worship has declined.
Jedan se šunje ovdje
Jedan
negdje.
je tu
Most
negde.
see Lagon as a force to fear.
Pogoda kao Njemeta.
Few left. If what you
A
say
jedan
is
je
true,
tamo negdje. Benuga.
perhaps he's no guardian at all.
You're back. When you met Lagon, I
Ovo
only
se
wish
pa ne
we
mogu
could
se
have
ja sam
surely
da
next. It
učiniti
will be
nešto.
a long road to Majelka
Čekaj.
after, but you are used to walking, right?
Moram uprići.
A daj bre, nemoj me jebat. Auto, kako si me sjebo s ovim buretom, 50 health si mi odvalio.
S kojim buletom?
Ne buretom, liftom bre, znači, ne da si
Bure
me
lift.
sjebo. Uf. Eno ga, kod mene je došao na trenutak.
Znam.
Eno ti ga levo,
Clouds.
je bio.
Čekaj sad,
Welcome to my channel.
čekaj sad.
Hey bro.
What's up? Hello?
There you are.
Hello,
I've been
Captain.
questioning things. My devotion to Lagon. Despite years of telling myself things would get better, they never have. I needed a change. Also, I'd like you to take this. My idol of Lagon. Hopefully it can help someone else. There's a shrine just
Came
outside
to
the
vibe
city.
with you, bro.
People leave idols there to
How's
protect
the
others
night
from their
going?
troubles.
Good. I'm probably gonna go to bed soon. It's like midnight at my place. And I kind of like hate to be like up for long. I just wanna like either find a checkpoint or something. Yeah, this game kind of looks pretty. Look, the fucking shark. Thanks for coming. I'm gonna make you company as long as I'm like awake. Seems more fair, I'll do it. Crossroads. What the fuck is Crossroads? Yeah. It's like not...
There you are. I've been I needed it. Also, there's a shrine just outside the city.
Okay.
People leave idols there to protect others on their travels.
How did you enjoy the trip?
Julia?
Glad to hear it. I do not. Though be on guard. You
Is
will
it
need to
Easter
arrange a
for you
caravan
today?
to Majelka.
No.
Happy Easter if so.
Next week. It's like a Orthodox Easter and you know, Catholic Easter. You know, it's both Christian, but it's just different dates. It's fucking same thing. It's just a different date. Why? Nobody knows.
Unfortunately,
It's like
no.
somebody drinks Pepsi, somebody drinks cola. It's the same drink, it's just like different flavor. That's what the religion is.
There are things I need to take
Every
care of
religion
here.
is a different
I'd
flavor.
apologize, but I feel like you can handle yourself. I do recommend you seek out the Sapphire Nagasa before you go. Good. Then I'll see you in Majelka.
Sapphire Nagasa. What the hell?
Only as much as I know. It has changed a lot. Soreth Kai is small, but it's the only place you'll find Sapphire Nagasa other than their temples.
I like lemon
Here they
Pepsi
have
that should
autonomy.
fire FR.
I like Sprite. So yeah, everybody likes something. It's like a, you know, soda, basically.
Thankfully, they aren't hard to find. Look for anything big and scaly at the end of the docks. They are not that different from you and I, just reptilian. In that sense, they're no more
Reptilian
different
people.
than when Gari or Osprey. They follow Majasa. Or at least they used to. There's some they follow a caste system. I only know Sapphire.
Caste system.
You would have to ask someone more knowledgeable to hear more.
Fine.
Farewell.
This guy that I trust randomly was Emperor in disguise. What are the retorts of Nagasa? Why do you ask?
Gods be with you.
Sure, fine. So okay, have I been this? I have been in Imperial Capital. This is kind of a tough. Oh my lord.
Impossible.
It's always something.
Yes?
Hello? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, it's a scaly. It's not a furry, it's a scaly.
I've never seen you around here. Yet more so that wherever you go, trouble and bodies soon follow. I appreciate your honesty. I enjoyed the relative peace and quiet we've managed to establish for Sorethka. Generally left us alone, and knowing your reputation with them, I can't imagine that it'll be the case if you stay here long.
Odvaljen je. Mislim, ali što je najluđe što on funkcioniše u celom tom Nego samo što je to loše za videti.
Nor am I a fan of theirs. If you head out to the crossroads, you should encounter the staging area for our trade caravans.
Kod Johna Pilova, preko Upworka, ali hoću mjesec dana prvo da se poskidaš sa svih tih likića i...
Ti kojih, a?
A? Ne, preko Upworka nešto. Sam radio tamo će da ima $800 do $1000 mesečno.
To je sasvim, to je jako pazno.
Stay safe.
Ne, nije. Ja sam to radio, ali prsa, jebi ga nisam mogao, znači posle 5 meseci već sam počeo da budem preumoran. Radio sam paralelno, uskladio sam tako od 4 do 12 poslepodne ovu moju smenu. Sad kod Johna je bilo sat vremena pauze neplaćeno, pa je bilo praktično od 4 do 1 poslepodne, znaš. Ali naporno mi je, 2 posla istovremeno, brate mir, 4 monitora, 2 laptopa uključena. Na trenutke sam šizeo je.
Šta si radio kod Johna? Tehničku podršku?
Ne, bio sam project manager za digitalnu telefoniju.
Da, to kod novi. Kad su naljutio za što su telefoni bili, a ne sivi ili crni, kako baš?
Da, se sećaš, a? Da, žena, a to žena od nekog super producenta Men in Black, ovog Ljudi u crnom. Ja pričam sa čovekom telefonom, baš producent filma. Zaboravio sam kako se zove, žena mu neki idiot. A žena mu težak rasit, da pazi, ja poslu tehničara koji je crnac. Možda ovo je izdivljala na njega da je crnac.
Pa i ovo... I ona crnki...
How can she slap?
Da,
da.
Ona da je Will Smith crnac.
How can she slap?
How she can slap?
How can she slap? How can she slap?
Znaš da je taj rasizam u Americi opasno?
Ne, ovo je bilo u Indiji. Kad je išamarala ova voditeljka.
Ne, ali ja hoću ti kažem, ovo je u Americi...
Ono udjeli njega i on je lik veliki.
Koliko god oni servirali priču da je ta Amerika savršena zemlja, rasizam je tamo ne izražen, nego brutalno.
Brate, ja ne imam.
Pa dobro, ti si rasizam,
Nije isto.
Tebi bi odmah prihvatili.
Nije isto, možeš da budeš nacista, da ne budeš rasista.
Ovaj je sve to, mrzi cigane, Ruse i deklariše se kao Uber, Ales, Uber, sve je meni tu jasno.
Pa dobro, on tvrdi da je Nemac.
Ales,
Uber malo vozi, ali...
Teo bi malo Uber da vozi, a? Nenade, si ti neki Uber vozač, jebot? Ovo, si ti neki, Uberista.
Može se.
Fork River, idemo odmah na Fork River da ubijem Meatheada, je.
Stavio sam u general gaming.
Da ubijem Meathead.
Metal, ali Crne Gore. Ljudi, to stvarno zvuči baš dobro.
Gusne.
Multitasking, krenuli smo.
Metalno je gusno.
Ja. Ima bez rezanja, neki su ukomponovano i gusto u metalu.
Mogu da kažem da baš dobro zvuči.
Ej, crven.
To black metal, mini metal.
Čuo sam, boli se, ali... Kurac, evo ga ispred mene, boli se, ovdje iza mene. Ću izginem.
A jebote! Ja se vlatim, sjedim tamo, onaj drugi je hitovan 2 puta. Ispred tebe.
Kurac. Kako su mi... Evo majko, možda će meni...
Napušite mi se kurca, jebem vam mater.
Gdje, boj se polako. Imate što mogu da smotrim polako. Ne igre se Milano.
Misliš, morana taktika ili boss arena ili smrt.
Ne sežete
Ili
niko
si
za...
boss, ili si hađija.
Ne sežete niko za muda.
Ili si boss, ili si hađija. Tako ide. Boss.
Ko si sad na mene? Oj. Se prijavio Milo za te badmine?
Šta, za badminton?
Prijavio je online podršku za badmine.
I on što najluče, on bi bio savršen MGOC za badmine.
Jes, tako slatkorečivo priča, čovjek bi pomislio da veruje to što priča.
Dao mu danas što ja dam i da mu tamo popunimo novi.
Rekrutni listić mi popuniš.
Da.
Da li je realno da si to rekao sad?
Da.
Stvarno je Loftus, on se jebao.
Bez zezanje.
Hoće da ide u Wagnerovci, šta da svira violinu?
Mu kažem, ti si čovjek, tebe neće pređeš ni onaj pregled.
Ti mene ne možeš da potrefiš ni šandre.
Ti mene lažeš, sve zaboravljaš. Uzmano daš sve?
Budala će da izgine ni za što. I misliš da njega interesuje ljubav prema Rusiji i to? Hoće lik pare.
Hoće pare bre, pare!
Hoće pare i da može da simuje u Ukrajini.
Idemo pokinemo se pare! Kaži idemo da pokinemo se pare!
Ja misliš sve radi ova stopka izvodnje. Oni ljubijaci, alkoholičari i narkomani. Oni čupaju tjepavicu.
Stvarno nema smisla.
Smisla nema.
Ma ne masli, znači ono, mislim, druže.
Muze, konza. Uđoši mi susi. Moj Milane.
Milan nije manijak, možemo za njega da kažemo, ali ja ne verujem da je manijak.
Milan megalomanijak. Megalonomanijak, on je megalodon.
Što mora bude manijak da bi... Ja da tako sad.
Pa zato što to samo manijaci rade. Iz velike...
Što ti jebem Žarko? And the car Marko.
Ovo ti isto nekakav umetnik iz Crne Gore, znaš, Vlado? Samo što... Ne, ovo što ti sad stavio.
Bubanj sa pneumatskim crevom.
Nekakva isto rock gusla, ne znam kako ti opišem.
Hoću li ja dobit Sweet Bell Flower? Neću jebo majku, šta je ovo? Pa šta je, o čemu se radi? Zašto? Ovo, desno je G-tra je.
Igra ti se možda ne bi svidjela, ne bi ni meni, ali soundtrack ima solidan.
Ma imam neku zadaću doma, ću ubit 3 Meatheada, jedan u Sweet Bell Floweru, jedan u Fork Riveru i jedan u Lokabau. Ovog u Lokabau sam...
Polako.
Ovog u Lokabau sam...
Polako, imamo ljubav 41.
motherfucker.
Mene cepa neke depresije od ovog jebenog vremena.
Depresija? Slaughterhouse, a?
Malo su pozadani bio ovaj pokrenuli 150, 200, 150.
Idemo Slaughterhouse.
Ja.
Ovo nije loše snike, znaš?
Pa što sam ja slušao par muzičkih tema, meni sviđa.
Ko je pisao?
To je soundtrack za jednu igru, a igru pravi jedan tim iz Crne Gore, 3 čoveka čini mi se.
Ti digo.
Ja.
Zašto?
Ja sam čuo 2-3 numere i onako, ne znam da li ima vokala, mislim da ima, ali mislim da je više atmosferična muzika. Ima jedna stvar da se čuju baš kao guslo isto u pozadini, ali ne čuje se guslo, čuje se neki gudački instrument koji podsjeća jako na guslo.
Jedite govna bre, jebemo.
Šta kažeš?
Kažem, ovu pesmu koja da su pevili za Mila Đukanovića.
Koja? Ta Crni Gavranovi peo? Meni se ne sviđa taj njihov modifikovani jezik. Nema veze.
Onda su pravili
ja kad god odem
izdajnici su svuda.
Kod ujaka i kod babe tamo u Nikšić, niko tamo ne priča. Tako retardiran. Jeste priče nekakvim štokavskim i šta ti ja znam, takvim akcentom. Čak ni tako kao što Borisova ova cura priča, se ne priča u Crnoj Gori. To ti pričaju ovi iz ravnice Crnogorci. Takvim narečima.
Pa, otkud znam, ona je rođena u Nikšiću.
Ja ti kažem, priča jedan deo ljudi, ali ne toliko.
Priča jedan deo, peo se on u Crnoj Gori, a ona se presela za Srbiju. Za Beograd.
Ja sam shvatio...
Da šta, da je Beograd najveći crnogorski grad u bivšoj Jugoslaviji.
Ja sam shvatio da su napravili oni namerno da se mi
krvimo između sebe.
A znaš ko je napravio da se Srbije Crnogor? Ko?
Nije, nego Englezi i Amerikanci.
A znaš ko je platio crnogorsku nezavisnost, a ti bezezanje kažeš?
Da.
Ko je dao 500 miliona evra da Crna Gora postane nezavisna?
Yes.
Nije ni Amerikanci, ni Englezi, ni Nemci.
Turska, Velika Albanija, ko?
Rusija. Deli Paska je dao 500 miliona evra Crnogorcima po Putinovom nalogu.
Mogli smo uvijek da odbijemo te pare, znaš?
To je javna tajna. To je javna tajna.
Mogli smo da odbijemo te pare i mi oni.
To je javna tajna.
Niko ti ne stavi pištol na čelo da prihvatiš. Jel' tako?
Rusi, vazda... Sad, slušaj mi...
Šta kažeš? Uškaj, to si to da kažeš.
Vazda ga kume na topla mora. Ali, problem do toplih mora im se zove Srbija. Jer kad je Srbija jaka i stabilna, Rusija je na Balkanu goli. Iz toga...
Rusija je ispušila u Crnoj Gori baš dobro, brate.
Drago mi je, toplo mi je oko srca i toplo mi je oko srca što im je Milo šuknuo. Da imam pravo da glasam u Crnoj Gori, glasu bi ga samo zato što je šuknuo Rusija.
Pa znam, ali mislim da to nije način da uzmeš kintu i onda da...
Bože moj! Bože moj, čovjek!
Ili otišu u penziju, jebe se njemu.
Da. I sad mi imamo problem sa izvozom svega. Svi proizvode koje pravimo da trošu nemamo izlaz na more. Mi da imamo izlaz na more, pa mi bismo se upijali od keša. Bio bi 5 put bogatiji od Holandije.
Pa, bili bismo.
I to mi prijatelji saveznici. To mi ne prijatelji ne trebaju. Sve ove agencije što su sad za zapošljavanje, to nisu doneli Nemci, Englezi, Francuzi i ostali. To je donio Kiričenko kad je postao direktor misije. Preko noći su svi dobili otkaze i samo ne učin papir da potpišu da rade za 20 do 25.000. Zamisli da ti sa platom 60 spadneš na 20 do 25. A da razliku stavlja tamo neke ruske svinje u džep. I oni su...
Ja, oko onih Švajcara
samo da završim. Oni su ti 400 miliona evra što su platili nisu. Povratili se godinu dana.
Milutinović kad je došao za menadžera je rekao Švajcarcu Kimu da ti platili Srbe 2000 evra kad bi oni radili i preko noći promjena ugovora. Da, 2000 na 600 plati.
To neki naš rekao ili...
Predrag Milutinović iz Porto Montenegra stiga.
Jebem ga us.
Jebem li ga u Porto više puta. Ej, imamo ljude ovdje.
Nisam rekao čovječe, ja sam dobio danas 2 platne razrede već platne.
Oko?
Da.
Nenade, ajde, koncentriši se sad multitasking, idemo da završimo ovo.
Koliko si dobio platu? Mogu se znati.
Da, brate, da mu dođe mesečno oko 3000 više.
Opa.
Ali ja nemam više, ja sam to stigao neki maksimum sa tim platnim razredima.
Na 195 su.
Jedan je tamo, jedan vamo. Idemo, vamo.
Koliko imaš sekundi još?
Još 2.
Škilir. Neko je otrov bacio ispred mene.
Jedan je tamo, jedan je tu negdje blizu.
Neko je neki otrov bacio.
-1. Jebe vas! Poison vas jebem u poison!
Ti nosi antitrčak.
Daj bre, pogodi ga! Drugi put, jebeno ga pogodi! Pogodio sam ga jednom, daj kiluj se i šibaj ga.
Ne, nešto toga što si ga ti...
Eno ti ga.
Mrtvo je. Ti kaj tvoj poison. Vlado, jako mi je drago. Vlado. Jako mi je drago.
to, jel imate prinove neki u kući?
Nije, Mada je dobio površicu.
Da.
Da se nije rodio čovjek, pa da čestitam ja.
Gdje je drugi?
Ajmo bar pobimo jednu ekipu. Nema šta, ja svim gabežom od ovuče, ja ga meno na... Kad mi je loadout ne koša ni 200.
$200 te ne košta loadout.
A już koji zombi može?
Pazite, nije se pogožio. O, čitije čovjek. Ima tu ljudima, ljudi dole. Ti su nam deo. Mislim da se čelo s njim.
33 je živo i dalje. Ubio sam jednog. Još jedan tamo dole, ajde gužvanje sam.
Ti si normalan.
Ko je sad desno jebote? Jedan je ispred mene, pazite.
Tu je jedan, tu je. Gledam.
Daj, čime pucaš to, jebem te u dupe!
Gledam.
To nije prikazao na skenu, nego samo ovog dole je.
A nikoga.
Ajde, uskači tamo.
Aj.
Gdje si ti?
Idem svoj. Lako.
A nego još uvijek si tu, to hoću joj kažem. Mater.
thank you for the assist there. I was in a bind, and you got me out of it. I won't forget it. I could have gotten out of it at any point. But I was choosing you happened to come by and made that plan irrelevant. Besides, I didn't want to try my chances with so many of them. Perhaps I'll tell you along the way. Well, if you are, I may be able to lend you helped me. I can't complain about that offer. You ready to head out then? The Scalebane were never meant to be common thugs.
that good. Not bad. Okay, this isn't that bad. This is quite bad.
Tombs supposedly hold untold levels of wealth.
svi otišli u drugu Discord sobu sa ovim Rumunom. Pa da.
Nisam video.
Da, jesu. Gledam 5 minuta. 5-8 minuta.
Ništa nisu rekli.
Možda je Ramonu neprijatno da... Mislim da što mu neprijatno. Ne, ujedamo ja i ti ovdje.
Pa ne znam, možda ne sjećamo najranjivijeg.
Ne svija sada skoro. Mada pozdrav.
deserve these statues. There's nothing to celebrate here. The Nagasa rule over their people. Nothing to help them. The snakes in S.W.Frost are the only redeemable ones, but not by much. I'd love to clear them out at some point, but we've got far too much to do right now.
Okay, who wants to talk?
Hmm?
farewell.
Too long have we all been bound by the chains of fate. I will shatter them, along with who would seek to bind me. Freedom will be our future. My future. At any cost.
This kind of sucks, yeah.
Was it just me, or was that speech unusual? Was it just me, or was that speech unusual. I don't know much about that. Was the vessel maiden, Apophis. She aids Majasa with little. The authority lies with Majasa herself and her diamond matrons. As the rumor goes, vessel maidens are sacrificed to rejuvenate Majasa's power. And if that's true, it is not my place to speculate. But if the rumors are true...
Farewell. Farewell.
Can I help you? Can I help you? Stay safe, traveler.
Yeah, piece of trash.
Can I help you? Stay safe, traveler. Can I help you? Stay safe, traveler. Can I help you? Stay safe, traveler.
Yes. Farewell. Yes. Farewell.
There's like a couple of directions. Okay. Time for bed. It's fun. Kind of is. Anyway, I'm gonna be heading off to bed. And that would be it. That is all from here. See ya.